Tower of Memories, Future's Birth, Volume 7. Written and narrated by S.J. Saunders. Chapter 1. Scattered Anomalies. The dense treetops of the Æthelveer forest rippled in response to the stuttering early summer winds, salving the relentless sunlight that eagerly pierced the tree canopy at every crack. Pockets of cool and warm air whirled invisibly about each other on the forest floor, like warring ant colonies, as shade and sunlight shifted, furthering the illusion of the natural world breathing the warm winds in and out. Jack inhaled deeply from a top ember as the great wolf pranced from one beam of light to the next, playfully slapping his paws down on undisturbed droplets of dew that glinted at the sun's touch. A smile came to the huntress's face. She knew she'd been missing home, but she hadn't expected to feel such calm at simply the weather. The summer months would be milder here, she knew. Not like the long weeks she'd spent sweltering near the southern edge of Kavorim a year earlier. Guilt and sadness tugged at Jack's heart. She'd had different company then. A glance over her shoulder revealed her lone current traveling companion, the one not prone to walking on all fours at least. Grinning toothily at Ember's antics, Tiraki trotted to catch up, waving for Jack to stop.
"Please, Huntress! We really must discuss how we plan to approach your clan."
"I know," Jack sighed, resting a hand atop Ember's shaggy head. The gesture wouldn't appear admonishing, but she simultaneously reached out to the wolf's mind, instructing him to come to a halt. Which he dutifully did, batting lazily at a flower as he sank to the ground. It was a different sensation than when Jack had utilized her connection with her former traveling companions. A magical link infused into their bodies by Imidre, an aged priestess of Nomencal. This felt purely instinctual, like she was merely accessing a part of her own consciousness that overlapped with Ember's. There was still nuance to the connection, however. Jack had only managed to catch fleeting glimpses from Ember's eyes on command, nothing to match how their senses had seemingly merged to grant her superhuman reflexes in her fight with Garich weeks earlier. She swallowed, thinking of the enormous crockblood who'd led the coalition of half-breeds and goblins known as the Vermin Throng, and her Pyrrhic victory against him, caused Jack to spend a moment worrying about the friends with whom she'd spent the majority of her pilgrimage. She hoped that Merima, the snake-blood shapeshifter who almost certainly wielded the might of the Vermin Throng, now that Garich was, it seemed, irreparably weakened from his fight with Jack, hadn't tried to pursue the others on their path northward to Lorsyn. Worse, she hoped that Merima wouldn't have done so in hopes of securing Jack herself. Enough eyes had covered the path Jack had taken alone westward that Jack was as certain as she could be that no enemies had followed her back to the clan grounds. But, even if she'd been alone, she knew how to cover her tracks. An affectionate, worried smile came to her lips. "Ali, Tanner, and Gefnar, though? Well, they're perhaps not so skilled at remaining unseen in the wild." A sound between a groan and a croon drew Jack's attention back to Tiraki, who'd rested her staff against a nearby tree as she peeled off her outer robe, clearly glad of the chance to catch her breath.
"You worry that your family will not accept those who follow you?"
Jack chewed on her answer, feeling a wistful nostalgia for traveling with those who could sense her emotions more clearly. "No, well, yes." Her frail sense of optimism wavered as she thought of the hundreds of half-breeds and more whom she'd instructed to stay with their camp from the previous night. She'd spoken with perhaps only a few dozen of them in the weeks since Tiraki had shown her just how many believed her to be the huntress spoken of by Mycarillon, an important figure to half-breeds and the northern clans both, Jack had come to learn. The elf lord her own people knew as Yorsong had spoken of a woman who would one day walk with the steps of a great beast and unite the green, the natural world and its peoples. And now here was Jack, a small army of races her people largely considered vermin in tow, hoping to find them a new home among humans. Jack may have given up trying to decipher if she really was who those who followed her believed her to be, but she did have to admit that the resemblance was uncanny. Add to that the elven sword at her side, passed down through Tyraki's line of crockblood mages by Macarilon to the rightful huntress, as well as the way it felt at home in her grasp, and Jack could see little way to shrug aside her apparent destiny. Not to mention a dreamlike encounter with Macarilon himself and the revelation that Ember is... She scratched his neck protectively as she slipped from her saddle, smiling as he craned about to peer at her with those glowing brass-colored eyes. The image of him calmly communing with unnaturally large and fearsome beasts in the moonlight caused her to give an involuntary shiver. "Whatever you are." Macarilon had claimed that the beasts, an enormous griffin and sea serpent, were bound to the life of Deyrnas itself, implying further that Ember was one of them, simply at a different stage in his life cycle. "Child of the Ternion," Jack thought somberly, giving a small gasp as Ember bowed his head. There were moments now when Jack couldn't help but stand in awe of the friend she'd once found helpless and alone, crying out in the forest. Nothing more than a small pup, an apparent runt until that strange day before Varbius Keep. Ember then flopped against Jack, paws drawn in as he presented his belly. Jack issued a hearty laugh, obliging with vigorous scratches. "Then you go and act as you always have, my oldest and dearest friend."
"If nothing else,"
Tyraki chuckled, stretching out her scaly arms, now bare as she wore only a tunic and vest-like inner robe of drab browns,
"I'm glad that your prime confidant is at ease in my presence."
She sobered.
"Huntress, I feel we must voice our thoughts on a course of action following potential failure before we proceed."
"Agreed." Jack nodded reluctantly, clutching her arms about herself as she faced the crockblood. "If you'll allow it, I was hoping I'd still have a place with you." Tyraki's snout furrowed as her eyes went wide.
"You would abandon your own blood?"
Jack's head bobbed quickly. "If they won't have me as I am, then I'll have to move on. And as I am, my fate is tied to those who have placed their faith in me." She smiled sadly. "I'd not be the first of our clans to find that they've outgrown the way of life."
"But you haven't,"
Tyraki insisted.
"I see the longing in your eyes when you speak of your home, Huntress. You may not be returning as the person you once were, but nothing could sever you from your wish to be where you belong."
"Then perhaps Eirnat wishes to teach me a lesson in understanding," Jack said, clearing her taut throat. "We all wish to belong, Tyraki. I'm not so arrogant as to think myself so inspirational or striking that I could have drawn so many to me otherwise. All I've done is stand for what I believe to be right, and others have seen hope in that. Hope that perhaps a world can be built where blood doesn't divide us." She gave a single grunt of laughter. "What sort of huntress would I be if, to retain my own comfortable existence, I simply tossed aside those I'd given that kind of hope?" Tyraki smiled, inclining her head toward the human.
"You solidify my faith in you at every turn, Huntress."
Jack chuckled self-consciously, wiping at the pair of tears that had escaped her rapidly blinking eyes. "I appreciate that," she said, sniffling. "But you know as well as I do that I've made numerous mistakes at every step." The crockblood shrugged the modesty aside.
"No one is born a great leader, Huntress. Aglek used to say that fear, greed, and pride were rooted naturally in every soul, while wisdom, compassion, and humility must be carefully seeded and tended. It is easy to despise that which is fearsome, to place one's needs over those of others, and to stand obdurate in one's convictions. Experience, while often painful, can teach us to consider uncomfortable truths, to value life in all its many forms, and to listen to counsel, even from the most unlikely of sources." A pensive smile came to Jack's face.
Your mentor really was a remarkable man. Even as your chief plotted violence against the temple with Mayor Donaxus, Aglek dared to consider that the huntress he'd waited for might fight for the opposing side.
Tyraki's eyes sparkled. And fight well, huntress?
Jack scoffed. Not so well. I may have some affinity with the light of the forest and a giant wolf at my side, but I'd still have fallen to Garich if not for you.
The Crockblood's lips curled back in a snarl. It was my honor to help you topple that brute, huntress. I only wish that I matched the Lady McAllister's skills in the art of invisibility, so that I could remove the rest of your enemies without need of her to shroud me from sight.
You're hardly helpless yourself,
Jack pointed out good-naturedly.
Your skill with illusions saved us all in Cadasson.
Yes, well...
Tyraki shifted uncomfortably on her booted feet.
Perhaps I'd achieve true greatness if I could summon storms as you do.
Jack laughed. I'm far from being the next Kirikath Lifebreaker. A few lightning bolts don't make me invincible. My mother can wield the light in similar ways, though father says... She stopped, fresh pain seizing her heart. Father...
Tyraki's brow furrowed in understanding. He may yet live, huntress.
A whooshing, shaky exhale was all Jack could manage in reply. She saw it all playing out before her mind's eye, once again. Her father, Owen, rushing in to aid her as she fought Garich. Owen nearly falling to Garich's poisoned blade. The relief and sense of accomplishment of the following day crushed as Owen steps forward, offering himself as an appeasing prisoner of war to Rashuga of the Mongrel's mercenary band to prevent further bloodshed. It was his choice, Jack reminded herself. The honorable thing to do. The mantra did little to keep fear from clawing at her heart, however. Shanadir, in his position as moderator of the proceedings, had tried to place assurances in the judgment to provide for Owen's safety, but the Eagleblood King could only do so much. As a prisoner among half-breed sellswords who fought for Mevod, grandson to the tyrant King Trelegon, who now sat in power in the city of Lorsyn, Owen was surrounded by many who might execute him on a whim. Try as she might, Jack couldn't dare to hope that Owen's display of honor would be reciprocated.
This does bring us back to the matter at hand, Tyraki added hesitantly. How do you plan to tell your family of your father's fate?
A faint rustling a few dozen paces away caused Jack's heart to stutter, and she spun in the same instant that Ember raised his head to peer at a man who seemed to manifest from thin air. A man who looked every inch an Owen preserved perhaps 20 years earlier, if a bit taller and broader in the shoulders. The man wore a painted frown on his face, his dark eyes scrutinizing Jack, Ember, and the Crockblood behind him. So it's true, he whispered, sorrow drawing at his puckered lips. Jadgan sent word from Erenid's scouts, but I'd hoped. Jainath! Jack blurted, affection for her eldest brother sending her into a brief, instinctual run. She drew up stupidly a few paces from the man, arms half raised from her sides. Jainath hadn't moved. He simply stood there, regarding Jack with that pained look. His left hand twitched, a tic Jack recognized as a defensive impulse, born of an old wound. Answer me, Jack, and truthfully. The loss that weighted her brother's words seemed to drag hot coals through Jack's belly. Could you have stopped those vermin from taking father? Jack winced at the word, a catch-all her people had used for those half-breeds living a survivalist existence since the age's beginning. Now a title Garich and his people bore with needling pride. The mongrels have taken father, she corrected numbly, letting her arms droop to her sides. They've resumed the front lines against Falconcrest forces. The vermin throng have retreated eastward. Jainath swallowed as he stared, unblinking at her, and Jack realized for the first time that his knuckles were white on the hilt of the short sword in his grasp.
Answer me, Jacqueline.
Jack's mouth fell open.
He wouldn't attack me, would he? Father offered himself freely. Marshal Wergald, an old friend of his, tried to attack a peaceful gathering of half-breed nations, and he took ownership, giving himself as a peace offering.
A bitter grunt slid from behind Jainaf's teeth.
Oh, Jack, I'd hoped I was wrong. You do stand with the vermin. The band who've neared our summer grounds, they haven't captured or corrupted you.
His eyes narrowed in pained accusation.
You're leading them.
Jack raised a placating hand.
Jainaf, please, put the sword down. Allow me to explain.
Her brother gave a sharp, disbelieving gasp as he lifted the blade.
You thought this was for you?
His steely gaze shifted past Jack to Taraki.
You walked in the company of a crockblood and one skilled in magics by the staff.
He looked back to Jack.
I was prepared to lay down my life to save you, Jack.
Disgustedly, he tossed the sword to the leafy ground, gesturing sharply to Ember now.
I thought perhaps the vermin had warped and twisted your wolf against you and were holding you hostage.
Jack blinked. Then, unable to hold it in, she loosed loud peals of relieved laughter. Jainaf scowled at her in disbelief.
This isn't amusing, Jacqueline. Father is lost to us, and oof!
He staggered back a pace, cinched up in his sister's arms, his arms drawn back as though Jack was covered in quills. Jack's laughter subsided, but she continued to clutch her brother to her.
Father is lost to us,
she mumbled into Jainaf's shoulder.
Which means that you now guide us on Yrnot's path. And I'm just happy to see that you're the same man I remember.
Jainaf sighed, reluctantly returning Jack's embrace.
And who's that? A fool who disarms himself before knowing that he's safe?
Jack shook her head, holding him all the tighter.
No, you're a man who's wise, compassionate, and willing to listen.
A long moment passed, during which Jack could feel Jainaf's head shifting back and forth as he studied the uneasy Taraki and nonchalant Ember.
All right,
Jainaf groaned at last, gently pushing Jack away to meet her gaze.
Talk, and please let it be good.
The tigerkin poked timidly at the various lumps floating in the broth-filled bowl she held.
And what is it you call this fresh torment, guardsman Gefnar?
Tanner bristled, glancing across the campfire to their unwanted guest. The trees of the Ethelvir forest were growing sparser, but they were still usually able to find a suitable cluster for shelter. Perhaps Tanner was feeling particularly irritable because, that night, they hadn't. They instead simply nestled up against the trunk of a moderately large, lush broadleaf. Tanner wasn't exactly sure what it was. Trees were slightly different this far north. A lot of evergreen. You could try being grateful, you know, he snapped over to the unapologetic Nelina. We were asked to keep an eye on you. No one said we had to feed you. From where he sat cross-legged nearby, Gefnar shot Tanner a grateful smirk, after having turned crestfallen at the tigerkin's slight on his cooking. The gnome made a point of not engaging with Nelina much, since they'd had the would-be assassin foisted upon them days earlier. She appeared to have ways of making him feel small that had nothing to do with stature. Nelina, meanwhile, merely shrugged, coolly waggling the fingers of one hand as her claws slid out to glint in the firelight.
I'm fully capable of procuring my own sustenance, Master Surehammer, if only your paranoia would afford me the freedom to do so.
The rising whine of a mosquito swam about the tigerkin's head, cut short as a small, crackling blade of pure energy materialized to slice the insect in two, dissolving before its path embedded it in a faintly stooped sapling.
Sounds an awful lot like a head start to me,
Allie said stonily from where she sat nearby, ostensibly steeped in her meditations. Her eyes remained closed, but Tanner could see the faint, dark tendrils of power that weaved through her lashes as she channeled the barest fragment of her might. Nelina's sharp teeth peeked out from coiled lips.
And would it be even remotely sporting to afford me anything else? My escape is otherwise nigh impossible. You've already demonstrated your ability to track and outrun me.
Tanner glared at the tigerkin. Twice.
Indeed, wouldn't you have my third attempt prove more interesting?
I wouldn't, Allie said sharply, her eyes finally drifting open. Tanner suppressed a shudder. The young Lady McAllister had demonstrated her strength of character more than enough times for Tanner to trust her, but he swore that dark power in her pulsed more vibrantly with every passing day. Not that I'm one to talk, he mused, recalling his own recent impressive display, drawing the flame and melted rock of an earth-shattering explosion into and around himself in a fiery cocoon, then hatching from it. His heartbeat quickened for a moment, and he shrugged deeper into the robes he'd been gifted by King Shanadir of the Eagle-Bloods. The night wasn't cold. He was simply still in awe of the feats he and his friends had accomplished in their time together, and nervous about what else we might find we can do in the future. Tanner hadn't just felt surrounded by fire. It had felt like a part of him.
Then will you not at least allow me to properly bathe?
Nelina pressed, gesturing to the band magically affixed to her forearm.
With all the dust of travel that accumulates, this is hardly proving to be hygienic.
Allie chuckled derisively, tapping the matching band on her own arm.
Trust me, I don't like it either. But knowing exactly where you are at all times is a worthy trade-off.
Tanner allowed himself a satisfied smirk. Sonblade, the alpha of the Wolfkin whom Nelina had tried to kill days earlier, had, thankfully, not left them completely ill-equipped to handle the prisoner. She, along with General Thradlos and Captain Theikour of the Summoneer forces out of Falconcrest, had presented the unconscious Nelina with her enchanted band already worn, offering the matching one to allow the wearer precise knowledge of the tigerkin's whereabouts. Unbidden, Tanner wondered where the three who'd dumped Nelina at their feet might be now. Sonblade would have returned to Wolfkin lands, he supposed, but Theikour, another Wolfkin, and apparently the former Alpha Gerulf's adopted heir, had dutifully returned to the Summoneer ranks with his human general. There was an odd sort of bond between the three, Tanner felt, like divided parents warring over the affections of their child. Only, in this case, their child is a full-grown Wolfkin who's destined to be a great leader. Or so Sonblade said. If Tanner had read the conversation right when last he'd seen them, it had even appeared that Sonblade was hoping to abdicate her position to Theikour.
What, then, is the long game here?
Nelina's question drew Tanner back to the present. The tigerkin glanced about the others' faces, as though daring them to give a satisfactory answer. She chuckled mockingly after a few moments' silence.
As I thought. You've given no thought to that. Though I suppose you're not to shoulder most of the blame. It was leaders of supposed wisdom who burdened us all with this predicament. They, at least, should have known better.
We can help you, Gefnar spoke up abruptly, resolve setting his pointed jaw. Nelina quirked an incredulous eyebrow at the gnome.
Help me, Master Guardsman? And how do you suppose that this situation helps anyone?
Gefnar stood to his full diminutive height, striding to the seated tigerkin. Careful, Gef, Tanner said, his hand twitching as muted tongues of flame danced along the geometric patterns seemingly etched into the fur of his forearms. He didn't like any of them getting too close to Nelina, and Gefnar always looked so much more vulnerable without his Temple Guardsman armor on. The gnome nodded over to Tanner distractedly, his eyes not leaving Nelina's mocking, feline gaze. You're angry.
Of course I'm angry,
Nelina scoffed.
Do you suppose I should delight in being cut off from my ship and any hope of employment?
Gefnar offered up a sympathetic smile. No, but that's not what's hurting you. Fury flickered in the tigerkin's eyes so quickly Tanner thought he might have imagined it.
And what makes you think I'm in pain, Master Gefnar?
A long moment passed, in which Gefnar unflinchingly held his ground. We didn't know him as well as you, Nelina, but Imal was... In a flash of motion, Nelina flung the bowl in her hand against the nearby tree, sloshing its contents across the ground. Her features contorted in the same instant, and she snarled down at Gefnar, lean muscles coiled to pounce. Tanner sprang to his feet in time with Ali, the woman drawing back to hurl the metal dagger manifested in her grasp, while Tanner readied a blinding gout of flame, kinetic fire roaring softly in his palms. And there they froze, no one even twitching. Long seconds passed, the only sounds uttered to disturb the still forest being the ragged breaths that escaped Nelina's clenched teeth. Gefnar hadn't moved, but Tanner could hear the gnome's anxious gulp. Slowly, Nelina uncoiled, claws retracting as she smoothed down her fur and offered Gefnar a fake smile. "Watch your step, Master Gefnar. It seemed as though you were about to tread on something best left undisturbed." With that, she shrank back to her rear, glancing over to her fallen bowl. It seems that supper didn't agree with me." Exhaling shakily, Gefnar retreated to where he'd been sitting, offering an apologetic smile over to Tanner and Ali. "You didn't do anything wrong, Gef," said Tanner, dismissing the flames in his grasp as Nelina coolly reclined and turned away from the campfire. He still glared over at her, pointlessly. Not for the first time, he wondered if Imal, Nelina's first mate, who'd fallen during the ill-informed Wolfkin attack in Kadasson, had been more to the Tigerkin than a subordinate. True, their dynamic hadn't seemed like anything remotely romantic, but he supposed there must be odder couples in the world. Present company included, he thought, sinking back to his own seat as he glanced between Ali and Gefnar. The woman had let her dagger, Biriak, fall from her grasp, only to have the blade with the eerie dark stone in its hilt reappear in the sheath at her side in a muted flash of purplish power. She still glowered at Nelina as well, before turning a silent reprimand on Gefnar. The gnome seemed to sense something, however, looking up from where he poked at the campfire with a stick to offer a subdued smirk in return. Tanner shook his head. Not a week earlier, the two had barely been on speaking terms. Now they seemed as attuned to each other as he and Atrisar. A morose sigh escaped Tanner, and he found himself digging into his pack to withdraw the scroll magically linked to another in Dragon's Nest. "Perks of having your sweetheart be nanny to the king and queen's children," he thought, grinning. Though Atrisar was far more than that, he knew, and not just to him. She was part of the royal family now, having trained herself to protect Gwytherin and Njolar's 5 half-dwarven youngsters. A long way from the indentured servant and tavern-serving girl Tanner had once known. He frowned at the memory of the attempt on the last of the Varbia's line months earlier, hoping that the lack of reply after his last message to Atrisar didn't indicate any trouble back in Falconcrest. Easy, he soothed himself. More likely, his couriers simply had more important things to discuss between them. The scroll Tanner held didn't allow him to converse directly with Atrisar. Rather, what he wrote would display on a matching scroll in his father's possession. Anything Tanner wished to pass on to Atrisar would then have to go to High Priestess Entothica, who then would use one of the scrolls she had to write to Queen Gwytherin. And they'd probably get a bit tired of passing our love notes back and forth, Tanner thought self-consciously. Though anything that passed between him and Atrisar was little more than asking how the other was doing and updating on new developments. Tanner blushed beneath his foxen fur. No chance in all the netherplane that I start bearing my soul to Atrisar when old Papa Bear has to pass it along. For his part, Curtis was as sturdy as ever, relaying news of the sort of prison-like peace that had settled over Dragon's Nest. Now that her presence was known, or at least rumored, by all, the ancient dragon Veladrock had taken to sleeping atop the dome of Nomancal's temple, adding a whole new layer of irony to the town's name. Veladrock continued to assuage any fears by speaking of protection to Entothica, Curtis, and the rest of the town's leaders, but Curtis at least always seemed to read the threat beneath the dragon's words.
"I know you won't fail in your task for her,"
one of Curtis's recent messages read.
"But I still can't help envisioning what might befall the people of Dragon's Nest, should Veladrock be made to feel dissatisfied."
Tanner sighed, flopping onto his back. Ali had first watch and was already circling the campsite. Just one more piece of the puzzle, he reminded himself. Only a specialized mage left to find. A rather involved task, helping a dragon restore the wings ripped from her body by the Lord of Dragons, he'd decided. But thus far, they'd recovered the plans for the properly sized wings and secured the services of a skilled craftsman, Hattie, willing to build them. Another sigh. There'd been nothing new from Okizi either. Tanner still felt as though he'd made the right decision, leaving his sister magically spliced from his own soul and infused into the body of Hattie's dead daughter, back with the man who was almost her father. He didn't feel incomplete without her anymore, not since mistakenly encasing himself in fire and magma in an apparent approximation of an ancient rejuvenating ritual. But he still missed her. Missing a lot of people, he thought heavily, wondering where Jack might be at that moment. As thoughts of missing loved ones drifted through his mind, he eventually found his typical fitful hours of sleep. Chapter 2. Familiar, but changed.
"You're joking," Jack laughed. "So many suitors, and all for Deyrnas?"
She wasn't trying to be cruel. The thought was simply so at odds with the odd, reclusive little sister Jack had left behind over a year earlier. Jainaf nodded, smiling as he guided Jack along a familiar ridge. They'd reached the eastern borders of the secluded groves to where the clan typically migrated in the spring. Despite the lengthening days, shadows had grown long, and Jack could taste the dregs of the spring rains on the air.
"I, for one, see little difference in Deyrnas, but the eligible young men of other clans seem to feel as though she's matured a great deal."
"And Jalgan?" Jack pressed, her excitement growing to be reunited with her family as she spoke of them.
"You said he's with Erenid's clan?" "And likely to stay there," Jainaf chuckled. "Erenid's niece has caught his eye, it seems, and Jalgan's begun preparations to join their number."
Jack frowned.
"Were things between him and father... had they gotten no better?"
Jainaf glanced back to her, brow furrowed.
"We all must have guessed that Jalgan would leap at the chance to claim a new clan. I don't think he truly despises us, but he always wished for a different life." "I suppose," Jack sighed. "I only wish that he and father could have—" "It was never father against whom Jalgan rebelled, I think," said Jainaf,
halting atop the slope that led to the clan grounds below.
"We'll see how quickly he learns this when answering to a new clan leader."
Jack nodded, absent-mindedly reaching out to rest a hand atop Ember as the wolf, who'd trailed the humans along the ridge, stepped up beside her.
"Janice is gone too, I suppose?"
Jainaf grunted good-naturedly, folding his arms.
"No, actually, and I doubt we'll ever be rid of her."
"What?
But she had so many suitors of her own before I left. She'd narrowed it down to 2.
"She chose neither." Jack blinked.
"Why? It'd be quite the shift to decide she wasn't interested in men any longer."
"I couldn't say," Jainaf said, shrugging.
"Janissa doesn't wish to discuss it, and I haven't pressed. My theory, however, is that she became enamored with exotic Verdenkant men while she pilgrimaged there."
"Perhaps," Jack laughed. A long, uneasy moment passed as they stood atop the slope.
"And the rest of the clan?"
"The usual life. No tragedies. Cousins gained and lost from and to other clans. Elder aunts and uncles being far too controlling."
"They'll be trying to control you now?"
Jainaf smiled as the silence stretched again.
"She'll be happy to see you, Jack."
Jack gulped.
"I suppose it's easy to forget just how transparent one can be to family, even without a magical link."
Even as excitement bubbled within her at returning home, she'd also dreaded this moment since that awful day when she'd powerlessly watched Owen surrender himself to the mongrels. Yes, Jainaf had heard her out, had even agreed to go on ahead to the clan as Jack had sent Tiraki back to update the half-breeds who followed her. Though he guided the clan on Deyrnas' path now, Deyrnas had announced that he couldn't agree to entertaining Jack's vision of merging vermin with the northern clans without each member of the clan being granted a voice. So, with the clan now aware that Jack was returning, and even informed of Owen's fate, Deyrnas had rejoined Jack to escort her in, and Jack couldn't help but feel terror at the first look her mother would give her.
"I believe she will be happy to see her daughter again,"
Jack said slowly, scuffing at the leafy ground with the toe of her boot.
"But now I'm also indirectly responsible for the loss of the man she loves."
Deyrnas rested a hand on Jack's slumped shoulder.
"I told her all you told me. I don't believe she'll hold Father's choices against you."
"And what about mine?" Jack blurted, the final word trembling slightly.
"If I'd sided with Father against the half-breeds, or even just stayed out of the way—"
"I may not agree with your fresh views toward half-breeds," Deyrnas soothed, smiling. "But I think Mother will respect, as I do, that you are only doing what you believe to be right."
The words stabbed at Jack's heart.
"And you'll all do likewise,"
said Jack, nodding. Deyrnas nodded, squaring his shoulders solemnly, as though at some hidden weight.
"I have the entire clan's welfare to think of now. Truthfully, I can't yet see a way to justify putting those who are to depend on me at such risk."
Jack smiled sadly.
"Thank you."
He frowned. For what?
"For saying yet."
Smiling back, he squeezed her shoulder, motioning down the slope.
"Shall we face Mother's wrath?"
Jack couldn't help a childish giggle.
"How many times did we all say that to each other growing up?"
It was hyperbole of the highest form. The ever-calm and loving Yetroith had never disciplined her children coldly or needlessly. Which was hardly to say that they'd gotten away with anything, but a harsh word had never been spoken without the full brunt of a mother's affection. Nodding, Jack laced her fingers into the fur of Ember's neck, stepping lightly down the slope.
"Time to see how much home has changed, I suppose."
The sense of fresh bread struck her first, mingled with the earthy smell of spun pots baking in the creek bed kilns. She could hear Ember's flared nostrils sniffing up the familiar odors to mimic her own reaction. Then the twitching of his broad lupine ears as the shouts and laughter of children filtered up to them through the trees. As the slope leveled, Jack felt her heart swell with warmth and nostalgia at the sight of the loud children, each a relative of blood or marriage by varying degrees, darting about in the midst of a game of Your Song's Favor. Then the children were stopping, eyes fixed on Jack and Deyrnas as the two closed in on the knot of expertly crafted shelters. Jack smiled. It didn't matter where the clan had set up for the moment. She was home. Some of the children scattered to alert their parents in excited voices that their leader had returned. Jack wasn't surprised to find that even the children seemed to have learned of the passing on of Owen's duties. The people of the northern clans weren't nosy as a rule. But when there was information relevant for everyone learned of it quickly. There was also only fascination at Jack and Ember's presence, not surprise. Adults of varying ages were beginning to turn from their labors, many before being alerted by the children.
"Back where everyone is as attuned to the sounds of the forest as I am."
A familiar woman with a radiant smile strode eagerly for Jack, converging with her at the base of the slope. Janessa didn't look much like father or mother to Jack's eyes, but the blend of them both had gifted her eldest sister with striking features, and hair that fell in lush waves Jack couldn't help but envy.
"My sister!"
Janessa exclaimed, scooping the younger woman up in slender arms. Nearly matching Deyrnas' respectable height, Janessa had always somehow possessed a grace to match her slim build, just shy of scrawny. Clutching Jack to her chest, she kissed the top of her sister's head softly.
"It's been only a year, but our hearts have missed yours dearly."
Jack drew back, matching Janessa's smile.
"And I all of yours."
It was the untarnished truth. There may once have been a time when Jack had resented Janice's effortless charm, and Janice Jack's prowess in hunting and tracking, as well as her superior physical strength. But the two had long since come to respect each other.
Sibling rivalry is likely older than this world, and we won't be the last to relive its follies.
As for her brothers, Jainaf had always held himself aloof from the others, so dedicated was he in honoring their father's leadership when the time came for him to guide the clan along Eirnat's path. His warmth toward his younger siblings had always been implied, though he detached himself from any squabbles, letting them sort things out among themselves. Jalgan, however, well, Jack felt guilty at how glad she was that her younger brother wasn't there to greet her. Another shape then burst through a cluster of trees, sprinting for Jack.
"It's true!"
Deyrnas shouted, her round face beaming.
"You're home!"
It took all three of the other siblings to catch their youngest sister's leap toward Jack, Deyrnas cinching her arms around Jack and playfully hoisting her off the ground. Laughing as her toes scuffed the forest floor, Jack hugged her youngest sister in return.
"I am,"
she gasped, fighting for breath as she was swung about in a circle. She gave an exaggerated inhale as Deyrnas deposited her back on her feet.
"And you've lost none of your vigor, I see."
Deyrnas chuckled, still hugging her returned sister.
"Tell us everything. Where all did you travel? What friends have you made? What's this we hear about traveling with half-breeds and—"
She gasped as her wide eyes fell on the wary Ember.
"He has grown, hasn't he? And he looks even softer than before. Is that a saddle? May I ride him, Jack, please?" "That's up to him,"
said Jack, turning a questioning look on the wolf. She barely heard his thoughts so clearly as she had that night in her possibly delirious vision of Macarilon and the ancient Turnion. Still, Ember's meaning was clear as he glanced between Jack and the excited Deyrnas. Jack couldn't help a smirk of amused sympathy. She knew how hard it could be to say no to that face. Harumphing loudly, Ember bowed his head toward Deyrnas, fixing Jack with resigned bronze eyes, as, elated, the young woman practically lunged toward the closest stirrup and alighted on the wolf's back.
"Still a child in many ways,"
Jack thought with affection as she watched Ember trot about beneath the giggling Deyrnas. Elder clan members accompanied the children in approaching Jack and the others now, an aged cousin by the name of Heffind shuffling forward to reach out for Jack's hand. Jack offered it, smiling sadly as Heffind's stooped, wrinkled face creased even further with loss.
"We are all grieved by your father's absence, young Jacqueline, but we must believe that he acted as Eirnat willed, and that one day he may be returned to us."
He nodded approvingly over to Jainaf.
"Until such a time, however, we walk the path with a capable leader still."
Jainaf inclined his head in gratitude.
"My thanks, Heffind. I do not forget my father, but I am of the Aethelvir so long as this duty is mine."
Again, Heffind nodded his approval, though Jack felt a stab of sorrow in her throat. She knew it was customary for one groomed for leadership to adopt the surname Ed Aethelvir when the time came for them to guide their people along Eirnat's path. But Jainaf was barely in his 30s, their father, if he still lived, not yet 60. Barring tragedy, they should have had many years left under Owen's leadership.
"Tragedy is rarely barred from our family, though, is it?"
Jack thought dourly.
"Great-grandfather fell to snake-blood venom, grandfather to disease."
And they were far from the only ones to have met untimely ends. Though Jack loved her life among her people, the forest could be harsh. The clan would need a strong leader, she knew, turning a reassuring smile to her eldest brother.
"Now that my actions have helped rob us of our last one."
A hand came to rest on Jack's arm, and she turned to see Janissa looking down to her, her expression somehow scolding and kind all at once.
"Jainaf has told us everything," she said firmly. "Father wouldn't wish you to carry the weight of his decision." "Nor do I,"
a new voice cut in, casting Jack decades back into her mind. when that soft, soothing voice would seem to enfold her in warmth and safety. Her bottom lip quivering, Jack stepped past her sister, receiving a bolstering smile from Janissa. There stood their mother, her face weathered and drawn, but beautiful and vibrant with love and compassion. Yet Roith's sand-colored eyes had yet to cloud with age, and her stance spoke of 1,000 storms weathered, 100,000 miles left to travel. Unshakable, unbroken, incapable of hate.
"Mother,"
Jack whimpered, barely feeling the thud of her own feet as she rushed into the woman's arms.
"I'm sorry. I couldn't."
She shivered, but the day was warm. Shame fell in on her in waves. Shame that she'd let her father go. Shame that he'd only endangered himself by coming to her aid. Shame that she now shook like a frightened child before her clan. Yet Roith was stroking her hair, whispering gently,
"You did well, Jack. Come. Rain closes in. Join me in the family shelter."
Jack nodded numbly, realizing that she'd dropped to her knees. Ember was there to lean on as she climbed upright, Deyrnas still on his back, looking down to Jack quizzically.
"Why are you crying, Jack? Father's only been taken. He'll be well, and he'll be back."
A shuddering laugh spilled from Jack's mouth. Deyrnas, sweet, optimistic, faith-filled Deyrnas. Nothing had ever proved a danger to their father, in her eyes. If Owen still lived, then, as far as Deyrnas was concerned, he would find a way to win.
I hope so,"
Jack managed, smiling up to her sister.
"I do as well,"
said Roith, stalwart as she guided Jack back to the encampment.
"As your father would have us do, but he would also not have us place our lives on hold."
In only a few dozen steps, Jack was being deposited on a cluster of furs and pillows.
"Rest now,"
Roith whispered, brushing her lips against Jack's forehead as she sank down to hold her daughter close.
"You've traveled far, and the road has not been easy. We'll discuss matters in the morning."
All the fatigue Jack hadn't allowed herself to feel seemed to crash in, unraveling the very fibers of her muscles. The defeat, homesickness, and now the loss of her father and dearest friends peeled back her barriers and every adult concern. Here, for whatever precious few moments fate would allow, she was Jacqueline, that hopeful but lonely little girl she'd once been, nowhere quite feeling that she belonged. Nowhere except when she was in her parents' arms. It was growing late, she told herself. There was no bringing in Tiraki and the other half-breeds tonight. She nestled up against her mother more tightly. Tomorrow was a problem for tomorrow. Allie cursed, her lip curling in revulsion as she held up the tattered remains of the squirrels she'd dropped out of the tree with a flurry of light daggers.
"The very definition of overkill,"
she thought grimly, wishing that she could at least toss the thing to Ember so that nothing would go to waste. As it was, there wasn't much to be gained from spending hours trying to strip the tiny, flayed morsels of meat from the poor squirrel's bones.
At least it didn't have time to feel any pain.
She glanced up to the darkening sky, through the broadening gaps in the forest canopy. No birds of prey in sight either.
"The forest will clean up this mess."
Sharad's voice sounded almost disgusted at the prospect.
"I may delight in suffering, but my brothers and sisters who govern the natural world only seem to care about the balance of death, decay, and rebirth."
As much as Allie typically tried to ignore the words of the vile Theikour tethered in her blood, it admittedly had a point. Something would smell the squirrel's corpse and pick clean whatever they wanted. So, cringing at the disappointed look she imagined Jack would give her, she dropped the thing unceremoniously to the ground. "Not to worry," Gefnar's cheerful voice piped up from behind her. "I found another mushroom patch. We're practically tripping over them this far north. And we've still got some Granderfwith from that grove yesterday. I'm certainly not sick of them yet." Having turned to watch the gnomes approach, Allie scowled.
"You left Tanner to watch Nelina alone?"
Gefnar's smile faltered.
Oh, well, I just figured we'll know if something goes wrong through the link, right?
He motioned to Allie's armband.
And we can find her if she runs. Has she? Run, that is?
Allie focused on the enchanted band. She could still sense Nelina like a leashed pet on the other end, barely moving.
No, still doesn't mean I'm comfortable leaving her and Tanner alone.
You think she'd try to kill him?
If she's desperate enough.
Gefnar smiled sheepishly as he tucked the dirty mushrooms in his grasp into a pouch at his belt.
Or angry enough.
Allie grunted.
Yeah, you really struck a nerve mentioning Emal the other night.
She loved him,
Gefnar sighed.
For whatever that means for someone like Nelina. Attracted to him, I don't know. I think she more so values loyalty, and she must have really trusted him to make him her first mate.
Pretty sure Nelina only trusts money,
said Allie, affecting a poor impression of the tigerkin for the last 3 words. Gefnar shrugged.
We've all got to let people close.
He smirked.
Even you.
Allie's breath caught in her throat.
This again,
Sharad groaned.
Just break the boy's heart and be done with it.
A moment later, Gefnar seemed to realize how his words could be taken.
Oh, I just meant that, it's good that we're all closer now.
Allie shifted uneasily, really wishing there wasn't an eviscerated squirrel at her feet.
We're linked, Gefnar, remember?
She tapped her temple.
Is this why you left Tanner alone, so we could talk?
It was hard to decide if she was more frustrated or flattered.
Gefnar sighed. I guess I want things to be the way they were. We haven't really had a chance to figure out how to talk to each other now, with Nelina being dropped in our laps.
We need to talk to each other differently,
said Allie, raising an eyebrow.
Well, no, but you have. I mean, you do.
Allie blinked.
I do?
Yeah,
Gefnar muttered, scuffing the grass with his boot.
You're, nicer.
A rather unladylike snort spilled from Allie's nose.
And that's a problem?
Maybe,
Gefnar admitted self-consciously.
How would you have reacted to Tanner leaving me to watch Nelina alone?
Allie opened her mouth to insist that her reaction would have been the same, then caught the lie as easily as Gefnar did. She began chewing on her lip.
I'd have snapped at him and rushed back to make sure you were all right.
Something like a smile flashed across Gefnar's face so quickly that Allie couldn't be sure she hadn't imagined it.
And while I appreciate that, it's also my point. It doesn't seem like you see me as one of the team anymore. You're not just trying to spare my feelings, you're trying to spare me anything, it feels like.
What do you want me to say, Gefnar?
Allie sighed.
I care about you.
But not the same way I care about you.
I don't know.
She didn't. She'd been trying to unspool her feelings for the gnome ever since he'd indirectly admitted his attraction to her. Things hadn't gotten any clearer. Gefnar smiled sincerely.
And that's all right. I just don't want you to feel like you have to treat me so, delicately.
Allie smirked.
You want me to be meaner to you?
If that's what it takes,
Gefnar laughed.
Look, I'm not going to try to tell you I don't hope we could be more than friends someday, but I need for us to be friends.
He grimaced, seeming not to like how that had sounded.
I mean, I hope you know what I mean.
I do.
Allie hugged her own arms, feeling fear and excitement wage a nausea-inducing war in her belly.
I can't just forget what you've told me, though. It'll take some time.
She smirked again.
Sorry if I've been treating you like a fragile plate.
Your words, not mine.
Paraphrasing yours.
Gefnar chuckled.
Just tell me one thing.
Maybe.
Is it really the height?
His smile turned playfully mocking at Allie's uncomfortable wince.
It is, isn't it? Well, Lady McAllister, you've certainly let high society life turn you shallow and vapid.
Shut up,
Allie shot back, glowering. She supposed the words might have felt hostile coming from anyone else, but able to sense Gefnar's infectious, untarnished humor through their link as she was, Allie knew he was just trying to reclaim some of their previous banter at his own expense. He'd only really begun to loosen up this way in Falconcrest, and, Allie recalled, that was the point when she could now remember his looks toward her changing.
Like realizing how much the thought of killing me as an affront against Nomencal made him realize how much he cared. It's partly the height. The rest is just your abrasive personality.
Gefnar laughed, loud and free, probably scattering any other critters Allie might have failed to keep intact for supper. As his chuckling subsided, he feigned an instructing posture. Theikour always taught me that we may easily pinpoint the faults in others we truly despise in ourselves. Allie jabbed a finger down at him, her other hand firmly on her hip. And then there's this self-righteous attitude. Is that some sort of prerequisite for serving the temple? The gnome's smile faltered, as did Allie's playful frown. In the same moment, Allie realized her hand had reached up to touch the pendant around her neck, responding to its soft pulse. A reminder to be merciful. She'd half meant her words, and Gefnar would have sensed how the pendant, a pristine crest of Nomencal, had caused a stern, bearded face to flash through her thoughts. Crexus, proud but caring temple guardsman, and Allie's first... whatever they'd been to each other. Sometimes Allie truly despised how many other individuals seemed to have a homestead in her mind. Is that the rest of it? Gefnar asked quietly. Then, quickly, It's all right if it is. I know you and Crexus were...
He was handsome, Allie interjected, not even sure why she'd said it. Driven, kind. I think a part of me hoped that once we'd saved Dragon's Nest...
Gefnar nodded reassuringly, motioning to her pendant.
And instead, all that's left of him in your life is a memory talisman.
At Allie's quirked eyebrow, he added,
That's what it's called. A person may be dead and gone, but the memory stone we carry,
Gefnar tapped his own pendant,
can retain some echo of who we are. This can serve as evidence to help track down a potential killer, but it also helps to give loved ones some closure and comfort.
Allie sighed, absent-mindedly tracing a finger over Crexus's memory talisman.
And Theikour gave it to me. Crexus didn't have anyone else left except his father.
A jolt of hatred shot through Allie at the thought of Mayor Deyrnas, the man who'd practically disowned his son, abandoning him to the care of the temple when Crexus's mother had died.
I hope he's trapped forever in some Summoner dungeon by now.
An even darker portion of her brain even hoped that Rithbane, the mayor's gruff escort across the continent from Chief Aragos and the Glenadok orcs, had seen fit to eliminate the threat of any further rescue attempts, considering how costly the previous one had proven. Allie shook her head to clear the morbid trail of thoughts.
Crexus is also a part of it. But really, Gefnar, I just don't see how you and I... Well, what good could come of it?
She rankled at her own words. It was an odd thing to say, and by Gefnar's scowl he thought so too. Luckily, the gnome knew better than to press, instead motioning off through the trees and the gathering dark.
Understood. Should we be getting back to Tenor?
Nodding eagerly, Allie strode off back to where they'd made camp, forcing herself not to leave Gefnar scrambling to keep up with her longer stride. He hadn't done anything wrong.
Aside from distract you from your true goals, we draw closer to your parents' killers every day. The trail awaits discovery in Lorsyn, and once you've fulfilled your duties to these associates of yours, you'll be free to follow it.
Sharad seemed to focus scornfully on Gefnar.
Alone.
Allie began a walking meditation to divert her thoughts. Yes, she may be growing increasingly obsessed with discovering what had happened to her family on their visit to Lorsyn years earlier, but nothing good could come from letting the vilest Theikour direct her future either. She'd take events as they came and know faster. What with heading toward a city filled with people who wanted them dead on a quest to keep a dragon from potentially slaughtering innocents, As well as trying to sort out why a good friend's advances were so unnerving, Allie felt she had enough to worry about. Chapter 3. Courses Proper and Necessary. Jack's eyes fluttered open, quickly taking in her surroundings. It was midday, or close to it, and she lay nestled between animal furs and homespun blankets beneath the sloped wood and pitch roof of her family shelter.
In the clan's spring grounds. Home.
She eased up, vaguely recalling that she'd slipped out of her leather armor and outer clothes some time in the night, as a warm breeze swept up under her sweat-flecked shirt. Her braid was undone, leaving her long black hair to fall in tangles over her face and shoulders. Not since long before her pilgrimage had begun had Jack felt so dismantled. It seemed she'd been broken down to her most base components. There was only her, and...
Ember?
She breathed, recoiling at the smell of her own breath. What had she... The answer came to her in that foggy place between dreams and stirring in the night. Her mother had returned, after slipping away some time after Jack had lost consciousness, depositing a simple wooden bowl in Jack's hands.
Blood-stained stew,
Yetroith had informed her softly. Jack smiled, rubbing at her eyes as she swept her hair back behind her shoulders, the wide neck of her shirt allowing the act to tickle her slightly more awake. Yes, there were often bits of recent catch in one of Jack's favorite dishes, but the main ingredients were the especially pigmented beets that grew in this area, as well as copious amounts of local garlic.
Delicious, but probably not a meal to be had before any diplomatic endeavors.
A large, wet nose was then pressed against Jack's face, and she laughed affectionately, wrapping her arms around Ember's neck.
Good morning to you too,
she whispered, frowning as the wolf nudged her to her feet.
What is it, Em?
She could sense her friend's distress, his message growing clear as the fog of sleep lifted from Jack's mind.
You have places to be.
Sighing, Jack drew her cloak around her. She was still learning how to communicate with Ember properly, so if his meaning was this easy to grasp, it probably meant that he was rather intent.
And that the time for rest is over,
Jack thought tiredly. She'd wondered, once, if she would have held back one of those doses the priestess Imidre had used to link the minds of her and her former traveling companions. But Imidre had made it clear that the enchanted elixir had helped to focus actual language. What Jack shared with Ember was something else, something instinctual. Blinking against the filtered sunlight, Jack stepped out from beneath the sloped roof of her family shelter, what would have served as Owen's equivalent to a throne room, as well as his sleeping quarters had he been present. Now, with Jainaf grown, married, and prematurely taking on the duties of leadership, the shelter he'd built for his family would draw all disputes, queries, and issues of clan safety. Jack spotted her eldest brother nearby, sitting cross-legged on the ground in a ring of more wizened clan members, including Jack's mother. Pacing about the fire pit at the circle's center was Gwybiad, a great-aunt of Jack's, whose stoop was well-earned and whose smile was highly selective, to put it nicely.
You miss the point,
Gwybiad was chiding Cousin Heffind as one would an unruly child, though Jack wasn't certain which elder relative was the senior.
It is not a question of right and wrong, but of survival. We must see to our own in these troubled times, and we compromise our ability to do so if we are also forced to worry about the safety of those beyond the clans. Worse, we open ourselves up to violence and duplicity. I do not despise the half-breeds. Ear not wishes for all to find their place in the world. It is simply in their nature to scheme and betray.
Heffind rose shakily to his feet, aided by his cane and a half-dozen hands, allowing Jack and Ember ample time to approach.
You fail to take into account the variations in culture, dear cousin,
the old man eventually replied.
We are accustomed to communicating and arriving at a course of action as a united whole, but half-breeds, and vermin especially, lead a difficult and ostracized existence. They've grown accustomed to following the will of the strongest among them as a means of survival.
Gwybiad pointlessly smoothed her immaculate braid of purest white.
And what does that mean, then, for these proposed newcomers? They travel with no leader. Are they, then, lawless? Do we welcome anarchy?
They have a leader, Jainaf spoke up, drawing all eyes to Jack as he looked her way. Heffind and a few others greeted Jack with a smile, but most, including Gwybiad, met her only with scrutinizing stares. To Jack's surprise, one of the harder stares originated from the svelte, radiant woman to Jainaf's right, Jack's sister-in-law, Alanest. Jack had always thought that she and her brother's wife had gotten along rather well, but now Alanest regarded Jack as though she carried an armload of centipedes, and that an explanation was warranted, if unlikely to appease. Yetroith, however, smiled to Jack reassuringly, motioning for her daughter to step into the circle.
I think you should speak before we go any further, Jack.
Jack hesitated, even at Jainaf's affirming nod. Janissa and Deyrnas were nowhere in sight, likely off attending to whatever duties the clan needed fulfilled. A handful of extended family members milled about tasks nearby, but anyone who made up the circle, aside from Jainaf and Alanest, were old enough to have grandchildren. Younger members of the clan weren't forbidden from speaking at meetings such as this, but they were to approach meekly, and only with something vital to say. Having never carried the experience nor the conviction to feel as though she filled both criteria, Jack hadn't yet had occasion to speak to the ears of her leaders and elders.
Well, you do now,
Jack imagined Allie scolding her with that impatient glower of hers.
Let's get on with it.
Smiling faintly at the memory of her friends, Jack stepped into the circle, nodding self-consciously to Gwybiad and Heffind as both elders creakily sank back to the ground. Jack's heart was pounding.
How was rallying divided armies an easier task than this?
I've informed them of all you told me, Jainaf prompted, after a moment, smirking at Jack's obvious unease. You mean for the clan to absorb an indeterminate number of half-breeds into its fold, vouching for their behavior on the basis of your standing among them?
Jack nodded, then shook her head tightly.
I don't mean for us to absorb them. I mean for us to unite.
Gwybiad's beady eyes narrowed.
What is the purpose of this distinction? A union like this is unprecedented, Jack allowed, fighting not to smile as Ember flopped down next to Yetroith, basking in the woman's distracted neck scratches. Concessions will have to be made on both sides. We will need their acceptance as much as they need ours.
Copwith, Gwybiad's younger brother, scoffed from the woman's side.
What need do we have of them? We've lived as we have for centuries, and our way of life is not endangered.
Jack took a steadying breath.
Then I would endanger it.
Before the wave of shocked murmurs could threaten to drown her out, she added,
We send our youths into the world beyond to learn of it, but is it not the pinnacle of arrogance to believe that nothing might be learned from it? If we're not seeking to broaden our ideas, we're not only willfully cutting our ankles, but we're treating other cultures as plays to be mocked and ridiculed.
Heffind gave a raspy chuckle at this, but Gwybiad looked ready to heave back to her feet. To Jack's relief, and Ember's dismay, Yetroith preempted her.
It is not our way to defy change, Jack. We keep our surroundings, our very lives, transitory to remind us that life's greatest constant is change. There are simply those among us who would advise caution, so that the change we embrace is not done so out of fear or misguided loyalty. Tell us then, Jack, what it is you have learned in your time away from us that causes you to believe the path you've presented is the right one.
A grateful smile came to Jack's face as she looked to her mother. Not a day since she'd learned that her husband was lost to her, here Yatroith stood, stepping in to voice Jack's opposition, but in such a way that still allowed Jack to finish her appeal.
In Dragon's Nest, Jack went on, I saw a divided community come together, following a tragic catalyst that exemplified the error of their ways. On the island of Nisame, I saw the damage and tragedy that fear could bring when a powerful orc sought to remove a man he viewed as a potential threat to his station. A man who wanted nothing more than to live simply with his beloved. In the ruins of Varpia's Keep, I was fortunate enough to witness true strength and bravery in those who fought against overwhelming odds to the last. Not in a blind rage, but in hopes of eventual peace. In Katasan, those half-breeds who stand for the unity of all races brought many to their side, even amid fear and violence. In Falconcrest, the people's leaders were persuaded to own up to their mistakes, imprisoning the general who refused. Again, a good man had to purchase this change with his life. But now a young woman of mingled human and dwarven blood is heiress to the Falcon seat, and her parents judiciously guide the city-dwellers who stand against Mevod. And lastly, in the very forest we call home, She cleared her throat, blinking rapidly. My father, Owen et Ethervir, in order to find a peaceful solution as half-breed factions leaned perilously towards bolstering Mevod's ranks further, offered himself into the custody of the mongrel mercenaries.
Jack turned slowly in place, fighting not to tremble as her elder clan members studied her sincere gaze.
Everywhere I've gone, change for the better has been bought at a terrible price, and I'll remember what names are known to me until my own time is spent. Rina, Crexus, Osgur, Aglek, Kailemis, Eplemis, Skemiverg, Havolgadim, Roithiak, Emal, Pethinkul, Delogar, Jotugan, and thousands more, including my own great-grandfather Orenfar, who sought to build a lasting peace between us and the so-called vermin races.
Now Gwybiad did heave back to her feet, indignation flashing in her eyes.
You speak in ignorance of things many of us hold in living memory, young Jacqueline.
The elder cooled slightly, shifting into a more instructional tone.
Orenfar passed on to walk Eirnot's path in what awaits beyond darkness, cursing his own short-sightedness. He regretted leading our people into such dangerous dealings with the vermin races as he did.
Heffind was climbing upright as well.
But he never abandoned hope that the path to peace might one day be found, dear cousin. As young Jacqueline has warned, we must not fall prey to fear. Young Jacqueline has told you all before she prefers to go by Jack.
Owen had also had a hard time with the truncated name, but it had never felt humoring or dismissive from him. Others usually only seemed to slip up when her age or perceived maturity was being held against her. Gwybiad's retort was interrupted as Jainaf raised a hand for silence.
There is wisdom in all that has been said,
he declared heavily, waiting for the two elders to quickly resume their seats before continuing.
You rightly remind us, Gwybiad, that the idealism of youth should be tempered with the gift that is the knowledge of the past. And you, Heffind, are correct to assert that our ancestors wouldn't have our actions dictated by fear.
Jainaf then turned to Jack, pride and sorrow warring in his smile.
Lastly, Jack has provided the fresh wisdom of first-hand experience regarding those who've given of themselves in the past, so that we might have a chance to build something new.
Jack's own smile faltered as Alanest rested a hand on her husband's shoulder, hurt tugging at her features. Jainaf glanced to her and nodded.
This is not a decision I would make quickly or without due consideration. I'm sorry, Jack, but you'll have to wait for my answer a while longer.
How long? Jack asked, swallowing hard.
Jainaf sighed. I'm sorry. I don't know. This kind of decision will impact even those beyond our own clan. Even if I agree to what you ask, allowing half-breeds to walk among us, there will have to be rules to govern their kind specifically.
No, Jack said sharply, clenching her fists as even sympathetic eyes grew stern. She inhaled deeply.
Jainav, you're not listening. If those who put their trust in me can't be treated as equals with my own people, then we're no better than the humans and gnomes of the cities, who've spent centuries treating the infant races as interlopers to be tolerated at best.
Jainav's brow furrowed.
I appreciate your counsel, sister, but I have more to consider than your conscience. It's my duty to keep the people of this clan safe.
And what of your duty to Eirnot? Jack shot back. To the very light of the forest. We forego the structure and governments of the city dwellers to live as the creatures of Deyrnas, but we must be answerable to a higher calling than the drive for survival. She shrank back, realizing how loud her voice had become, and bowed slightly toward her scowling brother.
I'm sorry, Jainav. You will do what you think is best, of course, just as I must do.
Yetroith exchanged a troubled look with Jainav.
What do you mean by that, Jack?
She asked, her voice growing deep with concern. Again Jack swallowed, hearing her own words, more than consciously speaking them.
I stand with those who've placed their faith in me, even if it means standing apart from my family.
Pain and understanding flashed in Yetroith's eyes as she closed them, absorbing Jack's words. Her mouth puckered tightly shut, though it didn't keep Jack from hearing every objection she could imagine her mother leveling her way. Jainav, meanwhile, stared at Jack in disbelief, not bothering to silence the shocked mumblings from around the circle.
Jack, please,
he said softly, rising to stand before her.
I think better of you than to assume you believe this ultimatum will sway my decision, but I ask you to reconsider.
Jack stilled her quivering only by tensing her entire body.
And I think better of you than to assume you'll do anything out of spite. But please understand, right or wrong, these half-breeds and even a few of the outcasts of last age believe me to be the huntress who will bring them into a new future. Their faith in me has cost them any hope of belonging among their own kinds. It's taken me some time to accept the responsibility before me, and to decide that it doesn't matter really if I am what they hold me to be. But now that I've seen how pervasive this message of hope has grown for those who would otherwise have none, I can't cast them aside as everyone else has.
Nodding slowly, Jainav took Jack by the shoulders.
I admire your commitment for those whom you feel are in your care. Just don't ask me to compromise mine.
Jack managed a smile, shaking her head as her vision blurred with restrained tears.
Never.
Jainav exhaled heavily, turning about the circle before his eyes settled on the proud but worried face of Yetroith, as did Jack's.
I make no decision now,
Jainav declared, monitoring Alanest to his side and wrapping an arm around her that drew her to his hip.
You will all have it as soon as I am confident I have honored all sides, as far as is possible.
He turned his furrowed gaze on Jack.
Then you may all decide how you must respond.
With a grateful nod, Jack bowed again toward her brother as he departed with a taut-faced Alanest.
What we believe to be right,
Jack thought coldly, taking her mother's offered hand and allowing herself to be led away as the elders fell into it once more. She laughed sadly as Ember nuzzled against her mother's touch.
Will you share your cause for humor?
Yetroith asked, brushing Jack's shoulder as she clutched her daughter's arm. There was no attack, only a pained wish for levity.
I'm afraid my sense of it has darkened in my time away,
Jack admitted, briefly resting her head on her mother's shoulder.
I suspect Allie is to blame. I was only thinking that doing what I believe to be right seems to have a way of causing myself and others pain of late.
Yetroith nodded sagely, brushing the wilder strands of Jack's hair from her face.
If courage was easy, all would display it. You think me courageous, Mother? I do, though I'd warn you not to allow it to cross the thin divide into stubbornness. Come, let's clean you of travel dust.
Hints of a playful smile tugged at Yetroith's mouth.
I'd see you in a dress today, in case the young men of other clans might wish to visit and assess you in majority colors.
Jack flushed. Abruptly, the young girl her parents had scrutinized as she'd played with her male peers.
Mother, I'm not here to parade myself before stragglers of the returned and unwed men.
Yetroith's eyes narrowed.
So opposed to the idea. Has a particular man perhaps turned your head somewhere in your travels?
At Jack's quick averting of her eyes, Yetroith offered a warm maternal laugh.
I see. Well, if you intend to rejoin him, or to have him accepted into the clan, then we must draw up your hair for the customary month. Now don't pout, Jacqueline. I wasn't. If you've no intention of courting any potential suitors of the northern clans, then you've no business leading them on. Now, a sage-scented soap, perhaps. Mature without being too stimulating. And a viburnum wreath, I think, bounded about the hair.
Relaxing into the onslaught of her mother's beautification plans, Jack threw a long-suffering look to Ember. Even knowing what her mother was doing, she couldn't help being swept along in the illusion that life might return as normal. That she'd grow old in the clan grounds and one day chide young upstarts herself. Or that she'd journey with her family from the world beyond to visit the clan every summer. It was simpler and far less heartbreaking than entertaining the alternative. Chapter 4 Fresh Lights and Shadows. Jack could count on one hand the number of times in her life when she'd felt truly beautiful. As the reddish evening light spilled over her taut, beflowered updo and flattering amber dress, however, she decided she may have to add another instance to that list, as she assessed herself in the well-crafted, full-length mirror set up against the tree before her. The sleek, dark wood frame of the mirror seemed to enclose Jack's reflection like a masterwork portrait, one that accentuated Jack's lean figure and striking gaze. She recoiled self-consciously, feeling awed at having to ward off such an atypical surge of vanity.
Stunning,
Janice declared with a laugh as she forcibly adjusted Jack's posture and maneuvered her slim frame between Jack and the mirror to touch up the slick coating on Jack's lips.
Absolutely stunning.
Jack sighed through her nose, striving not to flinch as Deyrnas hastily pinned up the flowing sleeves of her dress with simple floral clasps. She'd never felt much at ease when her younger sister was around sharp objects. Deyrnas looked up, slipping behind Jack to cinch up the sash about her middle.
What's wrong, Jack? Aren't you excited for your returning celebration?
At a playfully sharp look from Janissa, Jack waited until her elder sister had completed the work on her lips, moving on to color her cheeks.
I suppose I just don't feel like I have much to celebrate yet, and pretending like I do feels premature. Nothing to celebrate?
Janissa asked with a frown.
That's an awfully pessimistic view of things. You've returned to us, wiser and more skilled. Do you feel as though this is something to lament? No, I only meant, I just feel strange here, having this warm welcome when in reality I've upset many elders, and when the people for whom I advocate await news if they will have a place to call home.
Deyrnas sniffed, adjusting the wrinkles beneath Jack's taut sash.
Honestly, I'm not sure why your half-breed friends would want to live with us. The world is a big place, and they're free to claim whatever free part of it they wish.
Jack shared an amused look with Janissa.
Have you thought about where you might like to travel then?
Said Jack, glancing back to Deyrnas. The young woman shrugged broadly, smoothing out her own dress as she plopped down on one of the large rocks gathered for seating in and around the women's shelter. Each family may have built their own home, but a neutral place for men and women was necessary in times of gender-specific instruction, discussion, and preparations.
Datsjuk, maybe, Deyrnas answered. Heffind says the culture is similar to that of the Hellishith Isles, and Mother wouldn't want me going there as things now stand.
Janissa chuckled.
Quite the voyage. You'd need to book passage on a vessel with a trustworthy captain, and those are difficult to come by in this age.
Excitement glinted in Deyrnas's dark eyes.
Do you know any? I slummed it aboard barges in the Griswold channels, I'm afraid, said Janissa, smirking. Then west over the tundra to Verdenkant. What about you, Jack? Have you met anyone with an open sea vessel?
Jack's expression soured.
None with whom I'd trust my sister.
Deyrnas flashed a winning smile.
He sounds roguish. Care to introduce me under intense supervision at least? She is a tigerkin, and I'd use the term conniving, and unless you've grown far more adventurous than I recall.
Laughing, Deyrnas raised a hand to halt any further correction.
All right, not quite so adventurous. You're one to talk, though, Jack. Traipsing across the continent, dabbling in wars and toppling despots, all while astride a mighty wolf? She giggled. Sounds hardly safe to me. Or in keeping with the clan's way of remaining unmired in the outside world's squabbles, Janissa agreed, her mocking tone well short of sincere.
Jack couldn't help a chuckle.
It's not the world's squabbles I bring back with me, but our own.
Janissa sobered, tucking a ribbon of white viburnum along the crown-like folds in Jack's updo.
I know, Jack. And for what it's worth, I admire the stand you're making, even if I don't fully agree with it.
With effort, Jack kept accusation from her voice.
You don't believe half-breeds should be afforded the same respect and opportunities as our own people? Please, Janissa retorted dismissively. I'd be foolish to believe the major races weren't capable of the same volatility after my time in Verdenkant.
Deyrnas clasped her hands like an excited child.
Yes, tell us again how that knavish warrior stole a passionate kiss from you at the moonlit docks.
The eldest sister fixed the youngest with a lightly reproving frown.
You've no need of this stimulation. What I clearly mean is that I'm well aware that peoples become what their circumstances form them to be. Were our roles and those of the vermin races reversed, we'd likely have grown to resemble the very aspects we're conditioned to despise in them.
Jack winced at the use of the derogatory term, but she appreciated her sister's meaning enough to move on.
But you think it's unwise to try to merge these outcasts with our clan?
Janissa shook her head.
No, I simply think you ask for too much to change too quickly. Change is slow and arduous, as history has demonstrated often. You've witnessed the forcible culmination of brewing change in other places, and now feel that this change should be reflected everywhere. The world isn't so united as that. What catalyzes change for one people group may not spur another the same way, and besides, replicating events can be troublesome, if not impossible.
Weighing her sister's words, Jack shifted in her dress, no longer so drawn to the face she saw in the mirror, now that it was so lined with worry.
I hear what you say, Janissa, but would you not even have me try to effect change? I'd have greater luck telling your wolf to walk on his hind paws, I think, Janissa said with a smirk. No, however distasteful you may find it, I encourage compromise. Perhaps a day will come when all half-breeds and the major races live among each other in peace. But consider the disparate mindsets of the two groups you propose to bring together. On one side, the northern clans, those who've adhered to a nomadic lifestyle built to keep them apart from the rest of the world, despite whatever original intent there might have been in our pilgrimages. On the other, desperate outcasts from their own tribes, hopeful for great change and finding a home. Both sides claim you, Jack, but they have little else in common. Have you considered all the adjustments to be made in the lives of every contributing member of this proposed new society?
Jack sucked on her tongue, careful not to disturb what Deyrnas had applied to her face and lips. She knew from experience that ruining her sister's work was the quickest way to earn her ire.
No.
Seeing Jack's shoulders droop, Deyrnas took her by the arm and drew her over to sit next to the observant Deyrnas.
I'm not trying to belittle your vision, sister. I just think it's a good idea to keep your eyes open while you fight for it. The peoples you spoke of seeing united before, they had more similarities and greater cause to encourage this change. In this instance, though the half-breeds may welcome the skills and security our added numbers might bring, the northern clans would be content to carry on with life as we've always done.
I think it would be exciting, Deyrnas piped up, taking Jack's other arm. Is it true that you're actually friends with a crockblood?
It is,
Jack replied, laughing tightly.
And I hope you have the chance to meet her.
Deyrnas beamed at the prospect.
And your powers? Have they really grown as much as Mother says?
Jack chewed on the question before responding. At Yetroith's insistence, she'd sunk into the light of the forest and summoned a dark, crackling storm bank in the north that morning. Her mother had stared at her in awe, pride shining in her eyes.
I sense it,
she'd said softly, her own eyes gleaming with Eirnot's gifted magic.
Such potency within you, yet also a wellspring apart from you.
Yetroith had looked meaningfully to Ember as the wolf had nonchalantly scratched at an ear.
May I borrow him?
The woman had asked, eagerness in her smile.
There are some assessing enchantments I'd like to perform.
Not seeing the harm, Jack had nodded.
May I join you? I'm afraid not. Your presence may compromise my findings, as the two of you are so clearly linked. Very well, Jack had allowed. But I already know what you're going to find.
Her mother had frowned slightly.
Evidence of this Ternian connection. I'm not so certain, Jack. These great beastly powers you've described are like nothing I've ever heard of. Still, not knowing what to look for, how would I even know how to go about disproving your vision?
Jack had shrugged, simply replying,
I'm not so certain it was a vision.
But that was where Ember was now, off being magically studied by Yetroith on a nearby rise, just out of sight. It felt odd to Jack not to have the wolf close at her side after being so long inseparable. Oddly enough, not even the presence of her sisters as they'd helped her to prepare for her returning ceremony that evening had helped her to feel more at ease. To Jack's surprise, she'd had the brief thought earlier that day that, in Ember's absence, she craved Allie's dry remarks, Gefnar's soothing encouragement, and even Tanner's often ill-informed commentary. It was a different sort of homesickness, one that caused frustration to knot in Jack's belly. She was back in the place and among the people of her birth and upbringing, something she'd longed for since setting out on her pilgrimage. Now, however, having returned with such certainty in her steps, she was beginning to feel the absence of her former traveling companions like a plant parched for water.
Jack?
Deyrnas pressed, expectance shining in her eyes.
Oh, my magical skills are moderately improved.
Deyrnas looked crestfallen at the underwhelming answer, but Deyrnas laughed warmly.
We know our sister not to be arrogant, Deyrnas. Would you have her call lightning down upon our heads?
Jack looked over to her elder sister, seeing encouragement in the other woman's face. Her meaning was clear. She may feel the need to caution Jack about what she planned to achieve, but she still had faith in her character.
I suppose not,
Deyrnas was sighing.
And anyway, I suppose her skills couldn't have improved that much if she let the half-breeds take father—
Deyrnas! Deyrnas chided. Jack's younger sister blinked, eyes wide as she clearly tried to discern what she'd said wrong, then quickly placing it.
"Oh, I'm sure you would have returned him to us if you could, Jack. That is, it's not as though you made Father offer himself as he did."
Glad she was sitting, Jack felt her limbs turn feeble, and she slumped, cradling her chest between her thighs. Thankfully, Janissa thought better of informing her that she was wrinkling her dress.
"No, Father made his choice, but he was only brought to it because I opposed his stance."
Bitterly, Jack recalled her exchange with the ancient elf, Macarilon, in what she was still uncertain she could consider as a dream.
Choice and destiny.
Janissa stroked Jack's back as Yatroith had done for them all numerous times.
"Your only crime is in standing up for a cause that held your faith. We all heard Jainaf relate the story. I say this Wergold was to blame."
Jack's lip curled involuntarily. Wergold, the woman who'd nearly stolen their father away from his people and their mother. Even decades later, Wergold's hold over Owen had nearly brought him into direct conflict with his own daughter, serving the Marshal of Benchware who'd once saved his life to help dismantle any chance at peace between the half-breed factions. As it stood, Wergold had largely succeeded without even firing an arrow. Though the One-Blood Alliance still held strong under such leaders as King Shanadir of the Eagle-Bloods, King Lederog of the Bearkin, and King Physix of the Phoenix-Bloods, the mercenaries known as mongrels still supported the tyrant Mevod under the Ravenblood ruffian Rashuga, and the vermin throng still clung to Garich's leadership, even in his weakened state. Jack nearly gave an ember-like growl. Following his injuries in his heated duel with Jack, Garich likely no longer ran anything. It was the snake-blood Merima who now spoke for him, and who likely channeled the throng's might to her own ends.
"I pity her, honestly,"
said Deyrnas, drawing Jack's attention back to her sisters. At the pair of disbelieving looks her comment garnered, Deyrnas gave a wistful sigh.
"Wergold, truly I do. She met her great love when he was already promised to another, all those years ago. And now, when she thought she could count on him to help her achieve security for her people, he abandons her again, this time for a woman born of the love that stole him away the first time. There's something so tragically romantic about it all."
"I applaud your empathy," Janissa declared with a snort.
"But I'll thank you not to idealize our father's relationship with another woman."
Deyrnas scowled.
"Not idealize? I'm not a foolish little girl, Janissa. I know our father was right and honorable to return to Mother as he did, and I know that Wergold acted rashly and out of fear in attempting to spoil the half-breed peace talks. I only pity Wergold for what she's lost, for what she never had, really."
"I don't know that I could be so gracious," Jack said darkly, recalling the older woman's face, bordered by red-gold braids streaked with grey, as she'd coolly voiced her intentions to slaughter the gathered half-breeds, some of whom Jack considered friends, or to drive them insane within what they'd all believed to be a circle of serenity.
"Far more explosive, as it turned out,"
thought Jack, recalling the heated shockwave that had flung her, Ember, Owen, Garich, and the mysterious wolf woman, Naoni, to the ground. The eruption of fire and molten earth that Tanner had halted and drawn back on himself. Jarring Jack from her thoughts, Janissa gripped her by the chin, turning her face to be studied.
"You've smudged my handiwork, Jacqueline,"
the eldest sister scolded, dragging Jack back to her feet.
"And see to the dress folds, Deyrnas. The ceremony is beginning soon."
Jack followed Janissa's glance toward the dipping sun. She was right. A deep, steadying in and exhale returned to Jack some of her lost calm. At dusk, her clan would welcome her as truly a woman come of age, an adult recognized for her increased knowledge and discernment. Jack only hoped the assessment would be proven true. The enclosing night was far from cold, but Jack still shivered as she stood beside the bed of coals that glowed softly in reminder of the previous night's blaze. She stood tall, hands hanging at her sides while scores of her extended family began drifting forward to encircle her, swaying as they began softly singing a chant passed down from the elf who'd guided the formation of the northern clans, Your Song.
"Macarilon, the same elf who inspired me to embrace my role as the huntress."
At least, Jack fervently hoped that was the case. She'd feel pretty foolish about conjuring up the image of Yorsong to persuade her she was right to take on what she already felt she must. Apparent insanity not the least of the reasons.
The time of clinging to old ways is past,
Clan Danwal Owen, now Danwal Jainaf, Jack reminded herself, saying in one voice, a warning glint in the eyes of Gwybiad, and those who shared her distaste of Jack's goals, that these words of their heritage should not be used against them.
Gone, gone is the age of birth, a time of mistrust and fear. Now, as a new age dawns, we have but to resolve. Resolve and aspire to fashion a future worthy of our ancestors and strong for our descendants. We have but to resolve and to hope.
Perhaps it was because she now stood at the center of her clan, feeling the words wash over her, but Jack felt her throat go taut with mingled excitement and apprehension. Could it be so simple to build a better future? None had ever come without opposition or cost. As the chorus came to a close, Jack watched as Alanest, Jainaf's wife, pushed through the ring of bodies and stood before her. Again, Jack felt as though she'd unwittingly offended the other woman somehow, by the hardness in her dark gaze. But Alanest fulfilled her duties steadily, inviting Jack to kneel with a gesture. Jack sank to her knees, careful not to dirty her dress. Alanest's hair was lighter than most of the northern clans, if not nearly so light as Ali's. But the way it was drawn up to border the woman's slim features seemed to provide Alanest with a looming halo. Hands clasped before her burgundy dress, the clan mother, as Alanest would now serve, nodded down to Jack.
You returned to us, Jacqueline Ed Owen, from your travels beyond the Aethelvir's light, beyond Ygirnot's embrace. Is it your wish to stand among us and be recognized as a woman, learned of the world, with all the duties and privileges this implies?
This was the moment Jack had anticipated and dreaded since determining to return home. The northern clans made no lasting claim on their people. It wasn't as though Jack was swearing an oath of servitude, and the clans had held no prisoners since their formation. Still, Jack knew once she said the words that her own sense of loyalty may well bind her to the Aethelvir forest forever. She didn't find such a fate distasteful on its own. She'd merely come to recognize all that she might wish for beyond the clan grounds, cultures and friends she may never revisit. Tavik's scruffy, smiling face settled stubbornly in her mind's eye. Would there be any future for them? At long last, Tavik had found in Falconcrest a place where he felt that he could make a difference for the better. Could she ever ask him to give that up for a life of meditation and survival among the northern clans? Could she return to him, abandoning the duties toward family and half-breeds that had settled on her? Jack squared her shoulders, finding the proud, smiling faces of her mother and siblings around her, the trusting, depthless glow of Ember's eyes in the dusk. It had been pleasant to entertain thoughts of a life with Tavik, but their paths were too far removed for Jack to see a way of merging them. She'd chosen her destiny. Meeting Alanest's heavy gaze, Jack nodded.
I do. That is my wish. Done.
No bindings, save Jack's own loyalty. She defied anyone to tether her by anything stronger. It was difficult to tell in the dim light, but Jack thought Alanest quivered as she glanced to Jainaf, who stood ready to assume her place and complete the ceremony.
And do you?
Alanest continued, raising her chin as her face and even slender neck seemed to blanch.
Continue to espouse the joining of the half-breeds who follow you with this clan.
Jack blinked. She needed no memory of past returning ceremonies to tell her that Alanest had diverted from the typical words. Allowing a moment for the shocked murmurs around them to diminish, Jack inclined her head.
I do. To do otherwise would be to deny all I've learned.
Alanest nodded curtly, and, for a moment, Jack thought the clan mother would spin away and depart before concluding her portion of the proceedings. Then, to Jack's relief, Alanest opened her arms and stepped forward, drawing Jack's head to rest against her belly.
Then may you forever find home and solace among our people, wherever... wherever our path may take us.
And not entirely because of Alanest's stutter. The light of the forest seemed to dance around her senses, and she felt an external rush of fear, joy, hate, and love. A single pulse of purest life. She drew back as Alanest released her, unsure what to make of the strange but undeniable sensation as the clan mother strode to assume Jainaf's place, even as the clan's new leader moved to stand before Jack.
"Jacqueline,"
Jainaf declared, his voice strong and clear, despite the conflict in his eyes.
"As the man who strives to lead us down Eirnat's path, I am grateful to have you returned to us, and I am proud to welcome you as a member of this clan in your womanhood."
He smiled.
"And, as your brother, I wish for you to know that nothing will ever sever your bond with us."
Returning his smile, Jack bowed her head.
"Nor all of yours with me."
Jainaf regained his solemn bearing, gesturing to the fire pit.
"Before you stand, please ignite the evening fire, signifying the light you bring to our people."
Twisting awkwardly in her dress, Jack grabbed a stick to stir the glowing coals of the fire pit. She smirked, recalling how little she'd had to use her fire-starting skills while traveling with her former companions. Tanner had simply manifested a blinding gout of flame to engulf the latest cluster of wood they'd gathered.
"He'd probably even offer to do so now,"
Jack mused fondly, blowing softly on the coal bed she'd opened up and covered with kindling.
"Even knowing the importance of this ceremony."
In less than a minute, small tongues of flame lapped about the larger and larger firewood Jack arranged in the fire pit, and in just under 2, small logs were crackling softly. Jainaf came to stand beside Jack.
"It's sufficient,"
he announced, smiling down to Jack as he offered her a hand.
"And we're all quite ready to eat."
Jack took the hand and rose to her feet, chuckling as she recalled her frustrations as a child when a returning ceremony would push back the evening meal. On this side of things, it wasn't so bad. Those tasked with the day's food preparation had employed old techniques to compile the meal's stew and vegetables as far as possible without aid of a large fire. By the time darkness had truly fallen, the clan was gathered as normal, conversing and partaking of the meal together in the firelight.
"It must have been something Ember ate during your travels,"
Deyrnas was insisting as Yatroith related her day's findings from her time with the wolf to Jack. Their mother had barely finished affirming that she'd found no cause of Ember's shocking increase in size. Jack laughed, leaning into the wolf's broad side where Ember lay curled around her.
"Sorry, Deyrnas, but I don't think Em and I have discovered some secret concoction for enlarging oneself."
There were certain magics that could temporarily scale up an object or individual, Jack knew, but such things were often unstable and short-lived otherwise. What had happened with Ember was something else entirely.
Deyrnas scowled. "Are you mocking my size, Jack? You may be the stronger of us, but I passed you up in height years ago."
"I wasn't mocking anything," Jack assured the more volatile of her sisters, raising a placating hand.
"And you could likely match my strength if you trained with a bow as much as I have."
Seemingly appeased, Deyrnas proudly patted the knife that hung at her belt.
"I've gotten rather good with this. Even Father said so."
Jack swallowed, seeing her own pain mirrored in the flicker of Yatroith and Janice's eyes as well.
"We have to learn to speak of him eventually." "Did he? You've returned from a successful hunt, then?"
Deyrnas' smile wavered.
"No, but Father said it's hard to get close enough to prey to use a knife."
"It is," Janice chuckled, delicately wiping the last of her stew from her bowl with a piece of bread.
"That's why most hunters use a bow."
Despite the eldest sister's slight build, Jack knew that Janice was nearly as good a shot as she was, or had been at least. As evidenced by her slender arms and soft hands, Janice cared little for upkeeping the strength needed for repeated shots. While Jack took pride in her own stamina with even a stronger bow, she had to admit that she felt uncomfortably masculine with her own arms largely bared next to Janice's. Her muscles were fibrous and clearly visible. Jack didn't put much stock in the frailty that seemed to be valued in city-dweller women of status, but she had felt odd upon seeing Tavik briefly free of his armor during the Bayat festival in Falconcrest, and realizing that she was nearly as muscular as he was, with his lean, compact frame. He'd still been masculine, and she'd caught herself glancing to his bared arms more than once. But Jack hadn't been able to stifle the worry that she might prove intimidating to men who preferred a more perceptibly feminine form.
Is that why I prefer to cover my shoulders and arms?
To Jack's relief, Tavik hadn't seemed at all put out by her musculature.
And would I have been drawn to him at all if I thought him the type of man to be so insecure?
She caught herself, taking another spoonful of stew to distract herself with the earthy flavors. She'd always value her time with Tavik, but she had more important things to focus on now.
Been working on my control,
Deyrnas was saying, squinting in focus as she drew her knife to hand. Jack recognized the blade as the one Getroith had helped the youngest sister craft years earlier. Though the former clan mother had no blacksmithing skill to speak of, she'd cultivated a limited metal-shaping ability over the years. While in the wilds, Getroith used the skill to leave submerged markers for herself that could help her navigate the Ethelveer forest. But she'd also used the atypical magics to help her children form the blades and arrows they wished to take on their first solo hunt. Holding her knife loosely, Deyrnas breathed a short incantation that left the weapon hovering in place, shimmering with the forest's light. Each of Jack's siblings had at least some minor skill in wielding the power infused by Deyrnas into those who walked his path, a gift inherited from their mother's blood, but Jack gave a surprised smile at her sister's display. Deyrnas had seldom shown such patience and control before Jack's departure. Angling her body around, Deyrnas shifted the knife in the air before her hands as though it was tethered to her form, leveling the blade at a tree, hissing, "Neodi!" The knife began to tremble, shuddering with the power Deyrnas had commanded it to absorb. If left to build, Jack knew the potential energy would cause ordinary metal to heat and possibly shatter. This blade was no ordinary metal, however. The very memory stone that laced the blade formed by magic, and that allowed Deyrnas to infuse it with power, kept the metal strong, nearly unbreakable. Which was good, because, with a soft gasp, Deyrnas recoiled from the blade, the shimmering haze about the knife vanishing as the weapon shot forward in a burst of kinetic movement. Almost too fast for Jack's eye to see, the knife streaked from Deyrnas' hands and sank to the hilt in the young woman's target tree.
"Impressive,"
Jack commended, smiling.
"I traveled with someone who would probably love to compare techniques with you."
"Tell us of her," Janissa preempted Deyrnas' excited concurrence. The elder sister raised her drink, motioning about the circle of their gathered clan.
"You are meant to be regaling us with tales of your travels."
Jack nodded, setting down her bowl as Getroith reached behind her to tap reprovingly at Deyrnas' arm.
"We agreed such displays were to be conducted away from people and shelters."
Smirking at the reprimand, Jack stood, waiting for at least the majority of clan eyes to drift her way. Distractedly, she noted that Jainaf had slipped away with Alanist.
"Hardly my business,"
she thought, stifling a blush. The two had been trying to conceive a child since long before Jack had set out.
"It's been requested,"
Jack began, dipping her head graciously as disparate conversations were hastily concluded so that all might listen,
"that I relate some of my deeds and encounters from my time away in greater detail. I'll begin with my arrival in Dragon's Nest and my meeting with two of my long-time traveling companions. One, we would all later learn, was of noble blood, split from her birthright by unknown forces."
Jack smiled, recalling her first impressions of Allie.
"Though she was short-tempered and played at selfishness, I came to know this woman as a true and loyal friend. One who stood ready to wield her impressive power against all who would endanger or subjugate the defenseless."
Belatedly recalling the tradition for such things, Jack stooped to retrieve her wooden cup, raising it high. Again, she smirked at how fiercely Allie would object to her next words, and at how absent she was to stop them.
"Lady Edith Joan McAllister, warrior and heroine."
Around the ring of seated clan members, dozens of cups were raised to mimic Jack's gesture.
"Lady Edith Joan McAllister,"
many voices declared. It was with a twisted but benign sort of satisfaction that Jack delighted in telling of Allie as she'd seen her, untarnished by the darkness she carried.
"Of course, how much do they all think I'm fabricating of the story?"
The amazed and incredulous looks Jack was gleaning made her wonder.
Another I met in this city which I found on my grandfather's map, Jack continued after taking a sip of her mildly fermented drink. Wrongly ashamed of his foxskin face, he pretended at wearing the features of a human, though it was elf blood he unwittingly held within. Troubled murmurs broke out through the clan, with Heffind waving his staff in the air for recognition.
It's true, then? These rumblings that half-breeds are born of elf blood?
Jack nodded, hoping the question would absolve her of surreptitiously furthering her cause during her returning ceremony. Or, as the frowning Gwibiad seemed to mutter,
spoiling the evening with vile propaganda.
"It is," Jack declared. "And this secretive foxkin was far from the only half-breed I encountered to display the strength and conviction of the ancient blood." "Can all half-breeds disguise themselves in such a manner?" Deyrnas spoke up, eliciting wary chuckles from around the circle. "No," Jack assured the uncertain faces, Deyrnas far from the only one. "My friend was uniquely bonded with the soul of his sister, their mingled forms allowing him to appear as a rare foxkin, an elf, ears rounded through subconscious illusion, or, he came to find, a large fox, especially potent with his natural command of fire. A local of Dragon's Nest, my friend stood strong in defense of his home and journeyed with me beyond to right other wrongs." Jack again raised her cup. "Tanner Surehammer, O'Toole to his murdered kin, burning light and hero." "Tanner Surehammer," the clan voices echoed. "Another fought at our side," Jack pushed on, "a man of great strength in both body and character." She trailed off as scuffling from beyond the gathered clan drew her gaze, two figures resolving in the dim light as her eyes adjusted. Strained, muffled words passed between them, and Jack saw, dread knotting in her stomach, that the figures were Jainaf and Alanest. Jack couldn't make out her brother's muted plea, but none could have missed the sharp response of his wife. "It cannot be mended, Jainaf! I beg you not to pretend that it can!" All eyes turned to follow Jack's gaze, leaving Jainaf and Alanest to regard the small sea of eyes, faces contorted in mortification. Without another word, Alanest spun, sprinting off through the trees until moonlight could no longer find her. Jack was striding for her stooped, quivering brother just behind Yatroith, Ember dutifully loping to her side.
"Jacqueline!"
Genessa was hissing after, but Jack already knew how disruptive she was being to the traditions of the clan by cutting short the telling of her travels. It didn't matter.
"I'd be hard-pressed to disrupt my home any more than I have." "What's happened?" Yatroith whispered when she reached Jainaf, draping an arm about his shoulders. Jack's brother swallowed, looking off after his vanished wife. "Alanest believes herself to be with child."
Yatroith gasped, unable to hold back a delighted smile, but Jack gently took Jainaf's arm. Her brother didn't look as though he just received news he'd wished for since wedding Alanest years earlier.
"Is there something wrong with the pregnancy? Alanest said it couldn't be mended. Perhaps Mother and I can help."
Jainaf shook his head.
"Alanest is healthy, and she's felt nothing wrong with the child. It's only that she's leaving."
Jack's mouth fell open.
"Where? Now? Alone? Has she lost her mind? She knows the dangers of the Aethelvir."
The nocturnal predators of the forest were the fiercest, with only the foolhardy picking a fight with even a single dire cougar or even badger on their own. Pilgrims from the northern clans knew to shelter and stay near allies and flame when dark fell.
"I don't know where she's gone now,"
Jainaf admitted.
"She's upset. Plans to return to her parents' clan." "For how long?"
Yatroith asked warily. Jainaf's knees nearly buckled.
"Indefinitely."
At a soft huff from Ember, Jack realized that she was gripping the fur at his neck too tightly and forced herself to release her hold.
"Jainaf, have I done this?"
she asked softly. Her brother turned to meet her gaze with tear-shimmering eyes.
"Jacqueline."
"I have, haven't I?" Jack interjected, recalling how Alanest had looked down at her when she'd reasserted her intentions.
"Blazes, Alanest's run off because I mean for us to join with the outcast half-breeds."
She'd swung atop Ember almost before realizing it, immediately missing the saddle she'd removed earlier that day, as well as her usual breeches. That was all right.
"This should be a short run." Jacqueline,
Yatroith said sharply.
I can handle myself in the forest at night.
Jack forestalled the many objections forming in her mother's eyes. Even now, Yatroith seemed to see her as the scared girl she'd once been.
This is my responsibility, and Ember and I can find Alanest the fastest.
She barely waited for Yatroith's reluctant nod of assent before spinning Ember about with her knees and plunging into the darkness after her sister-in-law.
Please don't do anything foolish,
Jack pleaded in her mind.
Your family, and it seems you carry the first of the next generation.
Chapter 5 Opposing Virtues. Jack's heart began to slow as she sensed Ember easily pick up and close in on the source of Alanest's scent.
She hasn't gone far,
Jack thought with relief.
Good. I'd never forgive myself if Alanest had gotten lost. Or worse, because of what I hope to achieve.
Reflected moonlight swept over Jack as Ember brought them out of the trees to the edge of Cardwig Lake, which marked the edge of the clan's defensive perimeter. Nothing so fancy as the wards and dispelling pillars that filled Falconcrest encircled the encampment, only shards of memory stone that would mark the territory to a predator as clearly as any scent, and an irritant whine that would assault more sensitive ears should the warning not be heeded. Ember had passed through easily without abuse the day before, as he lacked the predatory intent toward the clan that the empathic shards were made to sense. Powerful entity or not, any creature would know if they passed into the clan's borders uninvited. The sight of Alanest slumped to her knees at the lake's edge untied the final knot in Jack's stomach, but she drew Ember up with a thought, slipping from the wolf's back. Just as wordlessly, Ember impressed in her mind that he would dutifully stand guard. Jack swallowed. It wasn't the potential danger of the forest that now frightened her.
Alanest?
She ventured, stepping up behind the woman.
I'm sorry,
Alanest replied without looking back, clearly wiping tears from her eyes.
I didn't wish to ruin your ceremony. It's all right,
Jack chuckled uneasily, halting a pace back.
I'm fairly certain no one was believing my story anyway, and I'd not nearly reached the impossible portions yet.
Alanest laughed softly but said nothing, the silence finally forcing Jack to add,
May I sit?
Alanest nodded, as though stirred from her thoughts.
Yes, of course.
Easing down to her knees beside her, Jack placed her hands timidly on her own lap. Tears still shone in the other woman's moonlit profile.
I'm gladdened to hear that you carry my brother's child.
A defeated sigh spilled from Alanest's trembling lips.
I don't despise you, Jack. I thought it would be easy to, when I heard of the trouble you threatened to bring to the clan. But I fear I respect your conviction too much. That's nearly 7 years, you know, since I married your brother. In that time, I've learned to loathe Tarchik's face.
Alanest gestured up to the greatest of the 3 moons in the sky, the one which marked the passing of the months observed by Kavorim.
It seemed to shine brightest whenever my body had declared that I've still been without child.
Jack followed Alanest's gaze overhead. Tarchik's distant, nearly fist-sized surface ruled the night, only just beginning to wane. Outshone, even when their greater sibling wasn't so prominent, the lesser moons of Derev and Sogin appeared dim indeed, nearly synchronized in their 3rd quarter. Even the brightest of the stars seemed to dare a faint flicker at most. Distantly, Jack recalled that she'd always felt a strange kinship with Derev, the middle sibling of the Heavenly Brothers. He didn't help to chart the seasons, as did the larger Tarchik, or command the tides, as did the deceptively weighted Sogin. Yet still he was integral to the nightly dance, portending great change when aligned in certain ways with the others, or so the elves had reportedly claimed. After the devastation of the Dragon War, few read the skies anymore. Few were such gluttons for ill news.
And now,
Alanest's voice drew Jack from her thoughts.
I almost wish that I'd been right to think I was barren.
Jack's hand was on the other woman's shoulder before she'd thought to place it there.
Don't say that. Not because of me. You and Jainaf are bringing new life into the world, and that's something to celebrate.
Alanest didn't shrink away, but her eyes darkened.
Why now? Does Ygir not mock me with this horrible timing?
She turned to Jack, mouth twisting in fear.
Does he test me? Ygir not wouldn't be so cruel,
Jack assured her, attempting a smile. Then, more softly,
You told Jainaf that something could not be mended. What did you mean?
The other woman's eyes shut tight with pain, unleashing more tears.
The bond of our clan. I don't despise you, Jack, but I do despise the consequences of your return.
She looked down, placing a protective hand over her belly.
What I carry, it's precious, even if I hadn't wished for it for so long. And what you intend brings danger, even if you don't mean for it to. It would be selfish of me to remain and place this life at risk, even out of loyalty to Jainaf. Alonest,
Jack pleaded.
I may not be able to vouch for every person who follows me, but I can tell you that the half-breeds you fear are as scared of all this change as you are. Some of them carry young not yet able to walk.
The memory of a particularly uncoordinated goblin baby among the waiting group almost brought a smile to Jack's lips.
Don't you think they worry for the safety of their young? Perhaps they're right to worry,
Alanest sniffed.
I don't believe our clan would act violently without perceived cause, but even a docile mother wolf will lash out if she feels her pups are threatened.
She glanced back to Ember, then to Jack, as though to emphasize her point.
Perhaps the nicest way I've ever been called a bitch,
Jack mused, wondering distractedly if that would have drawn a laugh from Tanner.
We all hold something or someone we fear to lose,
Alanest continued, her voice thick with apology.
I wouldn't ask Jainaf to refuse your request, and I can do little to protect him. But our child I can protect by leaving behind what's come to be my home.
Jack stifled a groan.
Alonest, is there anything I can do to convince you to stay?
Alanest fixed her with a sad smile.
Nothing I'd ask of you.
Jack was surprised when the other woman gave a soft chuckle.
Do you remember when Jainaf first brought me among the clan? When you and I met?
Yes, Jack laughed, her ears growing hot.
I'd hoped you'd forgotten at least. You're not so fortunate, I'm afraid. You asked if I'd do you the kindness of taking your brother to my clan rather than coming to live with him.
I was angry with him. Jack folded her arms, glad to see that Alanest still smirked at her.
He'd been throwing his weight around before he left, declaring that the rest of us had to listen to him, as he'd be a wedded man on his return, one step closer to leading us on Ygirnot's path.
Alanest managed to fill her irritated groan with affection.
Jainaf's never been one to lack confidence, so long as I've known him. So long as I've known him, too,
Jack assured her.
I don't know if you saw it then, but I actually wondered if it was me you wished to be rid of. What? I'd only just met you. I know, but you wouldn't be the first sibling to take an instant disliking to a new in-law.
Jack sidled closer, wrapping an arm around Alanest.
Honestly, I thought you were good for Jainaf from the moment I met you. Supportive, but not afraid to question or scold him should he take things too far.
She grinned.
And you're standing up for me when I insisted that Ember be allowed to sleep within our shelter.
Alanest returned the embrace, resting her head on Jack's shoulder.
I couldn't do otherwise. I saw that Ember was good for you. I don't want to hurt your feelings, Jack, but the whole clan was concerned for you before you happened upon that wolf.
Jack nodded, uncomfortably recalling the years prior to her early 20s. She hadn't been sickly, just timid. The world beyond the safety of the clan shelters had always felt impossibly large and overwhelming, leaving Jack paralyzed with fear when alone or faced with conflict. She'd grown strong in body and skill, but only within the safety of the clan encampment. That had all changed on the day she'd found Ember. In a moment of distraction at movement in the underbrush, Jack had fallen behind her brothers, Deyrnas and Jalgan, even losing sight of the wide-eyed Deyrnas who trailed behind. Abandoned and overwhelmed, Jack had practically broken down, until she'd heard the cries of a wolf cub. Something had shifted in her then, even before she'd set eyes on the helpless Ember. It was as though her confidence had solidified, and she'd begun to act her age, taking on more responsibility and finally going on her belated pilgrimage. And she'd begun asking to be addressed as Jack. It had felt stronger, more decisive. Her own clan still struggled with the change. Owen especially had, but Jack knew it wasn't out of malice. She even still used the full name herself when wanting to sound more formal, and she'd grown more comfortable with accepting who she'd once been as a part of her. Jack snickered in embarrassment as she recalled Tanner's surprise at realizing how old she was. Doubtless, he and Jack's other companions had been envisioning her as a child when Jack had related her and Ember's first meeting. Owen and Yatroith had never belittled Jack for her anxiety. They'd seen that she wasn't lacking for emotional maturity, merely self-assurance. Jack would be forever grateful to them for allowing her the time to find what gave her strength. On the night to which Alanest was referring, Jack had learned what that was. Standing up for those who were powerless. On Jack's return to the clan the morning after finding Ember, and after her relieved parents had nearly squeezed her into unconsciousness, Deyrnas had insisted that Ember be conditioned to sleep outside the encampment perimeter, alone and defenseless, declaring that the clan had no business taking in a wild creature. And, for the first time in her life, Jack had stood up to him. While the rest of the clan had stared at Jack in shock as her resounding "No!" had ceased echoing, Alanest had stepped forward, taking her husband by the arm.
"Deyrnas, look at the two of them. Really look."
Sighing, Deyrnas had obeyed, his eyes softening as he'd watched the uncoordinated Ember prance about the kneeling Jack, plopping into her arms to gnaw at the laces of her leather bracers.
"They belong together,"
Alanest had gently insisted. The broken-down Deyrnas had relented, though Jack suspected that her father would have overruled any objections. He and Yatroith both had seemed to see the same as Alanest, that caring for Ember had helped Jack to find the courage to match any wolf. In time, the entire clan, including Deyrnas, had come to welcome the well-behaved Ember into the family, many even showering the wolf with treats when Jack had set out on her pilgrimage.
"And now, with him changed so much,"
Jack thought sourly,
"he's merely another frightening unknown that I've brought back with me."
It was an exaggeration. Not only Deyrnas was amazed at Ember's new size and abilities, Jack had even overheard some of the children of the clan whispering of Auntie Jack and her great wolf, the guardian sent from Deyrnas. Jack wasn't entirely sure they were wrong. She sat holding Alanest for a few minutes, looking out over the tranquil moonlit waters of the lake.
"I didn't only return to cause problems, you know."
Alanest again stirred from her own thoughts.
To tell the truth, I didn't even know I would be bringing along those who follow me as the huntress, until I was already on my way here."
Jack glanced back to Ember, who was sat back on his haunches, head and ears swaying as his eyes followed the paths of nighttime insects.
"Originally, I believed I should be returning home to devote my attentions to better understanding Ember and his unusual abilities. And then, well, with Father being unable to return to the clan, I knew it was my duty to do all I could to help in his stead. It was only once I'd set out for home that I learned just how many Tiraki."
She paused at Alanest's questioning glance.
"She's a friend of mine, a Crockblood mage who's helped me on numerous occasions. She's the one who's rallied the half-breeds and other outcasts by proclaiming me to be the huntress spoken of by the elf Macarelon." Their help enabled me to bring something good from potential disaster between the half-breed factions.
Alanest nodded slowly.
You felt as though their actions and loyalty should be rewarded. Yes,
Jack admitted.
But it's more than that. I felt I could give them a place to belong, where they might have the freedom to grow into their best selves,
said Alanest, smiling. Jack nodded.
I'd hoped so. But perhaps Guibiad is at least partially right. And Janissa. Change is slow, and trust should be built. Maybe the first step should be simply affording the opportunity for such things.
Jainav clutched his wife to his chest, his drawn eyes meeting Jack's over Alanest's head in the dim light, behind what Jack still thought of as the family shelter.
You're certain, Jack?
Jack sighed, but managed a weak smile.
I am. I'll return to Tiraki in the morning and inform her that my followers— blazes, that still feels ridiculous to say— are welcome to found a settlement within Clan Danwal Jainav's hunting grounds.
From beside Jainav, Yatroith thankfully merely nodded. It was decided.
Did you have a site in mind, Jack?
Jack's hand lifted from Ember's neck to point out into the night.
The far side of the lake. Much of the ground is too marshy for us, but it's suitable for at least some of the half-breeds.
To Ember's other side, Deyrnas ceased petting the wolf as well.
Does that mean— well, will they be able to see us bathing across the way? The rock formations only block view between the men and women.
A soft light gleamed in Janice's hand, the eldest sister forming the last point of the circle, and, at Deyrnas' feet, a low branch of honeysuckle snaked about the younger woman's ankle. Deyrnas let out a curt yelp, glowering to Janissa as she assessed what had happened. Janissa smirked.
We growers can weave modesty partitions easily enough.
She sobered, turning to Jack.
I am concerned, however, how the more distrusting among us will take to the prospect of outsiders having opportunity to poison our water supply. I can cleanse anything intended for drinking,
Yatroith interjected, smiling over to Jack.
And our huntress, it seems, can summon storm clouds, should any wish to rely on rain.
Alanest pulled away from Jainav, turning to regard the others.
I don't wish to stand in the way of progress. I simply can't welcome the risk to, as of now, the sole heir to the bloodline. You don't stand in the way of anything,
Jack assured her, stifling her frustration.
I think my enthusiasm needed tempering, and it took a selfless act such as yours for me to hear the concerns that have been raised.
She smiled at her family.
I value the faith you place in me, but I do want to do this right, not in the way that causes me to feel the most virtuous.
Pride shone in Yatroith's eyes, though worry flickered there also.
And you? If the camps are not joined, where will you stay? You can't be in two places at once.
Jack nodded slowly.
I suppose I'll have to do my best to bridge between our peoples, alternating my time. Perhaps sleeping here while I spend my days across the lake, trying to instruct my followers in the ways of the northern clans, and helping them to form their own mingled society.
Jainav ruminated on this.
I think that's wise, but anything we decide on must be open to adaptation as we learn how better to work together. For instance, do you intend to speak for these half-breeds yourself, or do you intend to appoint or have appointed representatives?
Jack swallowed, feeling the true immensity of the logistics begin to weigh on her shoulders.
I'm not certain. Perhaps further planning should wait until the half-breeds are able to partake in the discussion,
Yatroith offered.
Perhaps that is even a necessary first step.
Well said, Mother,
Jainav agreed, his arm draped about Alanest, squeezing affectionately as he smiled down to her.
For now, an evening's rest is in order.
Agreed, said Janessa, already stepping around behind Jack and tugging at her sister's hair. And if I don't tie this up properly, it'll be an impossible mess by the morning. Jack sighed, trailing the family migration back around the shelter to the center of the encampment as Janessa fussed over her hair. And if I don't untie this dress soon, she muttered, sharing a smirk with Deyrnas, the person who put me in it will be an impossible mess long before then. Deyrnas giggled, but Janessa merely tugged at Jack's hair more sharply. Ungrateful, the elder sister grunted good-naturedly. Though falling into her rapport with her sisters, and even with Jainaf, had come as easily to Jack as slipping into a pair of old boots, the latest exchange oddly caused a sharp pang of homesickness. A moment shared with her blood siblings, a moment lost with the family she'd found in her travels, with Tanner, Ali, and Gefnar. I wish you were all here, Jack thought with a sigh. Somehow, having her friends there to back her up would have helped her to feel more confident than 1,000 prophecies. Chapter 6 Belated Gratitude. The Aethelvir couldn't really be called a forest anymore, Tanner supposed. Not this far north. Trees were growing sparse enough along the trails and trader roads he and the others walked that he could probably light one on fire without having to worry about setting the whole forest ablaze, no matter what kind of wind came up. He didn't do it, but the temptation made his hands twitch when he wasn't paying attention. Somehow, the sight of a lush treetop crown engulfed in flame was an enticing thought. To distract himself, Tanner sang as he walked on his bare, foxen feet. Well, chanted, really. In the wake of his inadvertent cocooning, Tanner had come to realize that the calm sense of oneness he now felt also seemed to bring a new appreciation for the musical lilt in the language of the Theikour. Everything he'd carried in the moment of drawing fire and earth on himself had been incinerated, except for the fiery cloak Tanner had received from Crexus, which had seemingly grafted its spiraling enchantments into Tanner's very flesh and fur in complement to the demisilg markings on his forearms. But Tanner had all but memorized the contents of the book written in Theikour script after months of reading from it every night. Tanner supposed all he was really doing was reciting some of the passages, tasting the intent on his tongue, even as he chanted the words. He'd been informed by multiple parties that his ability to recreate the intended sounds so perfectly without a conscious grasp of the language's syntax or lyricism was peculiar. But hey, we've heard from a supposed Theikour itself that we're anomalies, Tanner thought, eyes drifting from the scattered farmlands on the horizon to the human woman who walked a few paces ahead. Despite the trace of a frown in Allie's profile, there was a bounce in her step. With a smirk, Tanner fell back to the beginning of the verse he'd identified as words to bolster morale and provide a low-grade boost in energy. His stamina for such things had increased significantly in recent days. Initially, he'd found actualizing the chance to be taxing in ways he couldn't even fully describe. Magic wielders of all types learned how to tap into internal reservoirs of varying strength precisely and efficiently. At least, Tanner had read as much, and Jack, Ali, and Gefnar's experiences had seemed to corroborate Tanner's own attempts to harness the fires within him. Draw too much too quickly, and even the strongest of mages could be drained of anything more than a spark in a matter of moments. Tanner had grown familiar with the cold void of exhaustion that came from overexerting one's power. He didn't know if the sensation was the same for everyone else, but he'd felt like a campfire doused in ice water. The flames had still emerged and responded to his commands, but he could feel his physical form begin to break down and atrophy as the fire drew on the only source of energy available. Fire is, after all, the consumption of material through combustion. As such, any texts Tanner had read on the subject theorized that flames manifested magically used a being's stored magical energies as fuel, leading some even to postulate that magic stored within life forms was some kind of gas or vapor that could be replicated. No one had yet managed to do so, to Tanner's knowledge. Actualizing the language of the Theikour was somehow different, however. After prolonged chanting, Tanner didn't feel cold, drained, or even sore-throated. If anything, he felt oddly saturated with the power of the words. Waterlogged. Filled to near-toxic levels with a force that was otherwise good and life-giving, eventually reaching a point when he feared what might become of him if he let the chant continue. Would he drown? Burst? Puke? He'd rather not find out. Still, resting to replenish his magical stores, as most magic wielders did, proved to reset Tanner to appropriate levels in the odd song power. And, over time, he'd seemingly built a rising tolerance. Mildly concerned, he'd even asked in Theikour if he should worry about forging a dependency on the experience, but the High Priestess of Nomenkal had assured Tanner that such a thing being addictive was, at least, unprecedented.
"You needn't carry on," a voice purred from Tanner's side. "I'm sufficiently serenaded."
Tanner sneered over to the tigerkin, pointedly issuing the last few words in his chant as he stared her down. In the seconds that followed, the group's collective pace slackened, a weariness returning to each of their postures. "Excuse me for trying to improve the mood at the end of a long day," Tanner muttered, pointing to the dark clouds that seemed to spill eastward from the setting sun. "We're probably gonna be soaked by morning." His gestures fell north by northwest, where a sprawling knot of gleaming spires was little more than a speck on Kavorim's northern coastline. "And there's no way we're reaching Lorsyn before nightfall." It had been a long few weeks, traveling to the city stronghold of the self-proclaimed king, Mevod. The last 2 weeks made to feel at least twice as long, in Tanner's estimation, by Nelina piping up every so often to utter a few needling words. The tigerkin gave a puckered smirk.
"Well, I'm sure the Lady McAllister has no wish to leave us all stranded without shelter in a downpour. Surely she will see fit to use her awesome power and grant us the speed to see ourselves within the city's walls before the sun has even set."
Tanner bit back a snarl as he watched Allie bristle from behind. Nelina hadn't only spent her time talking. She'd also made a point of listening to every tidbit that might prove useful as leverage against her wardens. From a few paces ahead, Gefnar shot a reproachful look over his shoulder at Nelina. "Word is that mongrels and other mercenaries have set themselves up in farmlands claiming protection from the city, meaning anyone not at the front is between us and Lorsyn. All it would take is for one person on Mevod's coin to spot us using powerful magic, and we've blown our chances of staying anonymous."
Nelina grunted. "Rashuga knows our faces, meaning his lackeys do as well, or they at least possess knowledge of our likenesses. Do you really think we'll be reaching Lorsyn unchallenged?"
"I can manage illusions for us if it comes to that," Tanner deflected, even as he fought a grimace. His own unease had grown considerably once they'd joined with the main road that ran through Lorsyn's outlying protectorates. His ears had twitched at any sound that remotely resembled approaching feet or hooves for days.
"Of course you can," Nelina scoffed at Tanner's assertion. "And surely the reported lawlessness of present-day Lorsyn translates into lax security on such things. The center of power for a monarch of dwindling favor won't be suffering increased paranoia."
"Not like it hasn't crossed my mind to take a shot at Mevod while we're there," Allie mumbled from ahead.
"Indeed," Nelina chuckled. "I would think this would make you all the more eager to see us to the city more quickly."
Tanner spun on her. "Leave it alone, Nelina." He could sense Allie's ire rising through their mental link, and it wasn't hard to guess why. Allie had lived a hard life on Lorsyn's streets as a child, and her time there had come to an end in an especially painful way, with Allie inadvertently killing her best friend. Seeing the familiar city on the horizon, its presence darkened even further by war, had to be dredging up some awful memories. Unfortunately, Nelina also seemed to have pieced this conclusion together, and she showed no intention of leaving it alone.
I merely mean to say, the Tigerkin pressed, that our travel time thus far could have been effectively halved had the Lady McAllister simply favored us with the speed you say she's granted you once before.
Without even looking back, Allie flicked her hand behind her, the familiar black-veined, purplish flash of her dagger manifesting in her grasp and causing Tanner to jump aside. Before he or Gefnar could blurt out an objection, a thin, crackling bolt of power shot from the dagger's blade, the stone in its hilt pulsing softly. The bolt impacted at Nelina's feet, causing dust and pebbles to shower the Tigerkin as she shrank from the muted blast.
Ask for my power again,
Allie said coldly, hand falling to her side as the dagger vanished from it.
And I aim higher.
All had frozen in place except Allie, with a wide-eyed Gefnar glancing between her and Nelina, seeming to content himself that the Tigerkin was unhurt before trotting to catch up with Allie. A satisfied sneer tugged at Nelina's face, but Tanner could see as he resumed his pace beside her that there was a glint of fear in her feline eyes.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to try being grateful, Tanner growled.
Nelina slowly craned her neck to regard him.
Grateful, young Surehammer?
Yeah. If we hadn't agreed to keep an eye on you, Sonblade, Idakar, and Thradlos might have just decided it wasn't worth the effort keeping you around. The Tigerkin's eyes narrowed.
Yes, because being bound to a gaggle of children intent on seeking out the thickest of dangers without regard for my safety is a far better fate.
Tanner reflected, and hardly for the first time, that talking to Nelina was bad for his newfound inner peace. We didn't ask to have you along, Captain. We'd have been perfectly happy never to see your face again. Nelina tossed her head dismissively.
And you speak to me of being ungrateful.
Now Tanner's hands itched to set something else on fire. What do you want from me? I know I owe you for saving me from Marima, but do you really expect us to just let you go? I know you well enough to guess you'll just go right after Sonblade again. I get that you want someone to blame for what happened to— At Nelina's sharp look, he simply added, to your friend. But Sonblade's trying to make up for her mistakes. Maybe you should think about doing the same. Nelina let him finish, but grunted softly.
I don't wish for you to set me free, Tanner. I've long since learned patience when it comes to exacting revenge.
Tanner scowled. Then what? I want you to thank me, Nelina spat, her sudden sharpness causing the others to draw short to match her, Allie and Gefnar spinning and at the ready for danger. Nelina didn't attack, however. She merely looked to the gawking Tanner with more fear or sincerity than Tanner had ever marked in her eyes. I owed you nothing, Nelina continued, her voice catching in her throat. I didn't benefit from stepping between you and a painful death. Saving you even turned out to prevent me from eliminating my target. For once in my life, I simply acted because I felt that it would be wrong to do otherwise, not out of revenge or spite or gain. And what do I get? No gratitude or understanding? She glared about at her captors. Just a trio of children happy to look down on me as a selfish monster, and a failure of one at that. The vulnerability was gone from her gaze now, her eyes slits as she focused on Tanner once again.
You despise me so easily that you don't even see fit to favor me with the simplest of responses. So I'm reduced to this, begging you to tell me that you value what I've done for you. Because if you don't, then perhaps I am the fool you blithely believe me to be, and I was wrong ever to think that risking my life and ambitions for you could ever negate all the pain and death I've brought to the world.
Tanner swallowed, finding echoes of the shame in his own heart reflected on Allie and Gefnar's faces as he glanced their way. You're right, he whispered, forcing himself to meet Nelina's glare.
I've been too proud to say thank you for what you did, and I was raised better than that. So, Nelina, you saved my life. Thank you. The tigerkin seemed unsure how to respond for a moment, finally offering a curt nod. You're welcome. Of course, Tanner added with a grin. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't have been able to keep the Firestone Circle from burning everyone to cinders, so really you helped save yourself, too. Nelina thankfully seemed mollified by Tanner's spoken gratitude, giving an amused chuckle. By that logic, I helped to save everyone. She turned pointedly to Ali and Gefnar. Including the two of you. Gefnar was already smiling broadly. Thanks for doing the decent thing, Nelina. I know you don't care, but I'm sure Nomenkal is proud too. What leads you to believe I wouldn't care about having a Theikour indebted to me? That's not what I said. Nelina's next chuckle was back to her normal purr. We'll see how your lord feels in time. Ali, meanwhile, stood with her arms folded, frowning at the tigerkin. I don't like you, Nelina, she finally said. Nelina shrugged. And you think me overly fond of you? You remind me of the street kids who'd only ever look out for themselves when I was little. Oh, they'd run jobs with the rest of us. But if it ever came down to them sticking their neck out to help someone they considered beneath them, they wouldn't hesitate to save their own skin, first and last. Ali pointed to Tanner with her chin. Thanks for having Tanner's back when we couldn't get to him in time. But if you want us to see you as anything more than a selfish outsider, it can't be a one-time thing. I know some days it can feel like it takes everything you've got just to look out for yourself, but until the people around you know that they can count on you, you'll always be alone. Tanner caught Gefnar's eye, the two of them moving in to rest a hand on Ali's shoulder and the back of her calf respectively. It was impossible to miss that Ali spoke with the weight of experience. For the record, Tanner said with a grin, people show what they're made of in the heat of the moment, and I've never doubted that you've had my back, Ali. Gefnar nodded as Ali squirmed at the affirmation. I know you think you were such a loner when we first came together, but I think we were all eager to make friends. He laughed self-consciously. Or I was, anyway. Wasn't just you, Tanner confirmed. Even Jack was all alone, and she's the most likable of us all. Ali shrugged undismissively out of her friend's touch. Still likes her personal space, though. Looking again to Nelina. What do you say? We're stuck together. Can we at least try to work together? Nelina slowly dipped her head. It's worth an attempt. Besides, I've not been able to figure a way to rat you all out to Mevad's allies without ultimately answering for my indirect endangering of the mongrel general. Tanner scowled. Still hard to tell if she's joking. Right, Ali grunted, casting her eyes to the sunken sun. Well, we can at least all agree on one thing. On foot with no magic, we're not making the city tonight. And just in case there are still mercenaries in the towns and farms around here, it looks like we're sleeping under the stars again. She looked to Tanner. Care to find us a spot? Fine, Tanner said with an exaggerated groan. Ever since Jack had departed and taken her big wolf with her, it had been left to Tanner and his less-than-perfect senses to pick up the slack of navigating the wilds. He put his foxen nose to the air, breathing in the scents of creatures, sentient predator and prey, that had recently passed by. But just so you know, I expect a certain noblewoman's coin to buy some proper pampering for a tired small-town foxkin when we reach the big city. Chapter 7 Theories and Visitors.
Do you mean to use the striped one toward some end when you reach Lorsyn? If so, then you waste time slowly ingratiating yourself to her. She is skilled, but you can easily overpower her. Use your might to inflict sharp pain about her nerves, and she'll soon swear her loyalty to you out of fear.
Allie popped a berry in her mouth from the bowlful Gefnar had gathered. In her more volatile moments she may have been tempted by Sharad's suggestion, but for now she merely looked through the shimmering air over their campfire at Nelina, who somehow lapped with effortless grace at the broth Tanner had cobbled together. None of them were trying to treat her like an animal. The Tigerkin's original captors simply hadn't gifted a set of utensils with the prisoner. On the first night together, Gefnar had even offered to share his spoon with Nelina, but she'd coolly declined, seeming to prefer scooping anything liquid into her mouth with her tongue and delicately extending her claws to help shovel any solid cuisine. Allie wiped sweat from her brow, inching back further from the small blaze they'd built beneath an embankment well off the main road. The nights had been warmer, even this far north and near to the coastline. Summer had come with a vengeance in the month of Otra.
And fewer trees to cool us out here,
Allie mused, leaning back to look up at the unobstructed stars. She doubted she'd have been an astronomer, even if life hadn't seen fit to orphan her and instill her with dangerous power, but she'd always appreciated the nights dedicated to studying the stars at Aranak's sanctuary. Despite Allie's often contentious relationship with Lethold, the chief instructor there, she'd been captivated by the old man's enthusiasm for the broader cosmos. For her part, Allie was still trying to figure out life on her small rock of it.
So,
Nelina seemed to stir Tanner and Gefnar from their thoughts as much as Allie.
Since I am resigned to venture with you all into Lorsyn, is there some task with which I'm meant to be assisting?
Allie shared an incredulous look with her companions, quirking a brow at the Tigerkin.
If you're really wanting to be a useful member of the group, how about we start with some honesty? How much have you already pieced together?
Nelina smirked, setting aside her bowl.
You've been dispatched from Dragon's Nest to acquire something for this dragon you encountered out west. Given that enough of the rumors seem to indicate that the creature is without its wings, I'm guessing your mission is somehow to restore its power of flight.
Tanner grimaced. I hope not everybody is able to piece that together.
They won't be,
Nelina assured him.
Even if an individual drew a similar conclusion from the loose tangle of information, rational thought falls apart when individuals gather to spar with their theories, each subsequent clashing of vision mangling the perspective of each party. It's only the loners who accept that things are often as simple as they seem, who will have suspected at least something close to the truth, and such level-headed beings are rarely the ones in charge.
Gefnar swallowed. And that doesn't mean anything bad for Dragon's Nest? What if enough people get scared and think they need to go do something stupid that they think is heroic?
Nelina huffed. Run off to kill a dragon, you mean? People of today are not the heroes of the old stories, Master Gefnar. Neither were the people of any yesterday, I suspect. An average citizen will feel as though it's the duty of their protectors to deal with such a threat, if indeed it exists, and those in command prefer to confront the clear and present dangers. Besides, I am guessing that if anyone is concerned enough to investigate, they'll send off inquiries to your respected High Priestess, who, I am guessing, has a vested interest in downplaying any potential danger.
Allie's eyes narrowed.
That's some impressive guesswork. Simple enough conjecture, said Nelina, physically batting aside the remark, and not seeming to care if it was a compliment or an insinuation. Either this creature is an ally, or it has threatened the town's safety, incentivizing all of you to make your long trek across Kovorum.
A tight smile tugged at Allie's mouth. At least Nelina couldn't guess everything. The ancient dragon, Veladrok, was both a tentative ally and a potential threat. It still caused Allie's head to ache thinking about it, but though Veladrok had initially spurred their band along this journey with a threat, she'd expressed camaraderie and gratitude after they'd warned her while in the past of her master Kelevost's betrayal. But then, if they really had earned Veladrok's goodwill centuries earlier, then she always would have trusted them to fulfill her request, meaning that Dragon's Nest had never been in danger. Or that Veladrok had merely played at ignorance to ensure that the group's visit to the past would go off as it had been meant to.
Or maybe she's just lying,
About some or all of it? It was impossible to know. Whatever the case, the final task of the journey still lay before them, tracking down a particular mage within Lorsyn who was uniquely skilled in the art of affixing fully functioning prosthetic limbs to amputees. They could all only hope that the principle would work the same with a dragon's wings. The plans for the wings had already been recovered by Ali and her friends in the ruins of Varbius Keep, before Gwytherin, Njolar, along with their family and friends, had rebuilt it, while the craftsman Hadi, no one Ali knew called him by his full name, Hadifasir, was hard at work constructing the pieces of an ancient war machine Veladrak meant to repurpose as her wings. "Seems you've already guessed most of it," Tanner sighed, shrugging to Ali and Gefnar. "The truth is, we could probably use your help tracking down someone in Lorsyn since, well..."
"I'm the most accomplished of us in the ways of skullduggery," Nelina finished for him.
Tanner frowned at her. "Can't imagine you're offended by that." The tigerkin showed her predator's teeth in a broad smile.
"Not at all. So, who is this person you wish to locate?"
"We're not sure," Gefnar admitted. The dragon likes to keep things frustratingly vague."
Nelina chuckled. "And here you were just complaining that there was not enough transparency between us. This Veladro hardly seems to trust you at all." "I think it's more to do with this strange connection between her and her agents," Ali said, voicing some thoughts on the matter that had been building in her mind. "Anyone we've met has clearly been slave to her will." "Voluntarily, they even say," Tanner muttered. "So I'm guessing she could break more, but it's almost like Veladrak." "She had 90% of the name anyway. Is paranoid about anything compromising her precious web of minions." An atypically wistful look came to Nelina's face, and the tigerkin shook her head slowly. "Is that what you think, Lady McAllister? Do you truly believe all the stories about dragons being vile, backstabbing creatures devoid of honor?" "First off," Ali growled back, "if we're trying to play nice, you can start calling me Ali. Second, what are you saying? That Veladrak actually cares about her agents like friends? Like family?" "And is that so ridiculous a prospect?" Nelina replied, gesturing between the other three. "You all share a mental bond. Has it not brought you closer together?" Gefnar scowled. "Hang on, are you really trying to say that what Veladrak does to her people is anything like what we all share?" Nelina shrugged. "It's nearly identical." "Right," Ali grunted. "We don't go around slaving people to our will." She paused, considering as she glanced at Tanner. "Well, he can nudge people to do things, but no more than a skilled street magician. It's unreliable, only lasts a few seconds, and it has nothing to do with our link." Tanner didn't seem to know whether to feel complimented or slighted, but Nelina actually shot him a look of respect. "A few seconds is sometimes all one needs to shift one's fortune. But no, I'm speaking of unavoidable repercussions that result from binding two minds that are so disparate in capacity. Dragons possess the capacity to view dimensions more numerous than we of the more diminutive races, and their sheer strength of will dictates that only one in the bonding between dragon and lesser being will retain the whole of themselves. A piece of the dragon's mind inevitably bleeds over into the target of their mind fire, often fracturing the mind of the lesser being." Gefnar frowned. "That sounds like what happens with Demisilg, when two souls try to share the same body, like with Tanner." "It is similar," Nelina allowed, nodding. "But because the mind of a dragon is nigh unbreakable, their new subject is not driven insane by the process. The piece of the dragon's mind they carry prevents such deterioration." Tanner studied the tigerkin woman. "So, just by forging a link with a lesser being, a dragon binds them to its will?" Nelina nodded, a wary glint coming to her eyes. "So, why not you?" Ali's brow furrowed as she glanced between the half-breeds. "Why not her what?" Nelina offered a long-suffering sigh. "Your friend, Lady Ali, is rather indelicately asking how I appear to have retained my agency after subjecting myself to the mind fire of a sea dragon.
Allie blinked.
You what?
It was hard to imagine this secretive, self-absorbed tigerkin she'd come to know ever willingly submitting to the will of anything or anyone else.
I've always thought she'd even sneer at authority in the face of a Theikour.
Haven't you?
A chill ran down Allie's spine, but she forced herself to focus on Nelina.
I've no wish to share my reasoning, the tigerkin was saying. But a time came when I saw fit to protect my mind from external forces, and I sought out the purported nesting ground of an ancient sea dragon at the center of the Lorsyn Sea. My quest was fruitful, and the dragon then subjected me to its mind fire upon request.
Uh-huh, said Tanner, hands visibly twitching as he anticipated Nelina's response to his words. It's fine if you don't want to tell us why, but I've had some time to think about it. Is it all right if I do some guessing?
Nelina gave an incredulous chuckle. It should prove amusing, if nothing else. Please.
She motioned with her hand for Tanner to continue. She mentioned this to me right before the Firestone circle blew, Tanner explained to an expectant Allie and Gefnar. She figured she'd be shielded from what we were all told was a circle of serenity, and what it was supposed to do to the minds of anyone hostile inside it. Only, I got to thinking. His eyes settled back on Nelina. Who'd you clearly have a vendetta against when we first met? Who do you practically lead us to, allowing you to get a killing blow? Captain Linmore? Gefnar offered, his tone implying that he wasn't sure if Tanner's question had been meant as rhetorical. Allie doubted any of them would forget the sleazy, shipless captain of Nizame, Linmore, whom the orc Demisilg Tagathis had wanted to usurp, and whom Nelina had killed in front of them. The satisfaction on Nelina's face as she'd skewered Linmore through from the back had imprinted itself on Allie's memories, as so many moments of this past year and more had. There'd clearly been some history between the two. Nelina gave nothing away on her bemused face that would shift Tanner's theory one way or the other, but the foxkin went on. Yeah, Linmore. We saw what he did to the minds of his underlings. He practically tortured them into submission. I'm guessing that going through that whole process was a requirement for signing on with him. Tanner swallowed, almost looking like he wanted to apologize as he introduced the next layer of his theory. And I think he believed that he'd broken you. Finally, a faint twitch tugged at the tigerkin's brow. Tanner seemed to notice it too, because he pressed on, slightly energized. Then I thought to myself, you must have already hated him before pretending to be brainwashed in his machines, and that's what drove you to prepare for tricking him by galvanizing your mind. So, what would drive you to get that close? To bide your time and wait for the chance to strike when all Linmore's other defenders were either dead or busy. I think Linmore took something from you, or like with Oscar and Bazina, someone. Nelina didn't flinch. There wasn't even any shift in her breathing. But, as Allie's eyes fell to the tigerkin's hands, she saw that the claws there had involuntarily halfway unsheathed. Allie bristled, ready to lash out at Nelina at the first sign of aggression. Which just leaves the question, Tanner continued, seemingly oblivious to Nelina's barely restrained fury, of when you picked up your crew. I'm guessing it was after whatever Linmore did to you, but before you met up with the dragon.
Oh yes, it must have been.
Allie was on her feet, spinning around to face the source of the new voice as power crackled in one hand, Biriak appearing in the other. At her feet, a gangly goblin fixed her with a broad, toothy smile, stretched lazily on the ground and idly tapping his insoles together. He didn't seem to notice Allie's battle-ready stance, or the fact that Tanner, Gefnar, and Nelina had similarly shot to their feet, fire, sword, and claws at the ready. The goblin nibbled at his scarred top lip as his leathery face scrunched up in thought.
Now, I suppose her crew needn't have been hers yet. Perhaps, yes!
He excitedly pointed a knobby fingernail in need of a good clipping at Nelina.
You'll have caused a mutiny. Who'd have backed such a potentially lucrative venture? Dragon parts would go for thousands of plumers these days,
he blithely informed the flabbergasted Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar.
But the Marred Trading Empire? You'll have talked them into dispatching. Oh, I'd think they'd need at least 3 galleons. So sorry, fortified clippers, to be a match for a sea dragon. They'd be wrong, of course, and you'd not have been able to talk them out of some foolish posturing. But you'd have known that going in, so you'd have persuaded them to toss in a schooner. Oh, telling them it was for the safety of the officers accompanying the main force, I think. So some good faith among the crew, and once the dragon had cleaned up the galleons, you'd offer appeasement by way of tossing the Morred officers overboard. Most crafty, most crafty. And to think, you gain a ship, temporary of course, as you couldn't keep it without running afoul of the trading empire in the future, but it would keep your personal vessel clear of notoriety, a potential crew, and the touch of a great—
Mouth closed, runt!
Nelina finally snapped, stalking a pace toward the goblin. As their visitor happily complied, exaggeratedly sucking in his lips, Nelina looked to Allie and the others.
Dispatch this varmint with your magical weapons, or else let me indulge my predator's nature.
She flexed her fully extended claws menacingly. Hold on, Allie shot back, her eyes never leaving the goblin. You? Explain. The goblin's face contorted in cluelessness.
Explain what, Allie? I know something about most things, but I don't know everything about—
You can start, Allie cut him off, kneeling to bring the blade of her dagger closer to his face. With how you apparently know my name. Understanding sluggishly dawned on the goblin's features.
I've gone and committed a towering faux pas, haven't I?
His voice grew deeper with embarrassment, it seemed, but no less gravelly. Easing to his feet, the goblin brushed off his simple shirt and breeches, smoothing back his thick, greasy hair. For a moment, Allie thought he was trying to take his own life by lowering his neck toward her dagger, but she quickly saw that he was carefully executing a formal bow, eyes scrunched up in concentration.
Good evening,
he said, abruptly sounding like he was reciting from a script in his mind.
My name is Norok, performer and infiltrator extraordinaire. Welcome to my home, I hope—
He trailed off, giving a slow, deliberate blink before glancing about their surroundings.
That is, welcome to the land south of my home, and I hope—
He floundered, clearly struggling to get back on script. South of your home? Gefnar interjected, lowering his sword as he stepped forward. You're from Lorsyn? The goblin, Norok, opened his mouth a few times, only to clap it shut again after a nasal grunt, eyes wide and fixed on Gefnar. The city? Tanner prompted, pointing toward the shadowy form of Lorsyn's spires in the moonlight. Right there. Do you live in it? Norik's lips curled back in a forced smile, and he gave a slow nod. Right, Allie said guardedly, scanning the night around them for any sign of further interlopers. She found it hard to believe no one would have yet capitalized on Norik's obvious, if unusual, powers of distraction. There was nothing. Next question. Why are you here? Norik nervously ran his tongue over his gnarled teeth.
To assist. You've come to me so that I can—
We didn't come to you, Allie snapped, part of her wanting to smack that stupid, uneasy smile from Norik's face. Nelina sighed, retracting her claws. He's been given a prepared statement. Haven't you, runt? Another slow, uncomfortable nod. There you have it, said Nelina tersely, indicating Norik. He was meant to welcome you into the city, and now that things haven't gone exactly as he prepared for, he's incapable of handling the situation. Norik licked his lips.
I thought we weren't meeting in— so I thought we could—
Hold on, Tanner cut him off with a raised hand, turning to Nelina. You're saying that he's an agent for Veladrock? The goblin's eyes lit up, seeming to gleam even greener at the mention of the dragon.
You will have met her then. Oh, good. I was beginning to think I'd somehow managed to find the wrong group of people with the same appearances and names.
Allie's mouth fell open. You're a servant of Veladrock? It was a miracle Norik's smile didn't bisect his skull.
I am indeed. Isn't she so awe-inspiring? And truly the greatest boss I've ever had.
If you're open to some constructive criticism, Gefnar ventured, clearly concerned about sending the goblin horrendously on script again. You may have wanted to start with the fact that Veladrock sent you? Norik nodded, striking his broad forehead with the palm of his hand.
Oh, of course.
He fished in a pocket of his breeches, withdrawing a wad of paper scraps, each of which brimming with words and sketches.
Always know your audience,
he muttered to himself, dropping to his knees by the fire and rifling through the scraps, soon plucking out a particular one, and raking a ragged fingernail through the fire's peripheral coals.
Revisions day of are always sloppy, but we'll have to make it work.
Tanner glanced skeptically between the others. Are we really buying this? This guy doesn't act like any of Veladrock's other agents we've met. Nelina shrugged.
I should be proof that not everyone responds to mindfire in the same way.
Norik's long ears perked up.
Mindfire?
He swiveled to face Nelina, nearly knocking his notes into the fire.
You've had the touch of our great mistress in your thoughts.
No,
Nelina said curtly, flashing her claws again.
And any further queries on the matter will cause me to reassess my restraint in opening your throat.
Allie interposed herself between Nelina and Norik as the goblin recoiled in fear.
Everyone stop talking!
She turned down to Norik.
Are you saying you haven't been mind-fired?
I am,
Norik said, forlornly looking down to his notes.
Which is to say, I haven't. Veladrock attempted to explain to me her reasoning when we first met, but I'm afraid I proved too simple-minded to understand.
Tanner was rubbing at his forehead. Why can't Veladrock just communicate properly? Tell us what to expect. We'd avoid all these awkward meetings. Allie found herself in agreement. It wasn't like they were beyond the dragon's ability to make contact. A message passed to Curtis would find its way to Tanner easily enough.
Dragons have always enjoyed fostering an aura of mystery. That, and they offer very little freely by nature. It may behoove you to ask specific questions of your dragon ally if you wish to know of certain things in the future.
Sharad was probably right, Allie supposed, but she did everything in her mental capacity to keep from admitting that in any way. Gefnar looked to Norik in disbelief. You wanted Veladrock to enslave her mind? Norik was back to smiling, his recent terror of Nelina seemingly forgotten.
Oh, yes. You see, I've never been quite proper.
He tapped his wrinkled temple.
Up here.
You don't say, Tanner muttered. The goblin frowned.
Don't I? I meant to. Anyway, I happened upon Veladrock's trail by overhearing a hushed conversation between an agent of hers and an unwitting informant.
He beamed with pride.
I'm good at keeping an ear out for things, you see. No one expects a performer to be watching their audience back.
He blinked.
Where was I?
Allie's eyes narrowed.
Overhearing.
Precisely. I then followed Bela. I meant to say her name was Bela. Veladrock's agent, that is. And what do I find?
At his drawn-out pause, Tanner offered, dragon? Norik squinted at the foxkin.
I've told you this one, then.
Allie shot a look to Tanner that cut short his groan of frustration.
No,
she informed Norik.
Lucky guess, keep going.
A mighty dragon,
Norik hissed excitedly.
Can you believe that?
Yes, and then?
I throw myself at the feet of the giant creature, pledging my life in service to her, and asking her to please do as I've read of dragons doing. I'm quite well read, you know.
He gripped his loose shirt collar like a businessman would his lapels.
I imagine it's not every day you happen upon a goblin who can speak such fluent Greater Kavor.
It isn't. Usually they're snarling something in a goblin language and trying to kill us.
Norik raised a hand to his mouth in shock.
Well, you mustn't let them do that.
We don't,
Allie sighed.
The dragon?
The goblin stared at her blankly.
What of her?
What did she say to you after you asked her to subject you to mind fire? Gefnar asked patiently, stepping in to preempt Allie's choice words for their guest.
Oh,
said Norik, waving aside the question.
Just something about my mind not being able to handle it, but that she might still have some use for me.
Tanner's posture relaxed. Huh. Maybe she really is more merciful than we thought.
Perhaps,
Nelina allowed from where she now sat, hands in her lap.
but more likely she saw an opportunity in this runt to diversify her ranks.
Potentially at the cost of abject loyalty? Allie asked. I'm not convinced.
Oh, but I am loyal,
Norik insisted.
And I've committed the script to memory in case I'm ever caught or questioned by my mistress's enemies.
Good for you, Allie grunted. Norik gave a gargling sort of laugh.
Isn't it?
I'm guessing,
Nelina announced impatiently at the other's confused looks,
that the varmint's mind is slaved to completing a script, should the proper stimuli be met.
Just on its own? Tanner asked incredulously. Veladrock didn't do this to him?
I've always been like this,
Norik answered for himself cheerfully.
I'm also an accomplished improviser.
Allie nodded warily.
Except when you're on script.
Precisely.
Gefnar looked like he was still trying to puzzle out how it all worked. So, if we really had arrived in your home,
I'd have been compelled to complete my welcome speech. I still can if you wish.
No, thank you, Tanner blurted. But then, if you were supposed to meet us back in Lorsyn, what were you doing out here? Norik's little chest puffed out considerably.
Improvising,
he declared, proudly enunciating each syllable. Allie closed her eyes for a moment, performing a brief breathing exercise to center herself.
Fine. If Veladrock trusts him, that'll have to be good enough. It's her mission on the line, after all.
Tanner nodded slowly, reaching for his pack. Just the same, though, I'll send off a message to my dad. Best to make sure Veladrock's got everything in hand. He gave a smirking frown. In talons?
You're sending a note to Veladrock?
Norik asked excitedly.
Would you mind awfully mentioning me to her?
Yeah, sure, Tanner replied, defeated. If it comes up.
Splendid,
Norik declared, gathering up his wadded scraps of notes and shoving them back in his pockets.
Now, what can I make of each of you then?
Allie nearly threw up her hands.
Make of what?
Your disguises,
Norik explained, pointing off toward their destination.
You'll not want to be entering Lorsyn with fancy illusions draped over you. You'd be stabbed before passing through the gate.
Nelina shot Tanner a pointed I-told-you-so sneer that the foxkin did his best to ignore. What disguises do you have? Gefnar asked the goblin guardedly. Norik gestured broadly beyond the campfire.
I can make you whatever you wish, using materials from the world around us, he boasted. I've played dozens of parts on stage, from humans to half-breeds. Our only limit is the level of immersion we can bring to an audience.
Let's keep it simple,
Allie announced, daggering the wild visions she could already see dancing in Tanner and Gefnar's imaginations with only her hard stare.
I learned a long time ago that the best lies are as close to the truth as you can get away with.
She turned back to Norik, unable to stop a faint smile.
But I have always wondered what I'd look like as a brunette.
Chapter 8 The Grand Arrival of the Corroded Tears. Gefnar shifted in his new hooded cloak as they all drew within a mile of the seedy, spired sprawl that was Lorsyn the following morning. Norik had stitched the cloak together in just over an hour with nothing but leather strips, some catgut, and a sizable portion of the gnome's bedroll. If Tanner had never met Gefnar before, he supposed the gnome could have passed for a hardened street tough or mercenary, with his roughly shorn hair, banded arms, and the swirled skin etchings about the eyes. That Norik had assured them all were just beneath the surface, meant to slough away as the body produced fresh skin. The markings, the goblin had informed them among his frenzied costume work, were meant to signify them all belonging to the same band of sellswords, meaning they all now sported the intricate whorls from carunculae to philtrum, the half-breed's fur shorn precisely along the faux tattoos. Tanner had done one better, he thought, caking his eyelids with the remainder of Norik's sharp-smelling concoction. The semi-geometric markings on his forearms still somehow showed through, but Norik had assured him that they at least looked similar to the fresh ones on his face. And, with his hood up and uniformly darkened fur, Tanner was meant to be passing as a wolf or dogkin. "This feels weird," Gefnar mumbled, glancing self-consciously to his comrades. "You look great, Gef," Tanner whispered back, keeping his expression smoldering and severe, as he nodded to the latest in the scattered knots of conversing, brawling, or gambling mercenaries they passed. Like a real bruiser. He wasn't lying. Tanner had always known that Gefnar was deceptively strong under his loose tunics and heavy temple guard armor. He'd have to be to swing those weapons of his around. But Norik had fashioned the sleeves of the gnome's cloak to be taut over his arms without restricting movement, contouring Gefnar's lean muscles. Worse, at least in Gefnar's blushing estimation, when presented with the outfit, the shirt underneath had no sleeves at all. Gefnar shot Tanner a minute nod. "Thanks, but I'm just really not comfortable heading into danger with so little armor." Almost as if apparating at the criticism of his work, Norik was abruptly at Gefnar's shoulder.
"I've done the research, my friend. The most often struck quadrants of the limbs are here, here, and, stop squirming, here. Thus, this is where the leather bands, backed with memory stone-infused steel, are installed to protect your extremities, and this—"
He lifted up Gefnar's left forearm, which had a 2-span buckler affixed to its slim greave, filed down to double as a circular blade.
"is your shield. A bit smaller than you may be used to, but we can't go around with you waving about your official temple guardsman paraphernalia."
Tanner saw the logic there, but he supposed it was easiest for him to purge his person of any identifying items. The scrolls in his pack wouldn't be a giveaway if they were searched, but Gefnar had been instructed to leave his temple guard trappings out in what Tanner suspected to be one of many hidey holes Norik possessed. Even the gnome's sword had been declared too risky to take along. So here we are with our best swordsman effectively disarmed, Tanner thought dryly, his gaze sliding over where Nelina kept pace nearby, and our craftiest member with a bag emptied of tricks. The tigerkin walked now with an altered posture and a perpetual glower her true persona was too collected to make. Tanner appreciated the effort, he supposed, but, of all of them, Nelina was the one likely with the least to worry about, should she be discovered. He kept the theory to himself, but Tanner suspected some part of Nelina simply relished the chance to test her acting abilities. She'd even taken some excited direction from Norik on her adopted persona, though she hadn't stopped addressing him as runt or varmint in their exchanges. To Allie's annoyance, Norik had requested the use of much of her clothes, retailoring them for the taller, more muscled Nelina. What had been Allie's cloak now hung about the tigerkin's shoulders as a sort of loose-fitting vest. And, with further bedroll patchwork, the Lady McAllister's breeches were now sported as a criss-crossed armored bandolier. Nelina had merely mussed her own fur otherwise, clearly finding the prospect of having Norik adjust her appearance any more than necessary decidedly distasteful. It was Allie, Tanner was still surprised to see, who'd embraced the superficial alterations Norik had offered most wholeheartedly. Her skin was blanched from its usual sun-darkened shade by the use of an acrid-smelling paste the goblin had brewed the night before. Even after she'd wiped the paste away with a wet rag, she still looked eerily pale, further accentuating her bleached skin by having Norik darken her hair, lips, brows, and lashes. She looked equal parts ghostly and barbaric as she shot Tanner a playful snarl when she found him staring at her. Even knowing it was Allie underneath all the changes, he still had to fight not to flinch. Perhaps the biggest change was the simplest, however. Allie now sported the daggers she usually kept secreted out of sight boldly along her, Nelina's, belt. Her prized, and now cursed, blade, Biriak, slipped into a shoulder sheath. Fresh whittlework and wrappings that concealed the dark purplish stone at the hilt, altering the look enough to almost certainly deflect any potential comparison to the weapon one Lady McAllister carried. Even with all their precautions, however, Tanner still itched to drape them all in illusions that could alter their forms entirely. Norik's reports of paranoia-fueled checkpoints and makeshift dispelling wards prevented him from acting on the impulse, though. Instead, he began recounting everything he and his friends had going for them in their mission of entering the city anonymously. 1. Their exploits may have likely drawn them to the attention of Mevad and his cronies, but it wasn't like they were the rulers of the opposition. In the grand scheme of things, they were still distinctly small fish. 2. Even if they were big fish, it was doubtful that anyone within 100 miles knew their destination. 3. On the off chance someone was waiting for them, they'd be expecting a human, gnome, and half-breed. Not 2 half-breeds of the wrong type and a goblin thrown in. Plus, and this was just Tanner's personal bias, he felt they all looked rather imposing as they made their approach through the churned mud and turf beyond Lorsyn's incongruously shining gates. Maybe we really should form a mercenary band when all this is over, he mused wistfully. We'd only take the jobs that help people, not charge too much, and not kill anyone unless we had to. As they passed through the gates of the city, Tanner reflected how different it felt to when they'd arrived in Falconcrest months earlier. They'd been apprehensive then, too, but not for the sense that they might be discovered and imprisoned, or worse. "Last chance, Norik," Tanner hissed down to the goblin as they neared the scruffy, armored soldiers manning the checkpoint. "Are you sure there's no way you and your fellow Veladrock supporters can't just reach out to the mage we're looking for yourselves?"
"Positive," Norik grunted. "My mistress's mental dominance would be detected in my fellows, and I've been told that many non-goblins find me unnerving."
Deyrnas snickered.
"Let's not discount the possibility that you have much the same effect on other goblins."
A broad, weather-worn table was set up outside the gatehouse, one of the human city guardsmen sitting with his muddy boots propped up on it lazily as he waved Tanner and the others down.
"State your business in the city,"
the guardsman practically sighed, and Tanner guessed he didn't need his foxen nose to scent the liquor on the man's breath.
"That or present an approved city pass. I'm obliged to remind you that no more than 50 representatives of each approved mercenary banner may conduct business within city limits simultaneously."
Guess Norik's not the only one around here with scripts floating around in his head, Tanner thought, forcing himself to keep his face dour.
"Oh, you'll have our company in that ledger of yours, good sir,"
Norik piped up, smirking proudly as he gestured back to the others.
"Take heart, for the corroded tears have arrived to join the fight."
The guardsmen looked about their faces impassively, clearly stifling a belch.
"Sorry, the who now?"
Norik offered a hearty laugh, clambering up on the table.
"Clever man. You seek to draw out tales of our exploits, and your efforts shan't go unrewarded."
He raised his voice, planting his hands on his hips in an oddly gallant pose.
"Gather round, then, all who would hear of the corroded tears and their pitch battled with the profane hordes of Hiradalg, their lone conquest of the islands of Dachuk, their bold stand against the Wessakun Lionkin on the Fubedi Plains."
Tanner was so caught up in the promise of a good story that he momentarily forgot to look cold and unimpressed. Recalling Norik's self-purported flair for nonsensical improvising, however, brought him back to that state with disappointment. Still, it couldn't be said that Norik didn't know how to sell it. Guards, both of the major races and half-breeds, began trickling from the nearby barracks and the sorts of high-spending establishments set up at city gates, and outside, the cluster of gruff-looking mercenaries the group had passed through gathered opposite the gate's gilded arch.
"Listen well, for it's a tale you'll wish to share, and as best you can, for shame of not having lived yourself these grand events."
Norik's voice carried over the gathering crowd. Well-dressed civilians were now beginning to poke their heads out of any upper-story windows within earshot as well.
"Weren't we supposed to be trying not to attract attention?"
Allie muttered, her words only audible through the mental link shared with Tanner and Gefnar.
"Trying to stop him now would just bring us negative attention,"
Gefnar hissed back, glancing about the expectant faces of otherwise spiritless soldiers, held back from the fighting. Clearly, they were all intrigued to have anything even remotely abnormal taking place, regardless of the source.
"And I'd rather not annoy a bunch of bored people with weapons."
Tanner couldn't help being caught up in the anticipation and grunted interest of their fellow onlookers, finding himself oddly spellbound by the stooped gesticulating of Norik as he began to foment even further excitement.
"Which tale by applause would you all wish to hear?"
the goblin called. Even the guardsman who'd had his feet up on the cluttered table now sat firmly in his chair, motioning a page boy to clear the paper and drink-cluttered surface around where Norik stood.
"The triumphant battle of Hiradalg!"
There were a few scattered murmurs and claps.
"The rout of our foes on the many shores of Dachuk!"
An affirming shout or two shot up from either side of the gate as more onlookers put their hands together.
"Or the heroic rejoinder against the Wessakun barbarians at what was meant to be our mass grave at Fubeni."
Roars went up from the thickening crowd, men and women of numerous races, lionkin notably absent, now clacking weapons together or clanging metal plates against their armored chests.
"We have our winner!"
Norik announced to a renewed wave of shouts, stabbing a crooked index finger to the sky for emphasis. Only because Tanner was looking for it did he notice the flicker of dread on Norik's face, a reminder that the goblin had no more idea what was about to come out of his mouth than anyone else did.
"Word has doubtless reached even here of the endless wars between the great prides of Montacom,"
the goblin began, a spellbound hush falling over his audience.
"In the decisive battle of the 9th such conflict, which saw the elephant kin at last driven from their home in the Andisak Peninsula, the Wessakun capitalized on their new foothold in Matriarch Velikani's lands, mounting a fearsome offensive on the Gakolong to the west. Lionkin blood flowed from Wellemuv to Lenzum, the Gakolong finally dispatching their fastest ships to call for aid, promising whatever riches of Montacom survived the war. None would answer the call, any who received the message quaking at the merciless reputation of the Wessakun, and all praising whatever Theikour they served, that they did not face the rabid wrath of those most terrifying of lionkin warriors."
Norik cracked a proud smile.
"None and any and all that is, save we noble brothers and sisters of the corroded tears."
Muted growls of anticipation rippled through human, gnome, and half-breed alike, and only with great difficulty did Tanner continue to keep his cool exterior. "Don't get all starry-eyed. You're supposed to have been there."
100 ships struck out for the dismal continent, making landfall at Sathufa, where the Gakolong had been beaten back. The Wessakun stood on the verge of overwhelming the Gakolong stronghold of Kudisand as we converged on the fighting, shouting our battle cries to a sky of heart blood red.
Norik drew and brandished his short blade, prancing about on the tabletop at this point.
Those Wessakun savages were soaked in blood and war paint, wielding the teeth of their fallen enemies in their war clubs, just as you've heard. Our forces clashed, their ferocity succumbing to our superior tactics, and we drove them back to the Fubeni plains, shearing the manes of their captains for trophies.
"How come none of you lot are sporting one of them trophies?"
An owlkin mercenary beyond the gate called out.
"Yeah, how come?"
Ali muttered from Tanner's side. Norik blinked, then waved off the question.
Even the eldest of us were but humble foot soldiers at the time. Our seniors had earned the right to claim any such prizes taken by their company.
"And we're just meant to accept that any of you might have taken down a Wessakun captain?"
A guardswoman only a few paces distant spat derisively, folding her arms.
"You're sounding awfully eager to claim the actions of your betters in the corroded tears as your own."
Tanner couldn't help a tight smile. Deliberate or not, Norik had crafted his tale in such a way that those hearing it were questioning whether Tanner and the others really lived up to the name of the corroded tears, not if the corroded tears existed at all.
"I am telling you of the legacy of our brotherhood,"
Norik shouted over the rising grumbles from guards and mercenaries.
"We 5 may not have found the same glory in battle as our leaders yet, but we come to offer our services and to honor that legacy."
"And why so few of you?"
A heavily scarred orc hollered from well back in the sellsword ranks.
We serve for now, Norik explained, his gesture encompassing the rest of the group by the table. In an investigative capacity. The goblin turned to sweep his gaze over the city guards. We come to determine if this fight is worthy of our skill.
Worthy of it? The guardsman who'd had his feet propped up on the table blurted indignantly. He wagged a gloved finger up at Norik.
We face the great war of our time, corroded droplet. King Mevod will bring about a new era, and Kavorim's united might will rival as it stood before the Dragon War.
Yeah, if old Toad King doesn't wipe out the entire line of succession first.
The guardsman spun to snarl out the gate.
Who said that? I demand to know!
Tanner couldn't spot the guilty party either amid the sea of chuckling mercenaries. The guardsman, however, wasn't about to let the point go. Fumbling in the stack of belongings by his chair, he drew a blade Tanner instantly marked as all sparkle, no bite.
The guilty party and anyone hiding them will step forward, or I'll order the city's defenses to fire on—
Sergeant! A clear, commanding voice bellowed, drawing Tanner's gaze to where a trio of horses split the gathered guards as they trotted forward. Tanner hadn't heard them approach over the rising jeers directed at the apparent sergeant. Atop the foremost horse sat a man barely older than Tanner himself, though the slick goatee that framed his mouth, which seemed unaccustomed to the sternness now drawing it downward, granted the man a gravitas beyond his years. Whereas Tanner's first impression of Volkrit, proud blade master of the Samaneer, had been that of a regal man tested in battle, this man reminded Tanner of every ringleader of every group of kids Tanner had ever seen. Not arrogant, exactly, but perpetually aware that his position sat on the good graces of those who allowed him to hold sway. And equally aware what would become of his position should that foundation ever crumble. Then there was the fact that the man and woman who rode the horses flanking the front man were relentlessly beautiful and decked in finery any sane commander wouldn't have even felt the need to outlaw on the battlefield for belief that common sense would reign. All three wore weapons and armor that complemented their flowing attire, but it was all even more gilded and useless than the sword in the sergeant's hand. The front horseman needlessly held his chin high as he stared down at the sergeant, who'd begrudgingly lowered his sword, lips threatening to fold back in on his mouth beneath his scowling eyes.
By your silence, the lead horseman spoke again, I assume that you require me to expound upon my objection to your outburst. Kindly explain what has made you draw steel against a temporary employee of the royal house.
The sergeant stabbed a finger out of the city gate, visibly fuming as scattered mercenaries chuckled at his expense.
They were mocking the royal house, Lord Deyrnas.
Slipping down from his saddle, careful not to disturb the flowing caparison draped about his horse, which sported heraldry of sea hounds tangled in combat, the man, Lord Deyrnas, strode forward, still speaking in that calm, patient voice.
And what were they saying of the royal house, Sergeant?
They implied that the king executes potential threats to his throne,
the sergeant said, almost sulkily.
Ah,
Lord Deyrnas said coolly, stopping only a few paces from the sergeant.
And do you not think it might prove counterproductive to respond to accusations of needless violence by drawing one's sword and demanding satisfaction?
The sergeant practically quivered with rage and embarrassment at this point, but Lord Deyrnas merely gestured to the other man's still-drawn sword, somehow flourishing his cape in the process.
Stow your weapon, Sergeant. I mean only to correct, not to shame.
The lord then turned to address those still looking on, and Tanner worried for a moment that the sergeant would capitalize on the opportunity to bury his sword into Deyrnas' back.
Your sergeant acts with honor,
Deyrnas told the man's fellow guards, and Tanner wondered by the hesitation in the sergeant's eyes if that little compliment might have just saved the lord's life.
He seeks to protect the reputation of House Trelegon, and that is admirable.
Deyrnas then turned toward the gate, striding to stand in the gilded, yawning mouth of it.
But in strange times such as these, honor must be tempered with respect, for our citizens and our allies both.
He raised his arms wide, the gesture somehow just shy of welcoming toward the mercenaries beyond the gate. "You of Rashuga's mongrels, and of any other companies who remain to reinforce our lands against potential flanking maneuvers by the Samaneer. You are understandably displeased with King Mevod's ruling that only those with the coin to secure lodging may enter the city. Moreover, as you are now employees of House Trelegon, you have the right to speak your mind and to voice concern with how the royal house operates. You are welcome to exercise that right, but be warned that action against His Majesty will not be tolerated. There isn't always room for leniency in times of war. To avoid any potential misunderstandings, please refrain from openly antagonizing the men and women who perform the respectable task of safeguarding Lorsyn." A globule of something Tanner was pretty sure wasn't mud sailed through the air from within the mercenary ranks, splattering at Lord Deyrnas' feet as he leapt back with a curt yelp.
"Get ready to run,"
Allie hissed, bracing with the rest of them for violence to erupt.
"I know how to get lost in this city."
The sergeant was already lumbering toward the gate, sword raised.
"They assault the Lord Deyrnas! Arrest them! No quarter for resistance!"
Deyrnas spun on the sergeant, fear and anger flashing in his blue eyes.
"Stand down, sergeant!"
At the command, the sergeant and the handful of guards who'd rallied behind him plodded to a stop. Beyond the gate, growls and caws rose up from the gathered mercenaries, who matched the guards for brandished weapons.
"Your criticism,"
Lord Deyrnas declared with a tight smile toward the mercenaries as he retreated another pace from the gate,
"is noted.
Kindly resume your business." Grabbing the sergeant by the shoulder, he added, barely audible even to Tanner's ears,
"Would you see us all slaughtered? Tame your tongue, or I'll see that you're the one locked away before you can doom the city."
The sergeant, still clearly on the verge of doing something stupid, snarled back,
"You speak like one who's never been in a fight in his life. The city's defenses are strong. We could decimate them with a single volley from our catapults."
Deyrnas bristled at the insult, but his jaw set even further.
"And you speak as one who lives only for the fight. We might very well win the day, but how do you think our allies on the front would respond to word of their reserves being slaughtered by Mevod's forces? They'd turn on our troops, or worse, ally with the Samaneer, and the war would soon be at these very gates."
He stabbed a finger to his feet for emphasis.
"And all because you couldn't swallow your pride and take the slightest of indignities on the chin."
Sinking back on his heels, the sergeant seemed to have cooled to a low simmer, finally sheathing his blade.
"Yes, my lord."
The other man gave a slow nod, finally drawing back from where he'd been only inches from the sergeant's face. As Deyrnas was no longer slouching, Tanner could see that the lord stood well over the sergeant's average height.
"I'm not unfeeling for your plight either, sergeant."
"Farewell, my lord."
"Farewell. It can't be easy for you and your subordinates attending these delicate posts day in and day out. I commend you for your service, and will see that prime rations are delivered from my estate to your barracks come evening. For now, however, you must excuse me. I am to see to my family's holdings beyond the city limits. Please ensure that these limits still stand when I return."
Fatigue showed as he rubbed at his eyes.
"And after this incident, I should probably see if Colonel Madekar is again willing to help us talk down the more restless mongrels."
With that, Deyrnas swept back toward his horse, scraping away the worst of the mud gathered on his boots from his short walk, on his stirrups, before vaulting gracefully back into his saddle. Sweeping sweat-darkened brown hair back along his melting, delicate coiffure, he spurred his horse into motion, finally sparing a glance down toward Tanner and the others as he passed.
"Welcome to Lorsyn,"
he declared grandly, flashing a flawless smile. Tanner frowned as the lord's gallant facade faltered when his eyes fell to Allie.
May you find its people charitable and its many sights dazzling."
He pressed on, flanked by his similarly decked entourage out of the city gate. Guards and mercenaries alike had begun drifting back to their usual affairs, but Tanner still braced for the sound of arrows assailing Deyrnas from all sides. None came. "Seems at least someone in the city knows how to keep their cool anyway," Gefnar whispered.
"I more so admire his skill at playing those around him," Nalina purred, sounding more amused than smitten. Nodding over to his friends, Tanner caught Allie's eye. She looked after the retreating lord with a deep scowl. Worry nestling in his stomach again, Tanner waved a hand before Allie's face. "Allie?" She shook herself. "What?" "Do you know him? He looked at you funny, too." Allie shook her head sharply. "No. The only people I could even consider acquaintances growing up who weren't other street urchins were bartenders or peasant workers too poor to rob." She again looked after Lord Deyrnas, though, mouth puckering in focus. "Nobles were nothing but targets."
"Well,"
Sergeant Fairwind grumbled as he walked over and plopped himself back in his seat, shooting a warning glare up to Norik.
"as you'll have heard Lord Deyrnas put so helpfully, the last bit of your processing involves proof of liquid assets to pay for lodging within the city limits."
He said the words as if he'd grown sick of the way they tasted, and Tanner wondered how many mercenaries had attempted to pay their way into Lorsyn with barrels of grain stolen from the outlying farmlands. He bridled at the assumption. Of all people, I should try not to be profiling half-breeds that way.
"The current cost of a night's lodging," Fairwind continued, "is 20 silver kavora, or roughly 18 pagrins imek, 33 hellish shith junquet, or 41 verdicant minag. At least 1 week's projected rent is required for a city pass until—"
Tanner was still reeling from the outrageous price gouging clearly going on in Lorsyn when the sergeant's recitation was cut short by the sharp clinking that filled the air when Norik drew out a coin pouch and dropped it to the table by the man.
"We of the corroded tears scoff at such paltry sums,"
the goblin declared, gesturing down to the bulging pouch. Scowling warily up at Norik, Fairwind opened the pouch, his eyes going wide as he saw what lay inside.
"Why not hang on to a few?"
Norik added, showing his crooked teeth in a smile.
"I'm sure a devoted civil servant like yourself would feel his job was incomplete if he didn't assess the coins on his own time."
Greed shone in Fairwind's eyes as he nodded, at first going for a handful of the pouch's contents, then clearly assessing how much of a target that might make him. Pragmatism pared him down to drawing only 5 gold kavora to slip into his pocket. Tanner's mouth fell open. That whole pouch was full of the purest gold on the continent, refined and minted with memory stone to prevent shaving. Most of the hardest-working people Tanner had ever known might see a handful of those in their lifetime. At least we finally have a chance for Veladrak to be our deep pockets, Tanner mused. Better late than never.
"That should be sufficient,"
Fairwind announced, clearing his throat as his eyes darted about. Everyone had seemingly gone back to their business, but paranoia would likely be the sergeant's friend for the immediate future. Good. Maybe he'll heed Lord Deyrnas' warning if he feels he has more to lose. Shoving the coin pouch back across the table surface toward Norik, Sergeant Fairwind waved their group along.
"Welcome to Lorsyn. Have a pleasant stay."
"We shall,"
the gnome assured him, hopping down from the table and strolling deeper through Lorsyn's muddied cobblestone streets toward the heart of the city, as though he hadn't a care in the world.
"And that,"
he whispered to Tanner and the others as they fell in around him,
"is how you enter a stronghold city in wartime without even having to provide documentation of one's mercenary company."
"What documentation?" Gefnar asked. Norik craned his neck around to wink at the gnome.
"Precisely."
"Well," Allie muttered just loudly enough for Gefnar and Tanner to hear through their mental link, "we're either in very good hands or in more danger than we've ever been before." Tanner swallowed. Really hoping for the first one. Chapter 9. Spoils in War. Recognition, spite, and sadness battled in Allie's thoughts as she took in the dilapidated state of Lorsyn's southern half. Nothing had the decency to be quite how she remembered it. The grand windows that lined the streets by at least 3 stories, which she remembered always being flung open and festooned with flowered garlands, were almost all shut, most even with the shutters covering up the glass and gleaming housings that had once caused the entire city to resemble a sparkling jewel in the sunlight. The resplendent gowns, jackets, and pantaloons that had once been paraded through the streets with swagger and primness aplenty were now only displayed at or behind the thresholds of Lorsyn's grandiose gathering halls and exclusive clubs. And the fine carriages and other transport contraptions the city's nobles had procured from their patronized tinkerer of choice were nowhere to be seen, doubtless gathering dust next to the lazy, fattening purebred horses and other more exotic mounts in the disused stables of the spires. Allie lifted her gaze from her immediate surroundings to the northern half of the city, where the great spear-like constructions that had boasted the status of their respective estates below for centuries still stood vigil between the business sector and harbor, save for the broad thoroughfare connecting the city's great shows and shops to the sea. Surely the estates weren't so retracted by the threat of war. Whatever whispers of trouble had reached the city during Allie's childhood, she and her fellow street urchins had known they'd at least find a plump mark within the spires.
These pitiful mortals fear to lose that which grants them status, perhaps even more than they fear for their own lives. Look to their vaunted spires. Can you not see that they are fewer in number?
Allie stared, slack-jawed. Sharad was right. Throughout Allie's childhood there had always stood 36 spires within the eponymous district. The fall of the Gresdith estate and its grand spire preceded Allie's earliest memory, and, given the story, as she'd now heard it, from the rightful heir to the broken bankrupt estate in Thradlos ed Gresdith, now General of the Sommelier, the fall of the Gresdith estate had been nearly unprecedented not 3 decades earlier. Now, however, close enough to count the grand spires she'd always purposefully avoided, Allie felt her blood turn cold. 21. 15 spires had been torn from the city's skyline. Memories flooded back in on Allie of her, Shala, and other street urchins they deemed trustworthy, using the various spires as landmarks in their operations. You never set a rendezvous east of the Drafeth spire. Its great coiled bands of iron marked the border of Pergel territory. Unaligned street kids knew to steer clear of the 3 major Lorsyn crime syndicates. But Pergel bully boys had a reputation of being the most vindictive. The docks, meanwhile, were run by the Elsverd in all but name. They were usually indifferent to urchins conducting their business on their turf, and booze, coin, or even an especially shiny rock could usually turn aside the eye of an Elsverd thug, feeling insecure enough to throw their weight around. Then there were the Negelod, west of Gorleanspire. These were the ones independent street kids like Allie and Shala had despised the most. No one knew their motives, but they were always reaching out to unaligned urchins, promising home, hearth, and camaraderie in exchange for services. Rumor was that their Helmer, a human woman by the name of Carfoeth, had been a loner herself, eventually infiltrating and refashioning the Negelod to gather strength from absorbing other loners into their ranks. Allie and her friends had called Carfoeth the Leech. Any urchins weak-willed enough to be enticed by Negelod promises of security were only ever seen again well-dressed and well-fed, and incessantly spouting the praises of Duchess Carfoeth. To this day, Allie didn't know if she and her fellow loners had overreacted by refusing to engage with anyone sporting a green Negelod sash, but it still unnerved Allie to think of the blissful, almost worshipping looks in the eyes of anyone lauding Carfoeth. She shuddered, recalling how a former friend, Iomet, had sought out her and Shala, pleading with them to give the Negelod a chance. "We're fed, clothed, and protected," the girl had insisted at their tucked-away meeting place. "None of us have to be alone anymore." "Some of us prefer that to enslavement, Iomet," Shala had spat, her dark curls bouncing as she'd shaken her head in disgust. "We rely on each other," Allie had added, "and that's enough. Take your child cult sales pitch to someone desperate." Iomet had sighed, sweeping her blonde near-white hair from her drawn eyes and nodding to them both. "You're wrong about Carfoeth. She's one of us." "If that were true," Shala had snarled, "she wouldn't be so desperate to make each of us one of hers." The other girl had departed in silence, and Allie had only ever caught glimpses of her in passing since. It was an experience she'd relived too often, as more and more street kids had fallen under Negalod's sway. "Allie?" Allie jumped at the sound of Tanner's voice near her ear, clearing her throat as though to wipe away the tainted nostalgia that had settled in her chest. She saw that they'd reached the base of the grand chronograph, really little more than an enormous clock that stood at the heart of Lorsyn, with an intricate system of tubes and funnels that fed down into illuminated chambers which marked the passage of everything from lunar cycles to minutes. Once filled with glittering memory stone dust, each chamber would then be emptied to feed the dust back into the central clock housing at the apex of the sloping roof. The entirety of the grand chronograph suspended over the city's most coveted gathering place by grooved towering pillars. Future Plaza. Like most things in Lorsyn, the whole thing was overstated, flashy, and borderline garish. And there wasn't an hour of the day when Future Plaza wasn't absolutely packed with nobles in their most eye-catching attire, hoping to start tongues wagging on their latest purchase, or even indiscretion, as they sipped imported wines and nibbled on pastries laced with novelty memory stone dust. At least, that was how Allie had always remembered it. Only a few dozen nobles lazed about the cavernous space illuminated in soft, shifting blue light, and each was in uniform.
Well, if it can be called uniform when no one is even close to wearing the same thing.
Even in wartime, fashion was Lorsyn's master. About 90% of those gathered either had white hair or were doing varying degrees of poorly covering theirs up, and the bulk of them were men. Veterans, Allie guessed, or whatever passed for such things in a city that hadn't seen a wide-scale conflict in many generations. Cigars were smoked, hats jauntily cocked, and canes proudly brandished alongside exaggerated limps. Any of the visible injuries shouldn't be so debilitating, Allie knew. Even those few amputees present should have mobility and strength equal or greater to what they'd had before the loss, as they now sported bejeweled synthetic limbs in their place. These clockwork prosthetics were the pinnacle of Lorsyn's obsession with status, distilling the ancient ritual of comparing battle scars down to a predictable show of wealth. The process of crafting such things alone was inordinately expensive, and the cosmetic customizations invariably set in place had been known to set back even the profits of the largest estates by years. There wasn't even a black market for such things, as the spires had ruled that the theft of such an item was an act of highest treason. The handful of attempts by light-fingered citizens to acquire even retired machine limbs over the centuries had resulted in such ferocious retribution from the spires that not even the crime syndicates attempted such things. "Money is power," the self-important of Lorsyn liked to declare. "And when those powers cease battling each other and turn on you, you'd swear a new Theikour was born." The more self-aware of the city's elite even mockingly worshipped the hypothetical deity, Galud, the coin Theikour. Allie stifled a groan, wishing she didn't know so much about this city and its gross obsession with status. Learning such things had helped her to be a better pickpocket as a child, but now, knowing what she did about her own heritage, it just made her feel self-conscious and hypocritical. "So, that's the Tower of Memories?" Gefnar prompted when Allie still hadn't answered Tanner after a few moments. Allie's gaze lifted past the grand chronograph to where the greatest spire of all loomed at the far end of Lorsyn's immense city square. She'd never read the edicts herself, of course, but Allie had heard all the rumors that ironclad preservations in the city's charter, originally scribed by the city's elven founders, prevented any privately owned buildings from reaching within 100 feet of the first tower's height or width. Additionally, only one structure per a certain square footage, and only where the city couldn't claim land for construction, could exceed a height of 5 standard stories. As such, the Spires district had come up roughly uniform, despite the various rival estates clamoring for individuality, each new spire meeting the precise size restrictions and at irregular intervals, the better to foil another estate's construction plans. Each spire was dazzling in its own way, but anyone not of the noble caste had since referred to the frenzied rush of estate construction shortly after human immigration as the groundless race. The street kids Allie had known growing up had a handful of other names for that and other spires-related things more derisively phallic in nature.
Yeah, that's the blazing tower of memories,
Allie muttered, figuring she should answer before the jittery Norik exploded from not leaping in to respond to a question that hadn't been directed at him.
"Which means we're near our destination,"
the goblin blurted, gesturing for them all to skirt Future Plaza.
"Trilliga should be attending to her duties close by."
Allie frowned as she and the others fell into step behind Norik once again.
Trilliga?
"Yes, the clockwork mage who—"
Norik trailed off, sheepishly glancing over his shoulder at Allie.
"I've, not told you about her yet, have I? Apologies, everything was covered so clearly in my welcome speech."
"Just give us the basics," Tanner interjected. Norik blinked.
"More than I already have?"
"I mean, if it's relevant," Gefnar prompted.
"What a well-oiled organization your employer has," Deyrnas scoffed from the back of the group.
Norik came to a stop, the faint waggling of his lips and tongue making it clear to Allie that he was parsing through his prepared script for what he felt might be relevant. Allie amused herself by wondering what was working harder, Norik's mind or the cogs of the grand chronograph that loomed overhead.
"She's a gnome?"
Norik said at last. Deyrnas offered a dry chuckle.
"I'm continuing to see why your employer has little worry that this varmint might ever say too much."
"You there!" a weathered voice called out from nearby, and Allie glanced over to see that, sitting just within the shade offered by the grand chronograph and its housing, an elderly mustachioed man sat alone in a wooden straight-backed chair, an embroidered blanket slung over his legs, despite the rising heat of the day.
"Yes, you lot,"
the man continued, the handful of medals adorning his officer's uniform clinking faintly as he raised a bony finger in their direction.
"You're soldiers of fortune, are you not?"
"We're not. Goodbye,"
Allie shot back before Tanner could engage, sharply motioning Norik onward. They'd already caused far too much of a splash on arriving for her liking. Best not to get caught up chatting with every nobleman eager to relive his supposed glory days. The old man, however, wouldn't be brushed off so easily, his pointing finger now swaying in admonishment.
"That's an incredibly rude response, little lady."
He sounded more disappointed than angry, and that somehow annoyed Allie more.
"I was merely hoping you might inform me of the current state at the front."
Allie shrugged dismissively.
"Wouldn't know. We're here."
His bushy brow sinking low over his eyes, the old man traced gnarled fingers over a metallic raised dome set into the armrest of his chair, and the enchanted housing beneath his seat lighting up. He slowly hovered out into the sunlight, his pinkened wrinkles telling Allie he probably did that more often than any of his physicians might have preferred.
"Neat,"
Tanner breathed in wonder at the casual display of potent magics.
"I know your type, young lady,"
the old man declared, drawing up in front of Allie as she attempted to step around Norik and continue for the Tower of Memories.
"You see us old soldiers and scoff at us for never having fought in a real war like yours. Well, I'll have you know that I was a commander in Spire Company."
Maybe it was that, for the first time in her life, Allie felt like she could match a self-inflated antagonistic noble wealth for wealth. Or maybe it was the flood of confusing feelings she felt at being back in Lorsyn. Either way, she had the distinct compulsion to put this arrogant old man in his place.
"Yeah?"
she sneered.
"Is that supposed to mean something to me?"
The old man tisked, as can only be perfected with age.
"We were the detachment from the Lorsyn Guard dispatched to help free Kavorum from Trelegon's tyranny."
Allie folded her arms.
"The way I hear it, the Summoner handled that all by themselves." "Pah! They've been claiming that since the Summoner takeover."
The old man angrily tossed aside the blanket covering his legs, or rather, what was left of them.
"What battle do you suppose I lost these in if the Summoner weren't in need of any help, little lady?"
Gefnar gasped softly, hand to his mouth as he took in the jagged stumps of the old man's thighs, visible even beneath the tied-off pant legs. Tamping down her rising sympathy, however, Allie merely frowned.
"So you got hurt in a fight. You expect me to believe you're not rich enough to have an enchanter fuse some new legs on?"
"Allie!" Gefnar snapped, and Allie's head swiveled to face him, eyes abruptly defensive. It was rare that she heard him sound so scolding. The gnome sternly met her gaze, shaking his head. "My apologies, sir," he addressed the old man, bowing his head respectfully as he stepped forward. "I've, studied the ways of magical healing and, well, magical afflictions." He motioned to the man's lost legs. "How long since—" The old man's expression had softened from a snarl at Allie's dismissiveness to wary gratitude at Gefnar's understanding.
"Since my fashionable prosthetics were rejected," he finished the gnome's question with a sigh, "I walked again for only 7 months, and so many years ago that I've forgotten the sensation twice over."
He sagged in his chair, massaging with gnarled hands near both amputation points and clearly fighting not to grimace. Timidly, Gefnar gestured toward the old wounds. "If I may? I don't know a lot about this sort of thing, but I can try to ease the phantom pains." By this point, Allie's ears pulsed red with embarrassment. She hadn't meant to belittle whatever strange condition was assaulting the old man, just, well, the entire upper crust of Lorsyn she'd been groomed to despise.
"Pity his weakness if you must, but don't let that excuse the flaunted affluence and indifference of those who rule through false superiority."
The old man, meanwhile, was staring Gefnar down.
"I've sacked a small army of physicians for failing to salve what they tell me is imagined, Master Gnome. Would you risk my wrath by offering your services?"
He pointed shakily back to the shade beneath the grand chronograph, where dozens of fellow veterans looked on, as well as to a passing patrol that had paused 100 paces away to monitor their exchange.
"Any one of these men and women would give their life at a perceived affront to my honor."
Allie's blood now seemed to run cold. She took in the medals adorning the old man's uniform, high honors from each of the city's ruling families. Only one officer in the Lorsyn Guard was held in such esteem by so many, and even street urchins knew his name.
Commander Parganach.
Probably the only man who could hold the ruling families to task without fear of assassination. If ever Allie had heard whispers of feuds in the spires being resolved, Commander Parganach's name was usually involved, usually spoken with a sort of reverence for the man who'd helped Lorsyn retain its independence from external governing bodies, through strength in diplomacy, and from potential invaders through strength in battle. The wealthy of the city owed Parganach their continued fortunes, and none would oppose him, either out of respect, debt of gratitude, or fear of reprisal from the Lorsyn Guard, who held the old commander up as the paragon of their ranks, and who were, ostensibly at least, unaligned with any one of the ruling families. When Parganach spoke, lords and ladies trembled.
"And now I've gone and gotten him annoyed,"
Allie thought, already quietly assessing how many city guards she, Tanner, Gefnar, and Nelina could handle apiece. Norik was an unknown quantity, though if he was as good with a knife as he was at talking. But Gefnar was unmoved by Parganach's off-handed threat, shaking his head meekly. "With respect, sir, I don't think you have any wrath left to spend." He pressed on before the old man could reply, seeing Parganach raise a brow in what could have been either intrigue or indignation. I think you're just tired. Tired of everyone telling you what's wrong with you instead of just listening. Tired of being brushed off as a difficult old codger when no one takes the time to understand your pain, or what you've lost. Nelina offered a resigned chuckle from a step behind Ali. Her breathing changed as she tensed for a fight. Parganach, however, merely nodded down to Gefnar from his floating chair.
I'm surprised to find such wisdom in one so young, and a sellsword no less.
A playful smirk tugged at his mouth beneath a full, bushy mustache.
But tell me, how are you so different from my physicians? Did you not just attempt to diagnose me?
Gefnar shook his head. No, sir. Just offering an unprofessional perspective. He swallowed. And a helping hand. Norik, who'd shifted uneasily on his feet since the exchange had begun, stammered,
With only the greatest of appreciation for your many duties in mind, Commander Parganach, past and present.
Parganach glanced about their group, finally chuckling.
You are a strange band.
He looked up to Ali.
And I suppose I may have been spoiling for a fight on accosting you. I don't typically much care for sellswords. They're so often faithless, ruthless scoundrels, and they've infested this city far too much of late.
Ali nodded.
I was probably just as spoiling. I don't usually like folks who float on old money or old glory, and they've infested Lorsyn for as long as I can remember.
She could hear Tanner grimace, but she was already scolding herself for letting her tongue continue to run wild. Again, however, the old man laughed, loud and hearty this time.
True enough, little lady. Perhaps we'd both do better to battle our preconceived notions.
He extended a bony hand up to her.
Commander Parganach.
She took it.
I know. Then perhaps we both court death too freely as well. Have you a name to match the demeanor? Might as well start giving out the names we planned on using with our contact.
Ashal, she motioned to the others. Of the corroded tears. Parganach inclined his head, giving no indication that he detected any trickery.
And you, Master Non-Physician Gnome?
Dabian Ed Bathad, said Gefnar, managing to sound convincing. Of the, well, you know. Sidnog, Tanner offered when Parganach looked his way, with Nelina adding,
Degru,
when prompted.
And I'm Norik,
the goblin declared proudly. His prior insistence that no one in the city would know him as such would have fallen less flat if Ali hadn't suspected that he was simply no good at keeping fake names organized in his peculiar head. And if Commander Parganach went looking at him now like one might at a past acquaintance.
May I just say, Commander, what a great honor it is to—
Ali stepped in front of the goblin, sharply mouthing the word, "Quiet!" back to him. The best he could manage, it seemed, was to finish the rest of his speech under his breath.
I seem to recall the Lorsyn Guard recently seizing the assets of a goblin by that name,
Parganach said slowly, his old eyes sharpening as he examined their faces.
I don't suppose any of you would know anything about that.
Blazes, Ali thought dryly.
Of course they did.
Tanner mustered a dismissive laugh. I thought we were past spoiling for a fight, Commander. Then, at Parganach's skeptical frown. That's a bit of an offensive question. Norik's a pretty common name for goblins. Ali had no idea if that was true, and she suspected neither did Tanner.
I see,
Parganach said slowly.
Would it be forward to inquire what this other goblin's offense might have been?
Nelina purred. Ali initially wanted to elbow the tigerkin in the ribs, but she quickly saw the merit of the question. It couldn't hurt to know what types of things to look out for, with Norik in tow. Parganach studied Nelina guardedly.
Operating multiple business ventures without a license.
Ali was glad of the commander's old ears as she heard Norik give a muffled,
Ah, so they didn't find my treasure caches.
Well, there you have it, Nelina purred to Parganach. The only business venture our Norik has ever attempted was lashing together a small fleet of fishing rafts on the Mepios Sea.
Didn't go so well. Tanner took up the fake story, snickering as though at the memory of it. Old Norik the duck over here forgot to take into account the reduced buoyancy of fresh water.
I see, Parganach said again. Well, if you do encounter the other Norik, do tell him that he's free to defend his case at a Lorsyn guard courthouse.
His eyes fell pointedly to the sliver of goblin visible to him from behind Ali's leg.
Incarceration is only likely if further offenses come to light.
Ali smiled tightly.
We'll keep that in mind.
Parganach pursed his lips but didn't press further. Instead, he turned back down to Gefnar.
How long before you're deployed to the front?
The gnome shrugged. We've only just arrived and filed with the Lorsyn Guard. I'm guessing the higher-ups will be letting us know when to expect to be cycled out of reserve.
At which point we'll hopefully be long gone,
Ali reminded herself, her heart briefly pounding at the prospect of getting caught up in the war on the side of Mevod.
Commander Blainar has his hands full deploying the guard and the mongrels properly, Parganach said with a nod. Let alone you smaller outfits. It may be some time before you're called up. Are you sure you can afford to live in city limits until then?
We'll figure something out, said Gefnar, somehow making the deflection sound friendly. The commander smiled graciously.
No doubt. For whatever else you may be, you do all strike me as resourceful. I am not obliged to report you to the guard for any such resourcefulness. And if your offer was genuine, Master Dabion, my home is in the southwest corner of the Brass sub-district. I'd appreciate whatever ministrations you may be able to provide, at your leisure.
With that, Parganach traced a finger over the raised metallic dome in the arm of his chair, commanding his odd little carriage back toward the shade beneath the grand chronograph. The guards and other apparent old veterans soon grew bored with Ali and her companions and went about their business. How about we don't go for 3 high-profile interactions in our first hour here? Tanner muttered as they pressed on, circumventing the grand chronograph on their way toward the spires.
Well, that might prove difficult,
said Norik, pointing ahead at the Tower of Memories.
That'll be our next stop.
Ali couldn't help a low groan.
Our contact is a tower mage? Things just keep getting better.
One of the best,
Norik affirmed, beaming toothily.
And wait until you see her automatons.
Chapter 10 Ground Floor. Since falling into his adventures with Ali and Jack, Tanner had been in many places where the air had seemed to thrum with magical energies. In Tothika's private chambers, the servants of Kravog-infested dwarven tunnels beneath Dragon's Nest, Captain Lenmore's mind domination room, the blazing Summoner Fortress in Falconcrest. But each of those had held one thing in common. They'd still crackled with the wildness inherent in utilizing a mineral that was, by its nature, susceptible to the shifting tides of emotion around it. Stepping through the broad, dark wood doors of the ground floor of the Tower of Memories, however, felt like stepping into a warm spring with waters that rippled through his fur like the enfolding embrace of a great womb. The thought was simultaneously so absurd and yet so steeped in nebulous prenatal memory that Tanner found himself laughing and gasping at the same time. There was an undeniable sense of maturity and, yes, maternity infused in the deep lacquered shelves that encircled the chamber that Tanner felt comforted, scolded, and pushed to better himself all at once. It took him a moment to place why. The memory stone here was old, ancient. The wisdom of millennia and countless lifetimes saturated it, providing a clarity to whatever it touched that Tanner could barely comprehend.
I guess it can be overwhelming your first time,
Allie sighed, frowning as even she grappled with the ancient knowledge permeating their surroundings.
I'd come here now and then as a kid, at least to the levels open to the public.
Oh, and what would you study?
Norik asked cheerily. Allie's face darkened.
People whose lives were better than mine.
An uneasy moment of silence settled over them as they drew up inside the door, forcing the young attendant at the circular desk at the large chamber's center to raise her voice slightly as she inquired,
"Hello? Can I help you?"
Tanner couldn't tell if the hesitation in her voice was at their odd silence or their gruff appearance. She seemed calm, just perhaps slightly surprised to have visitors in the otherwise abandoned tower interior.
I believe you can,
Norik declared, his little legs ensuring another prolonged pause as he strode toward the steps inbuilt in the central desk's surface for beings of his stature. The others trailed behind, Gefnar not bothering to bring himself to the human attendant's eye level as he gawked at the lofty shelves stacked deep with softly glowing memory casings. Norik grunted as he arrived at the top step, not seeming to mark the amused smile the attendant didn't quite manage to hold back.
We seek the chambers of the renowned mage, Theikour,
the goblin declared. The attendant nodded, her good humor fading as her dark eyes assessed the faux mercenary markings on their faces.
And what, may I inquire, is your business with her, and with the tower?
Tanner measured his breathing with concerted effort, content to let Norik do the talking.
As much truth as possible, they'd all agreed, without compromising anyone who knows us.
Hence the fake names and disguises. None of them knew how much of their exploits had filtered back to Mevod and his allies, but there were those among the mongrels at least who knew their names and faces.
We wish to secure Theikour's services,
Norik informed the attendant. They'd attempted to rehearse what their story was with the goblin, but it had soon become evident that telling him exactly what to say was counterproductive. This had led to an ostensibly private discussion about whether to let him do any talking at all, but Norik's hearing had proven impeccable. He'd insisted that he could keep a story straight, he just couldn't commit it to memory. The opaque, seemingly oxymoronic nature of the assertion had admittedly made Tanner and the others a bit nervous.
But he's doing all right so far, and he's so eager to be helpful.
On what? The attendant pressed slowly, her gaze drifting pointedly over their frames.
It doesn't seem that any of you are in need of her specialty.
Norik grinned toothily.
We may currently possess all our limbs, my dear, but my papa always told me that it's the wise goblin who plans ahead.
Tanner braced for the attendant to order them out at the unconvincing deflection, but the woman's smile returned instead.
You should know,
she informed them, lifting a wood panel to step out from within the circular desk,
that Theikour isn't known to take jobs from mercenaries very often.
As the attendant's full body came into view, Tanner noticed two things rather quickly. First, what he'd thought was a simple umber dress from only seeing the waist up, slipped over a white long-sleeved shirt, was instead a set of loose but flattering coveralls that flared before funneling into knee-high boots. Second, one of the woman's legs, hidden beneath what Tanner took to be the odd, official attire of the tower, stepped heavier, though no less nimbly, than the other, a soft clunk sounding with each footfall.
Come along, then,
the woman said cheerily, tapping 3 blue stones embedded in the walking stick she took up from the desktop. A faint blue shimmer bloomed across the walls of shelves, and even over the apparatuses that dotted the chamber, reminding Tanner of large metal globe housings, only without the globe. Gefnar was first to fall into step with the attendant as she made for the steps at the back wall that spiraled up through the lofty ceiling.
You're a mage?
The young woman giggled, the girlish sound causing Tanner to wonder if she was even younger than he'd guessed.
Hardly,
she said without a trace of bitterness, embarking up the stairs with scarcely a hitch in her step, though she did lean into her cane. She brushed a loose strand of dark hair back into her bun as she turned down to the gnome.
Each of us attendants carries a key to lock down our assigned level of the tower, built for us by the mages who operate in its walls.
She gestured proudly down to her cane.
I simply thought I'd make mine more fashionable.
Gefnar smiled. Mission accomplished. Tanner, however, was frowning as he watched the attendant sway faintly with each step on her synthetic leg. You'd think the mighty tower mages would have the foresight to make the levels more accessible, though, he muttered. The attendant paused on the broad steps, shuffling around with her cane to meet Tanner's eye.
Oh, my apologies, I should have asked.
She pointed down to a disc back at the base of the steps, caged in by a short railing that Tanner saw could slip right through the vacant core of the staircase.
That can lift up to 5 human-sized beings to any of the landings above. Did you need it?
Only for the briefest of moments did Tanner wonder if he was being mocked somehow. The attendant's eyes were far too sincere for sarcasm. No. Just good to know it's there, I guess. Confusion briefly knotted the attendant's brow, but she smiled again and twisted back around to continue leading them upwards. Nelina snickered softly at Tanner's unease, and even Allie gave a puckered smile. Norik, meanwhile, seemed oblivious to the exchange, hoisting himself up each step by briefly clambering against the exterior railing. Tanner thought about directing the gnome toward the half-steps that lined the inside of the spiral Gefnar was making use of, but it looked like Norik was having fun with the mad scramble. So if it's not impolite to ask, Gefnar voiced the question on everyone's mind. Where are all the tower patrons? The other attendants? Tanner finally caught stress and fatigue in the woman's profile as she looked back down to Gefnar.
Few citizens have visited in recent months for fear of... Well, you must have noticed the sparse foot traffic in the city.
To put it generously, Tanner thought grimly. Gefnar nodded. The people are afraid.
And have every right to be, Nelina said with a shrug. You saw how quick both guards and mercenaries were to resort to aggression at the gate.
The attendant stiffened.
There's been a fight? Here, in the city?
Allie shook her head.
No, some lord got them to stand down. Deyrnas?
Tanner frowned. Allie didn't sound smitten, but intrigued. He couldn't even identify her interest in the suave pacifist lord through their mental link. The attendant's reaction, however, was unmistakable. A shy crinkling of the nose and an uncontrollable smile as she turned away.
A good man, Vilsain Ed Deyrnas. Did he seem well?
Tanner smirked, his thighs starting to ache as they barely neared the ceiling of the first floor. Curse Kavorim's flatness for failing to prepare me for stairs. A bit agitated and nervous, but yeah. You know him?
Oh, he's been in a few times, the attendant laughed nervously. He studies political addresses, spire gatherings, and the like. Always very polite to the staff.
Norik grunted as he hopped up another step.
And do you wish to make his family name your own?
Everyone froze, a handful of disbelieving glares leveling at the goblin as the attendant managed to blush through her dark skin. Norik only noticed that the others had stopped as he collided with the back of Allie's leg, glancing about in confusion.
I've said something wrong, haven't I?
Then, muttering to himself,
All the time. You do this all the time.
No, it's fine, the attendant assured him, eyes downcast as she turned to the others at the first landing. Vibrant wall sconces illuminated the dark wood door to this level of the tower, a pair of seats to either side of the entry, much like the ones arrayed about the apparatuses downstairs, and the endearing bashfulness in the attendant's smile. Vilsain Lord Deyrnas is an attractive man, but, well, my parents don't trust nobles. And I'm sure Lord Deyrnas is meant to marry someone for the merging of estates, or to bring a peaceful end to this war. I doubt he even knows my name.
Seizing the opportunity to change the topic, Tanner cleared his throat. Well, then we have that in common. The attendant fixed him with a befuddled frown. "Hmm?" "I'm Sidnog," Tanner prompted. "And this is Dabian, Ashal, Deyrnas, and Noric." Understanding softening her face, the attendant laughed self-consciously. "Delighted. I'm Orthwy." Tanner bowed grandiosely. "Well, Orthwy, if you could answer a question I'd very much like answered." "Yes?" Pointing up the continuing spiral of steps, Tanner took on an exaggerated stoop of exhaustion. "Exactly how many more stairs until Thrilliga?" Orthwy giggled again. "I'm not sure. Let's count them." Chapter 11. Atop the Ages. Allie swore she could feel the individual fibers of her leg muscles fraying as they hit the stairwell's final landing. Even so, she couldn't help but feel sorry for the wheezing Tanner. She may not have been breathing as hard, but she was certainly missing the opulent bathtubs of the McAllister estate, as sweat pooled in her every crevice. "You might have told us," Tanner gasped out, glaring insincerely over to an amused Orthwy. "That Thrilliga was at the top level from the beginning." Despite her smile, Orthwy grimaced in sympathy, barely breathing hard at all. "Sorry. She's the best, and it's a status thing. I did offer to call the lift platform. Twice." Tanner waved a furry hand in her general direction as he hunched down over his knees. "A matter of pride at that point." "Clearly," Nelina grunted dryly, but even she was breathing more heavily than normal. Froth had gathered at the corners of Noric's mouth, meanwhile, though he didn't seem to notice, staring blandly about his surroundings, which were nearly identical to each previous landing. Gefnar was flushed bright red, dabbing the profuse sweat from his brow with a rag from his pocket. Even his well-muscled arms were swollen with exertion, as he'd eventually adopted Noric's approach of half-climbing the ascent. Allie scowled, turning quickly to the door before them as she found her gaze lingering on those arms. "This is it, then?" Orthwy smiled wickedly. "Unless you want to head back down and make the climb over again." Tanner guffawed. "Guessing that wouldn't be unusual for you?" The attendant shrugged modestly. "I like making use of the mobility I have. You never know when you might lose it." Those last words sounded haunted as Orthwy made for the door, rapping her knuckles against it. Allie gave a faint smirk. For all their advanced magics and machinery, tower mages still had their visitors simply knock. It felt anachronistically quaint. "Enter!" came a distracted shout from the other side, even as the doors seemed to tremble and the faint sheen of blue Allie hadn't noticed was there, dissolved from the entry. Gripping the left knob of the double doors, Orthwy pushed into the chamber beyond, and Allie felt like she was witnessing a suspended moment in a hurricane. Faint concentric rings of soft memory stone blue seemed to hover at hip level and above, some tilted at odd angles that saw their paths tracing up past wall-mounted ladders and balconies. Set at irregular intervals along the rope-thick circles of magic were tools, scraps, and baubles of every kind, most of which Allie couldn't even attempt to identify. Even the ladders and balconies of the chamber, which was nearly as wide and tall as the ground floor, seemed frozen in the act of spilling their contents of vials, pebbles, feathers, and metal scraps to various surfaces without concern for gravity, another thread of magic connecting each to its apparent origin point. And, bustling through the frozen chaos were 4 figures, each registering as an oddity in Allie's mind for almost as many reasons. The first was a gnome woman of 70 or so, just entering gnomish middle age. "Presumably this Thrilliga we've traveled so far to meet?" She was paler than any other gnome Allie had seen, as Allie had never ventured beyond the ground floor of the Tower of Memories, to the point that Allie wondered if Thrilliga was albino. The long, pinned-back hair that messily framed the bustling woman's face was jarringly dark in contrast, and her eyes, which barely flickered over in the direction of her guests before returning to her work, were a deep, striking red. Near her, the second figure turned a welcoming smile on Allie and the others, raising a hand in greeting. He was a dwarf, Allie thought, though proportioned slightly differently from any she'd encountered before.
To be fair, a lot of those were armored and trying to kill me.
Allie briefly wondered if he was half human, like Gwytherin and Noller's children, but that didn't seem right either.
Part gnome, maybe?
It might explain the peculiar facial hair, well-trimmed sideburns. Any further guesses would wait, however, as the last two figures in the chamber loomed in on the newcomers, their gangly metal arms outstretched. Norik had briefly related to Allie and her companions his third-hand account of Thrilliga's automatons, but Allie was still unnerved by the headless humanoid shapes that closed in, their partially covered inner workings illuminated in a familiar bluish glow. Allie decided immediately that she'd go up against the lumbering suit of armor that had guarded High Priestess Intothica's library back in Dragon's Nest over these odd parodies of the human form with faintly insect-like limbs any day. And the things were still clunking closer, swaying languidly with each step.
Do we protect ourselves here, or?
Tanner muttered, already bringing a soft, fiery light to his hands. He sounded more scared than Allie sensed he was through their link, still being somewhat out of breath. The dwarf man's eyes went wide, and he darted around the table separating the door from the central work area, waving for Tanner to stand down.
Whoa! The autos are just at the ready to take your coats.
Allie's eyes narrowed as she glanced between the gangly machines, which had come to a stop on either side of the dwarf. They did, in fact, seem to be holding their metal hands out expectantly.
New parameter,
the dwarf laughed, shrugging sheepishly. Tanner blinked. But it's summer. The dwarf chuckled.
Yes, well, progress knows no seasons.
He raised his hand in greeting again.
Hi, and welcome to Thrilliga's laboratory.
He indicated the gnome woman, who still scurried about her work.
That's Thrilliga.
Then, jabbing a finger at his own broad chest.
And I'm Ud.
Only then did Allie register that each of his gestures and greetings was performed with one hand, and her gaze fell to the short sleeve of his other arm. A heavily scarred stump was all that peeked out.
Another rejection of magical limbs?
Allie wondered, starting to grow uneasy with their chances. She'd never even heard of this phenomenon before today, but if even the great mage Thrilliga couldn't overcome it, could their entire mission to restore Veladrok's wings potentially have been for nothing? And how would the dragon respond to that possibility? Allie belatedly realized that Tanner was introducing them, ending with her. And this is a shawl. The automaton to Ud's left glowed more brightly for a moment behind the chest plate, and Thrilliga glanced over, a scowl creasing her pointed features before she silently resumed her nebulous task. Ud shifted uneasily in his boots, turning to Orthwy.
Thank you for seeing our guests up here, Orthwy, but should you be getting back to the main desk?
The young woman looked utterly crestfallen at being dismissed from probably the most exciting thing to happen in the tower in weeks, but she nodded dutifully.
Yes, sir.
Wincing with obvious guilt, Ud smiled. Setting aside the absence of a beard, he looked young for a dwarf when smiling, and the expression seemed to come naturally to him.
You never know. We might receive more than one group of visitors in a day. See you for supper at closing?
Orthwy brightened.
Oh, yes. With all the days running together, I'd almost forgotten it was Arasek.
Allie grunted softly. If the young attendant thought her days ran together, the work week by the common calendar had almost never been a concern for Allie. Street urchins didn't work normal hours or go out for a meal at the end of the work week, and studies at the Aranak Sanctuary hadn't let up for Eavat. Waving fondly at Ud and the distracted Thrilliga, Orthwy slipped back out the door, grinning warmly to Allie and the others.
I hope you all find what you're looking for.
Ud sighed as Orthwy vanished down the stairwell, hand planted on a hip.
She's a good kid.
His eyes shifted pointedly about his guests.
If a bit too trusting. Care to share your real names?
Behind the dwarf, Thrilliga scaled a small ladder to pluck a suspended knot of wires in one of the glowing rings about the chamber. "And be quick about it," she called disinterestedly. "We've enough to do without self-serving guests wasting our time." Allie stifled a groan. This was Hattie seen through their cover story all over again. Why does Veladrog have to pick people who are able to suss her out so easily? Her gaze then shifted to the automatons flanking the implacably patient Ud. She guessed that one lit up whenever a potential threat lied, the other when they told the truth. "This'll be interesting," Allie thought, sparing a quick glare over at the wide-eyed Norik. "We have the worst blazing informants." "Fine, so those aren't our names," Allie sighed, her theory bolstered by the heightened glow of the machine to Ud's right. She wasn't sure what variation in their structure helped Ud and Thrilliga to tell them apart, but Ud seemed to relax slightly at the honesty. "Thing is, I'm not sure how much we can tell you about ourselves or the job we need done without endangering you or other innocent people." The truth automaton lit up again, eliciting a frown from Ud. His coiled fist relaxing, the dwarf examined the group more closely, while Thrilliga still seemed transfixed on her work.
"Well, I find that comforting at least, and I try not to assume the worst of people. I hope you understand that we're going to need a little bit more to go on than that."
Tanner stepped forward, glancing between the automatons. "In vague, truthful terms, then. We need Thrilliga's help to affix some prosthetic appendages to a unique patient, in the interest of keeping my hometown safe." Again, the truth automaton shone brighter for a moment. Thrilliga at last lifted her head, casting her eyes over her shoulder at Tanner with a scrutinizing frown. Ud, meanwhile, nodded slowly.
"We do hear rumors here, friend, even tucked away in the Tower of Memories."
Allie ceased gnawing on her lip, looking down to the dwarf with folded arms. "Then maybe you can piece together whatever you might have heard with our predicament and make educated guesses that in no way amount to the sort of actionable proof a person might bring to the Lorsyn Guard." Neither automaton lit up, and Allie allowed herself a tight smirk. At least her short time helping to manage an estate in Falconcrest had taught her how to say things in a thoroughly non-committal way. As a street kid, she'd just run from whatever confronted her. Allie even caught a faint purr of approval from Nelina. Ud, however, looked back to Thrilliga, who'd slipped back down to the floor and stepped slowly up behind him. With the woman this close, Allie could see that she was short, even for a gnome, resembling a haughty human child as she straightened her simple brown robe and clasped her hands studiously. "We're no friends of the current regime," Thrilliga said blandly, her voice reminding Allie of tall, wispy grass. "Mevod's continued to allow us our research, but the city has practically rendered itself hollow with fear. The crime syndicates do more to keep the citizens organized than the Toad King's lackeys." Allie nodded. "We hear rumors, too. I spent some time here as a kid. Noticed some of the spires are missing." "The Ducal Assembly is disbanded by Mevod's order," Thrilliga sighed in disgust. "And as you may have guessed, some of the noble houses don't even exist anymore. Those who've lain willingly beneath the Toad King's boot heel have been allowed to keep their holdings in and out of the city, with the ones who've bothered to do some licking while down there even inheriting portions of the disbanded estates." She grunted. "The Assembly may have been corrupt, but at least they kept each other in check with self-interest. Now we're ruled by a tyrant, and the people are suffering for it." Ud rested a hand on Thrilliga's shoulder, half smiling to Allie and the others.
"And you all could likely turn us into the Lorsyn Guard after hearing that unbridled sedition. No apologies, though. You may have noticed that the streets are a tad empty. That's because most of the nobles left are holed up in their estates, and any commoners who haven't found sanctuary with the crime syndicates have been put to work in the copper mines to finance Mevod's war effort." "For all the good it's done," Thrilliga snorted sourly. Even the great Mared trading empires struggled to find buyers, and that was before that Bearkin fleet parked itself at the mouth of the Griswold channels.
Allie couldn't help a satisfied smirk.
At least Letterog was true to his word.
More, even. The Bearkin King had only promised to cut off any escape routes, should Mevod flee a Samanir assault. Now, at the height of summer, when the Mared trading empire typically did its best to revive a sea trade that had never recovered from the Dragon War, the thawed Griswold channels were impassable, meaning that Lorsyn likely had an enormous stockpile of copper with nowhere to go. Of course, that didn't stop Allie from sympathizing with the poor people forced to mine this stuff.
Orthwy's whole family is down in the mines,
Ud explained morosely, as though reading Allie's thoughts.
Including her parents of autumn years.
Allie frowned. That was a new expression to her. Where was this dwarf from? The reaction didn't keep her from deciding that she shared Thrilliga's assessment of the way Mevod ran things. Yes, the copper mines along Lorsyn's shore had always been dangerous, but at least when the city had been under the direction of the Ducal Assembly, workers had been handsomely compensated, many even proudly sporting trinkets of the greenish oxidized metal. Allie had heard fellow street urchins and noble marks alike refer to the centuries since the Dragon War as Lorsyn's Copper Age. As a prime conductor of magical energies, the metal had bolstered the city's economy in the time since the elven founders of Lorsyn had vanished. With the discovery of copper deposits beneath the city and along the immediate shoreline, Lorsyn copper was a distinct shade of green, as the only way to burrow mines into place without destabilizing the city's infrastructure had been to enter through ship-mounted bores from the ocean, ensuring that seawater found every crevice of exposed copper. The effect went beyond the surface, however, resulting in a substance that retained the metallic properties of copper, most valued being its remarkable conductivity, while resembling more so the shade of rich jade. Miners were launched from offshore platforms or moored ships, depending on who was trying to displace whom with much debated land rights. As the mines themselves were technically in the ocean, they as such fell under maritime law, or so an overwhelming ducal assembly vote had informed the few noble houses who'd sought to claim sole ownership of the mines beneath their estates, and as such didn't fall under city boundaries. Working in impossible conditions beneath the waves, miners would be secured with a long tube running to helmets that connected beneath their arms, as if scraping away at copper veins and operating the pouch-laden extraction pulleys underwater wasn't difficult enough. If pressure in a team's communal air supply was lost, miners had to quickly release their ballast belts and hope they could reach the surface before suffocating.
Let me guess,
Allie said heavily.
With supply lines cut off, Mevod's not paying anyone.
Ud shook his head.
Hasn't for a while. He claims that it's everyone's civic duty to mine themselves to death for the war effort.
Gefnar frowned. So, if Mevod can't sell all that copper, why does he keep having it mined?
Who can know the ways of the Toad King?
Thrilliga said bitterly.
Desperation, madness, pride, a combination of the three.
It has kept the people from revolting,
Ud allowed begrudgingly.
That might be goal enough for him. Hard to organize a revolution when your taskmasters have you each isolated underwater and work you to exhaustion.
Tanner let out a subdued exhale.
Blazes, I hadn't realized things were so bad here.
Maybe you should be focusing on doing what you can for your home, not mine. Allie turned to him with a surprised scowl. After they'd come so far, Tanner was just willing to leave the fate of Dragon's Nest at Veladrock's mercy?
Whoa, let's not be saying anything we don't mean,
Norik blurted, shuffling to stand between guests and hosts. He turned what he probably thought was a charming smile on Ud and Thrilliga.
Clearly I have underestimated how much you know of our business, but I won't insult your intelligence any further.
He settled into a heavy stare.
My mistress needs her wings.
Thrilliga regarded the goblin indifferently, actually tilting her neck upward to do so.
Why, it's not as though there are a dozen other giant beasts flying about to rival her,
and anyone who might believe she's real is far too busy with a war to hunt her down. If I aid you, aren't I just restoring her to be a dominant life form, unchallenged?
We've thought of that, Allie assured her. And the craftsman who's building the wings has insisted on working in a failsafe.
The gnome woman arched a brow.
What kind of failsafe?
That we don't know, Tanner admitted. He seems to think it's better that way. Thrilliga chewed on the information for a moment before deflating with a sigh.
I'll have my own failsafe, of course.
Ud's mouth fell open as he stared at the mage.
You'll do it? Just like that?
For a chance to finally do some good?
Thrilliga replied tiredly.
Yes. Our work in the past year has been for nothing, Ud. We try to shape temporary shelters for refugees. Mevod has his people dispel them. We enchant personal air supplies for the miners, and Mevod declares them cost-prohibitive, threatening to defund the tower.
She gestured defeatedly to the fragments of her current project, splayed across tables and suspended rings of blue.
We perfect large-scale memory projection, and Mevod will either use it for his own ends, dictate what memories we're allowed to display, or shut us down entirely.
Her eyes darkened.
You know he just sees the tower as one more spire to threaten his rule.
Ud nodded slowly.
And we don't have only ourselves to worry about.
His gaze drifted to the door, as though he expected a cheerful Orthwy to re-enter.
All right,
he said, regarding Allie and her companions.
How best to go about this, then? Unless you're savants in special folding, you don't appear to have brought the replacement appendages with you.
He smiled affectionately to Thrilliga.
I'm afraid my friend is a specialist only in the physiology of the major races, if you were hoping for her to help in that part of the process.
Thrilliga merely inclined her head, accepting the fair assessment of her abilities.
Oh, well,
stammered Gefnar, clearly still grappling with the abrupt shifts in their fortunes.
I suppose the idea was that you'd come back to Falconcrest with us.
He glanced to the others.
Right? Falconcrest?
Thrilliga frowned.
I thought this creature was meant to be all the way across the continent from there.
Don't have to tell us, Tanner muttered. Ud stroked his beardless chin, brow creased in worry.
Seems we have our first snag. Mevod already regards the tower with suspicion. Leaving it all might put the other mages and any remaining attendants at risk. And if word reaches the Toad King that we'd turned up in Falconcrest...
Thrilliga's eyes were fearful as she looked protectively about her lab.
He'd burn this place to the ground. So much heritage would be lost.
All right,
Allie sighed, turning the problem over in her mind.
What if we head back for Dragon's Nest and meet Hattie there? He and the creature have to meet up eventually anyway for him to finish the appendages properly.
So mysterious.
Sharad practically yawned in her thoughts. The gnome mage's eyes twitched in recognition at Hattie's name.
You do get the best,
she said softly, giving a faint smile.
Perhaps,
Ud ruminated on the terms.
Mevod could still react violently against the tower, however, and he might come to see Dragon's Nest as a threat.
Tanner shrank back minutely at the implication. No, I mean, we don't want that.
A neutral meeting place, Nelina offered with an air of disinterest. Somewhere beyond Mevod's eyes and ears.
Thrilliga grunted.
The Toad King wields the spies of the remaining noble houses across Kavorum. Evading his notice would mean sailing far.
Which is a bit hard with a big old dragon without wings, Tanner mused, not even seeming to realize that he'd given voice to the word everyone else had dexterously danced around.
And whatever we do won't be done quickly, Thrilliga added. Bonding a prosthetic limb with full mobility is a painstaking process, even just with gnomes or humans. A special concoction infused with the subject's organic material must be carefully introduced to the synthetic tendons and ligaments, each step of the process laced with meticulous enchantments.
Then we can at least get started, while we figure out further steps,
Norik declared, his boldness returning as he assessed he might reclaim his useful status. Shuffling in his bag, he presented a small pouch to Thrilliga.
This should more than suffice to get things started.
A surprised frown on her face, Thrilliga took the pouch, reaching in to withdraw a palm-sized reptilian scale of dull red, followed by a vial of viscous blood. Allie couldn't help a tired, irritated sigh. She and her friends had traveled the length of a continent, and more, and here Norik was, proving he could have started the process months earlier, and without their help.
It certainly should,
Thrilliga replied slowly, hefting the scale and blood as though they weighed far more than they did.
Blazes, it's real. A real dragon.
She walked as though in a daze, scaling the steps to one of her tables and leveling a glowing wand at the scale, where she placed it beneath a suspended, head-sized magnifying glass.
Shed naturally, and barely a year ago.
Allie grunted dryly.
Just after we left Dragon's Nest.
So, that's all you need for now? Gefnar asked. Thrilliga gave a distracted nod.
Yes. The final etchings and enchantments will have to be performed on the wings, of course, and on the subject. But that'll be weeks out, perhaps more. I've never worked with this kind of creature before.
She paused.
And, of course, financial compensation for the materials.
Norik beamed toothily, dropping another clinking pouch into Ud's hand.
Not an issue.
And how likely is it that the wings will be rejected? Tenor pressed worriedly, clearly sharing Allie's concerns as he shot a look to Ud's absent arm as the dwarf spilled out Norik's coin on the nearest table and deftly counted it out.
Not very,
Thrilliga declared, already setting the light rings about her lab spinning as she snatched up various instruments in their orbits.
Or at least that's my educated guess.
Almost the precise amount, Ud muttered, smiling quizzically to Norik. Then, clearly noting the visitor's interest in him, "A rejection is rare in the major races." He pulled up the sleeve over his stump, granting them a better look at the mound of scar tissue. "And my body hasn't rejected anything. I simply decided not to replace what I'd lost." Allie had almost forgotten they were there, but the truth automaton lit up at the dwarf's words.
So, Parganok's the exception?
She said, only some of her unease fading. Recognition and sympathy tugged at Ud's eyes. "Yes. As Memory Stone is empathic, the enchantments fail to fuse flesh and machine if the subject doesn't wish for the restoration of their limbs." Tenor cocked his head. Why wouldn't someone want that? Then, seeming to realize how he might have insulted the dwarf. I mean, isn't full mobility, preferable? Ud raised his good arm to wave aside Tenor's discomfort. "It's all right. No offense taken. But there are any number of reasons someone might not want a limb restored, sometimes without even realizing it."
"And you're not comfortable enough with us yet to tell us yours,"
Allie surmised at Ud's note of finality. She wasn't offended either. They'd just met the man.
"And we all have our little secrets."
"We learned about this sort of thing as temple guards," Gefnar chimed in, subdued. "Sometimes the people who survive something that friends of theirs didn't feel like they don't deserve to move on." He did an admirable job of not looking Allie's way, which she was quietly thankful for. And, across their mental link, she could sense Gefnar knew that.
"Good thing you're so committed to preventing others from getting too close to you."
A brief silence settled over the lab, only broken by Thrilliga's muttering and frenzied activity.
"Are you all planning to remain in the city while we conduct what work we can?"
Ud asked pleasantly. Allie glanced to her friends.
"For a bit, anyway. We need to reach out to our contacts and figure out our next move."
"Which reminds me," said Tanner, shuffling through his pack and withdrawing a pair of scrolls, offering them to Ud. "One of these should link you to High Priestess Antothica, and the other should be re-enchanted to put you in touch with Hattie." Ud nodded, taking the scrolls.
Which one is which?"
Tanner shrugged. Honestly, it's a mess in my pack, but you can probably guess by whatever handwriting gets back to you.
We'll see,
Ud chuckled.
Do you all have a place to stay in the city? I'm afraid the Toad King has ruled it treason for the tower, as well as most other places, to shelter anyone not employed there, and performs security sweeps at random.
He sighed disgustedly.
Wouldn't want filthy refugees dirtying up his city.
They'll be staying with me,
Norik announced proudly, smiling to the others as he threw his arms wide to usher them out the door.
Come along then, corroded tears. Let's leave the experts to their work.
Right, Ali grunted, glaring at the goblin's back after waving a quick farewell to Ud. We've got a few things to sort out. As they made their way back down the tower's many levels, filled with preserved writings and memories, she added privately, "And I should have a talk with our helpful attendant about my own research." Chapter 12 Wrinkles and Marks. They'd barely exited the front door of the tower into the eerily empty streets of Lorsyn, Tanner's legs now burning in a wholly different way from coming down the steps, as he'd opted to try evening out the strain, before Ali stooped to grip Norik by the shoulder. "Where's your communication device?" The goblin blinked, slowly turning to face the woman.
Communication device?
Tanner turned to wave self-consciously at Orthwy, who'd resumed her place behind this central desk of the ground-floor chamber, an intrigued frown atop her smile of farewell. "Curiosity's a good trait in an attendant of memories," Tanner mused, pointedly closing the tower door behind them as he waved a friendly farewell. But maybe not in innocent civilians who might get hurt for knowing too much. He was aware of how odd it was for him to feel so protective of someone 3 years his junior at most, but he supposed that discovering the existence of his own sister had caused him to be more paternal, even if the people he was trying to protect were nearly always older than him. "Don't play dumb," Ali was hissing, dropping to a knee beside Norik. "Veladrock's agent back in Dragon's Nest had some sort of disc she said would help Veladrock's network of spies to keep track of us." Tanner had almost forgotten about those. The handheld metal disc Bela, the dragon's dogkin underling, had shown them was supposed to connect Veladrock's people somehow. Ibishil, Veladrock's agent back in Falconcrest, must have had his confiscated when he'd been thrown in the Summoneer dungeon. Had he gotten it back on being released?
Norik
said slowly.
That'll be back at my home, which happens to be our next stop.
He shrugged awkwardly away from Ali's hard stare, setting off northward through the city. "Good," Ali growled. "Because I think it's past time we had a long talk with Veladrock about her stringing us along all over the blazing continent." His heart tripping over itself, Tanner gripped Ali's arm. "Ali, we can't." Ali met his gaze, not bothering to wrench her arm free as Norik, Gefnar, and Nelina came to an uneasy stop around them. "Aren't you sick of this yet? That giant lizard has hidden behind her mysterious dragon ways long enough. I want some answers. With her contacts and resources, why are we the ones marching all over Kavorum?" Tanner glanced about, but the handful of citizens bustling anywhere close to within earshot seemed far more intent on speedily reaching their destination than monitoring a handful of whispering mercenaries. "Of course I'm sick of being Veladrock's errand boy," he hissed back to Ali. "But we're so close to being done." "Are we?" Ali grunted, finally twisting out of Tanner's slackened grip. "Who's to say she won't have some new task for us across the Thalassan Sea once she has her wings back?" "The failsafes Hattie and now Thrilliga are building into them," Gefnar offered, nodding askance to Norik. "Which she probably already knew about, and would now anyway." The goblin offered only a non-committal shrug. Nelina gave a curt, affirming chuckle. "Few things forge a mutual understanding better than shared fear of loss." At Ali's reluctant sigh, Tanner practically stooped halfway to the hewn limestone of the street.
Please, Ali, let Veladrak keep her secrets just a little longer. Whatever plans she has brewing can wait to be learned until whenever she doesn't literally have my home under her talons.
Ali visibly chewed on her cheek for a moment.
Fine. A compromise. No ultimatums, no pushing. But we need to ask the questions, Tanner. She at least owes it to us to hear us out.
Tanner felt a hand on his arm, looking down to meet Gefnar's nod. And she stands to lose things at this point too, the gnome added. If nothing else, it'd be good just to see how she responds to our concerns. Even Nelina inclined her head toward Ali.
When part of a business endeavor, it's ill-advised to see your part through to fruition without a proper concept of the terms surrounding the venture's conclusion.
Panic bile rose in the back of Tanner's throat, but he steadied himself with thoughts of Curtis and home. He'd do anything to keep Dragon's Nest safe. But the others were right. That mission extended beyond their current job for Veladrak. All right, he said softly, turning a dry smile on Norik. Don't suppose you could just tell us all your mistress's secrets? The goblin chuckled uneasily. No.
Then take us to your home, said Ali, motioning onward. Time to see what we can squeeze out of a secretive dragon.
She turned to Tanner, clearly sensing his spike in anxiety.
Nicely,
she amended with a false smile. Tanner gulped as he fell in behind a subdued Norik with his companions. He wanted answers too, but if ever he sensed they might come at the expense of his home's safety, he'd just have to convince everyone to do without. His hand subconsciously drifted to where his book in the Theikour tongue sat in his pack. Luckily, I've been doing some informative reading. The otherworldly language could apparently prove quite convincing. At first, Ali wasn't even sure what it was that was causing the hair on her neck to stand instinctively on end, being too absorbed in what she might say to Veladrak, if they managed to secure an audience through Norik's communication disc. Then she looked up from the increasingly claustrophobic street and marked the Drafeth spire past the slate roofs high overhead. The knobby spike of a building managed to look forlorn and lonely, with two of its neighbors torn from the sky. But all Ali saw when she looked at the length of the spire, designed to resemble woven iron cables, was the promise of danger. Her breath caught in her throat, and she involuntarily tensed at the unmistakable border to Pergol territory. Street urchins like her kept to Elsford turf, Negalod if pickings were especially slim. But Pergol? Anyone past the Drafeth spire not in Pergol Green, or clearly under the protection of a noble house, was fair game. And street kids? You were lucky if you got away with a beating from Pergol bully boys. Ali had only ever seen their handiwork second-hand, but only because she and Shala. Ali clenched her fists, forcing herself to keep walking.
You're not that scared little girl anymore. You can protect yourself.
And Shala was gone.
Still best to inquire as to your guide's heading, perhaps.
Rankling at the intrusion and the fact that she actually shared Sharad's assessment for once, Ali quickened her pace to step in front of Norik.
Pergol territory?
Behind the goblin, who seemed more than happy to halt course, Tanner cocked an eyebrow. What's a Pergol? When Ali didn't answer immediately, waiting on an answer from Norik, Gefnar cleared his throat. I think it's like an armadillo, but scalier? He turned to Ali. Do they infest this part of the city or something? In the brief pause that followed, he visibly assessed Ali's annoyance through their link, her emotions further clarified by her expression. Oh, more dangerous than that. Tanner's eyes lit up. A Pergolin? Wait, is it that one kind of falcon?
Pergol,
Ali snapped.
One of the 3 major crime syndicates.
She gestured sharply to the Drapheth spire. "Everything east of that spire is their turf." "And we're heading east," Tanner said slowly. "Which your friend finds troubling," Nelina volunteered, "as she'd have been most unwelcome there in her past life." Allie shot a glare at the tigerkin, who merely puckered her lips. "Really sick of the worst people around me finding me so transparent." Mercifully, Sherrod seemed to have no comment.
"Times have changed, Lady Allie,"
Norik assured her dismissively.
"A few Purgle thugs made the mistake of assaulting some affluent mongrels a few months back, and at Rashuga's insistence, Mevod had the Lorsyn Guard sweep everything east of the Drapheth Spire for Purgle dins. They're still around, certainly, but not nearly so bold. Elsford and Negolad haven't encroached, whether because of fear or honor, but they do run more aspects of the city with the Purgle decline."
A dry chuckle slid from Allie's throat. "I guess Mevod can do something right. Even a broken chronograph is right twice a day." Norik scowled.
"I'm sorry?"
"Something the nobles I stalked would say when conceding a point to someone they usually disagreed with," Allie explained, waving the goblin on. She supposed she shouldn't have been so gratified to hear of the Purgle fall from power, but even street urchins knew that a sentence to a life in the underwater copper mines was preferable to whatever might happen to you in a lawless Purgle din. An hour's walking more, the heat of the day thankfully undercut by frequent shade, brought the group well within Purgle territory. But, though Allie was still on edge, she hadn't seen sign of anything more than the occasional bustling citizen, or the distant trudge of a Lorsyn guard patrol. "Maybe the goblin actually knows what he's talking about for once," Allie thought, easily blocking out Norik's latest rant about oversights in Lorsyn's cleanliness.
"And an additional brush mounted on city sweeper carts to account for the occasional shift in foundational materials and subsequent varied curb formation would really— Stop! Get back!"
The goblin shrank against the corner of what Allie took to be an upscale boarding house just before they rounded it, his eyes wide in terror. Dagger already manifesting in her hand, Allie pressed herself against the wall beside him, followed quickly by the others. Carefully, she peered out and over the goblin around the corner. Across the alley, she glimpsed the back of an apartment building, barely distinguishable from the row of them that lined the street on the far side. Each sported a blandly pleasant facade of stonework and elegant windows, all hemmed in by grandiose iron fencing. What made the one doubtlessly in question stand out, however, were the half-dozen men and women sporting the pristine armor of the Lorsyn Guard, who milled about the open rear gate, funneling in and out of the structure's basement. "Who did you talk to?" Allie whispered through clenched teeth down to Norik, her eyes not leaving the fresh complication. "How much do they know?" She heard the goblin slump to his rear, audibly burying his face in his knees.
I don't know."
Tanner sidled up by Allie, fur bristling as he peered past her. "But I'm guessing that's your apartment Lorsyn's finest are clearing out?" Norik didn't so much nod as give an affirmative whimper. "Who's that they're arresting, then?" said Gefnar, peeking between his taller companions. Allie decided she'd like an answer to that, too. The figure being hauled out by the arms between members of the Lorsyn Guard was an elder gnome man with mussed frosty hair. He offered no struggle and wore a blank expression as his captors gathered around him, the snippets Allie caught of their conversation seeming to indicate that they were discussing what to do with the gnome and whatever they'd found inside. "Friend of yours?" Allie asked, hefting Norik up by his collar and directing his gaze over to the gnome.
No."
"But you know him?"
"Well, no."
Rolling her eyes, Allie drew the goblin back from the corner, looming over him. "Getting tired of asking questions, Norik." Carefully enunciating each word, she pressed, "Who is the gnome?" "My word!" A voice so prim as to be on the verge of hyperbole sounded from behind.
Has no one told you ruffians that the battle to be fought is well beyond Lorsyn's walls?
Allie spun, but still kept a grip on Norik's collar. Before her and her companions, striding confidently along the center of the roadway, were what looked to be a stereotypical lord and lady, well below the rank of owning an estate within the spires, Allie guessed by the lack of entourage and muted neck ruffles. In her experience, the more neck ruffles, the more important someone seemed to think they were. The lady, a young, sun-darkened brunette who might have been pretty beneath the spooled wig and egregious layers of makeup, seemed to waggle her whole body as she dipped in a curtsy that showcased her low, embroidered neckline, swishing her dress skirts in unease.
"1,000 pardons, brave warriors," she crooned, and Allie nearly guffawed at the realization that the previous prissy voice had belonged to the obsessively clean-shaven man beside her. "But my husband is only expressing his concern for the welfare of the city and our illustrious allies in the fight against Summoneer oppression."
Lifting his chin haughtily, the lord patted the lady's hand that was looped over his arm, straightening his snug algae-green cloak after giving a brief but splendiferous bow.
"I suppose I am at that, my dear. Tell me then, brave mongrels, what is it that brings you to this portion of the city, and why do you accost the little green one so severely?"
In a strange moment of realization, Allie assessed that, while she was prepared to dismiss the noble pair as the fops they clearly were, she didn't instantly despise them, as she'd invariably done with any nobles she'd encountered as a child. Her first thought was that this had something to do with the greater empathy toward the affluent granted to her by her newfound status as a lady herself, but she quickly dismissed that. There was something else. These two, they were putting on a show. And, with Allie's eye for such detail, it wasn't hard to piece together why. The sleeves of the woman's dress were too short, revealing lean, muscled forearms before the hands were hidden by gloves that didn't quite match the rest of the ensemble. Strands of her real hair showed from beneath her pompadour-esque wig, sun-bleached and rough-shorn. And the man? He had the sort of thick muscles one didn't get by going on the occasional horse ride for entertainment. Had Allie not been so frustrated, she might have just ignored the obvious bait to whatever game these impostors were playing, but right then she felt like someone should be paying for their sloppiness. And Norik still might be needed. So, planting her hands on her hips, Allie stepped in front of the others, jerking her chin toward the fake lord and lady.
"And who are you two supposed to be?"
The impostors clearly didn't sense the pretense was useless, performing another curtsy and bow in unison.
"Lady Felutinel Ed Falesk."
"And Lord Swagarian Ed Falesk. Please allow us to show our gratitude to you brave souls and apologize for my outburst by sharing a barrel of our finest with you."
That's... Tanner began, clearly sensing something amiss.
"Acceptable," Allie finished with a forced smile. "Just give us a minute to discuss."
Beaming haughtily, the impostors gave nods of assent, and Allie quickly drew her companions in for a brief huddle.
"So, what's the plan here?"
Gefnar whispered.
"I think we've got enough problems without inviting more."
"And this might solve one of them,"
said Allie, motioning curtly with her head back toward the fake lord and lady.
"They're imposters. I've seen a few jobs like this before. I'm guessing their plan is to draw us into an ambush or drug us with their wine, then rob us blind and maybe kill us."
Tanner's features coiled in bafflement.
"And we want that?"
Nalina fixed Allie with an appreciative smirk.
"It will provide us with a place to stay."
"I thought that was our place to stay," said Tanner, pointing back around the corner where they huddled. Allie peeked out at Norik's compromised safe house before shooting a glower down at the cowering goblin. The mysterious gnome was now being shackled by the Lorsyn guard and escorted away.
"Not anymore. The guard'll probably be keeping an eye on it."
"Wait,"
Gefnar raised his hand as though to slow the momentum of the conversation.
"You're wanting to co-opt these muggers' base of operations for our own?"
"Yeah," added Tanner. What if they're working with these paragulls?
Purgles, and all the better. We know to keep on our guard, and they won't be expecting us to beat, well, us. You really think a few street thugs with no acting ability can bring us down?
Not if you welcome the full extent of my power.
Tanner and Gefnar exchanged uneasy looks.
Are you sure you're not being just a bit arrogant?
The temple guard offered. Or vindictive, said Tanner.
I'm fine,
Ali assured them with an exasperated groan. Only the three of them knew the full extent of what was being discussed, but Ali still didn't like mentioning Sharad, even indirectly.
I don't want to slaughter them, but you have to understand how Lorsyn works. If you don't stand up for yourself, you get stepped on.
Nelina snorted softly.
This city is hardly alone in that.
All right,
Gefnar said with a slow nod.
We carve a place for ourselves.
Tanner's posture and presence in the mental link indicated that he'd been won over too, but he still turned a frown on Gefnar. Hardly sounds like the grace of Nomen Cal.
We won't start anything, the temple guard insisted, but these imposters might hurt people if we don't dismantle their operation. Sometimes the fight for good means walking into the danger you're better equipped than others to handle.
Seeming satisfied that they weren't all being a bad influence on Gefnar, Tanner looked back out after the gnome being led away in Lorsyn guard custody. And what about him?
Oh, we'll learn more about what just happened once we're off the streets,
Ali asserted, her gaze pointedly falling to Norik.
Won't we?
The goblin could only offer a muted nod.
Good. Now, if there aren't any more objections, let's mug some muggers.
Gefnar scowled up at her, but with a hint of a smile.
Interesting way of pronouncing, let's defend ourselves, but only if we have to.
Ali chuckled softly.
So sorry. It's my Lorsyn dialect sweeping back in. That's what coming home will do to you.
Turning back to the impostors, she spread her arms wide.
I believe there was mention of wine.
The lord and lady couldn't hide their eager smiles. Chapter 13. Shifts in Fortune. Tanner decided he strangely would have felt a lot more at ease if the lord and lady Ali had identified as fakes would have had the decency to lead them down some dark alleyways or into a seedy tavern. Instead, the two strangers had barely guided Tanner and his companions a few blocks, prattling on about how great Lorsyn was and how grateful they were to the mercenaries who were pledged to defend it all the way, before they'd arrived at a convincingly dapper building that looked to be a 3-story home. The only oddity about it was that the windows appeared to be boarded up.
Please forgive our paranoia, the self-proclaimed Lord Falesk chortled, gesturing to the windows. You understand, individuals of our standing can't be too careful, with the world as dangerous as it is these days.
And yet you're willing to invite armed strangers into your home? Tanner thought dryly, any doubt in his mind that Ali had assessed the situation correctly evaporating. He still couldn't see or smell anything amiss, though. A glancing check-in with his companions indicated that they hadn't picked up on anything either, so they all quietly trailed after their hosts up the building's steps and through the broad oak doors. The interior was lit in the shifting, glinting light of ornate wall sconces and chandeliers, the entryway smelling of cherrywood to Tanner's nose. Lenses or alteration magics filtered out the telltale faint blue of memory stone illumination, but Tanner could taste the power in the air, as well as the marked absence of fire's familiar touch in the light.
I'll just go and have the servants ready a wine cask,
the faux Lady Falesk declared, turning a radiant smile on her visitors that mistakenly allowed them to note her mildly crooked teeth. Someone of her supposed means would surely have had those corrected. As his possible wife and certain partner in crime swept off through the sparse sitting room, Lord Falesk gestured Tanner and the others to the padded sofas and chaises, not even requesting them to wipe their feet, let alone remove their boots.
"Welcome to our home,"
he said heartily, slumping to his seat by the coal-strewn fireplace.
"Make it as yours."
"We plan to," Allie informed him, alighting on the edge of the chair across from the man. "Won't feel too bad about it either, since I'm guessing your wife is off fetching us a sleeping drug, or worse." Lord Falesk stiffened, eyes darting about the faces of his visitors as though assessing whom to lunge for first. Gefnar raised a hand to forestall the man as Tanner deftly called a plume of fire to his grasp. "You've got some nice furniture," the foxskin said with a pleasant smile. "I'd prefer not to singe it." "Tanner, enough," Gefnar said with surprising authority, shooting a glare over to him. "These people are probably desperate if they're resorting to ploys like this." His gaze slid over to Allie, whose eyes hadn't twitched from the scowling Lord Falesk and his clenched fists. "I'd think you, at least, would have some compassion for people in that position." Allie's face softened slightly, but she gave a sharp grunt. "It's not like we can invite them to stay." "I also remember the kinds of things people will do when they're desperate." Nelina sniffed in what Tanner took to be agreement. "Easiest just to kill them, I think." Tanner's cool facade faltered. "Well, hold on now." "She's right," Allie interrupted him. Gefnar's mouth fell open in horror. "Allie!" From the broad doorway that led to the unset dining area and kitchen came a heavy thud, causing everyone's gaze to jolt in that direction. The faux Lady Falesk stood there, half-tucked behind the door's edge, a large kitchen knife held loosely in one hand. She gawked across the sitting area at Allie, fear and determination dissolving from her features to be replaced by disbelief. "Blazin' hells," she whispered, her voice decidedly less breathy and prim. "Allie? I told you said you seemed familiar, but Yakasal's wings. It is you, isn't it?" Allie's eyes were narrowed when Tanner looked back her way, and he noticed that Biryak had quietly flashed into existence in her white-knuckled grasp. Tanner didn't know who this woman was, or how she might know Allie, but he could feel his friend's emotions crackling fiercely through their link. Yes, he'd brought out his fire first, but he hadn't been about to use it, unless their hosts actually made a move. "Allie," he said worriedly, "she hasn't attacked us. Just put away the dagger and let's try to talk." "Iomet?" Allie breathed. The faux lady nodded, a broad smile coming to her face as she stepped up beside the frowning Lord Falesk, her eyes locked on Allie. Tanner clearly noted the protectiveness and affection in the woman's touch, as her hand rested comfortably on the man's shoulder. "It's all right, Yosid. She's one of us." Brow twitching, the man, Yosid, leveled an imposing stare on Allie. "Is that supposed to make her more trustworthy?" He didn't sound much like he had before either, deeper now, with a gruffness more fitting. At least he's realistic about his own lifestyle, Tanner thought, letting the flames in his hand disperse. "You two really know each other then?" he asked, glancing between Allie and the apparent Iomet. Allie nodded. "Worked a few jobs together." Dark power flashed in her eyes as she scrutinized Iomet beneath her layer of makeup. "Then you tried to take Shala from me." Iomet's mouth fell open. "I wanted both of you to join the Negalod, Allie." "And when we refused," Allie pressed coldly, "you kept pestering Shala to join." "And to bring you along," Iomet insisted, anger starting to return to her eyes. "I knew you'd listen to her." "Yeah," Allie shrugged. "And what was it to you? We were happy, just the two of us." "I know that. But Shala deserved to be with her family." Allie was on her feet. "I was her family. The Negalod's stupid bond couldn't—" "A real family," Iomet cut her off. Carfaweth was Shala's blazing sister, you idiot! Silence fell over the room as pain and loss played over Ali's features. What? The single word sounded frail and hollow. Ayamet's face went slack. Damn. You really didn't know, did you? Tanner cleared his throat after another uneasy moment of quiet. Excuse me for interrupting, but what's going on here? What's a negalod again? Gefnar seemed reticent of rising to the bait this time, but Nelina snickered. I've always thought it sounded to be some sort of dwarven festival. The negalod? Norik piped up cheerfully, seeming oblivious of the mood around him, or simply glad that he wasn't currently the object of Ali's anger. Is one of the 3 major crime syndicates of the great city of Lorsyn. Carfaweth, their purported leader for nearly a decade, has a reputation of recruiting unaligned street urchins and offering them a place within her organization. Some have praised Carfaweth's efforts, while others call her such things as the poacher, with members of rival crime syndicates even attempting to instill fear of Carfaweth in her potential recruits. She's not a poacher, Ayamet asserted, her expression souring. Yeah, said Ali. If life with the negalod was so great, how come you're not with them anymore? Yosed's teeth showed in a snarl. That's enough out of you. I don't care if you do have us outnumbered. I won't allow you to speak to Ayamet that... The woman's squeeze of his shoulder halted him immediately, and he looked up to her in sudden concern. It's all right, Ayamet sighed, smiling back up to Ali. Despite appearances, she is a friend. She looked about the faces of Tanner and the others. And she and her new team could have acted with far less honor than they have. Turning sideways to Ali, Ayamet drew her dress taut against her middle, allowing everyone to note the faint bump there. Luckily, I'm not showing very much yet. At least 3 different emotions played across Ali's face, and Tanner couldn't quite identify any of them. Even through their mental link, Ali was simply dumbfounded. Tanner cocked an eyebrow. Why? It's not like having a baby's unusual. Slowly, Ali stood, her dagger vanishing from her grasp in a faint plume of dark power as she circled the couch between her and Ayamet. As she drew within a pace of the other woman, she drew up short, arms half raised for an embrace. And you're sure you want to? Yes, said Ayamet, smiling tautly. She gingerly took Yosed's hand as he reached for her. We're happy, Ali. Ali audibly swallowed. But you're not. We'll get there. We have a plan. Stealing from armed mercenaries? That's not a plan. High risk, high reward, Ayamet said sharply, smiling again to Yosed. And we keep each other safe. Her shoulders slumping in defeat, Ali nodded, taking Ayamet in a brief but tight hug. All right. Good luck, and I guess we'll be letting you be getting on to your next mark. To blazes with that, Ayamet chided. You'll stay with us. Tanner shifted uneasily, looking about their high-profile surroundings. Here? Of course not, said Yosed, finally rising to his feet. We're only using this and other abandoned minor noble houses as places to relieve the wealthy mercs who can pay to enter the city of their coin. Tanner couldn't help a flash of anger. Which was stupid and dangerous before we even knew you were expecting a kid. Exactly how did you come to be convinced it was a brilliant plan to invite potentially volatile trained fighters into a confined space where they outnumber you? Yosed cracked a secretive grin, which Tanner decided was unsettling. Each house we've used has been a little different, but, well, go ahead and look up. Warily, Tanner did so, finding nothing but the enchanted chandelier that hung suspended over the sitting area. You both seem to have some magic, Ayamet chuckled, glancing between Ali and Tanner. Go on. See if you can, well, sense anything about it, I guess. Tanner shrugged, letting his consciousness dip a toe in the drifting currents of magic that swirled about the room, and finding that magic's far more potent lurked in the glowing memory stone. Took us a while to figure out how to work the different setups, Yosed admitted. But we've had a lot of time on our hands. Essentially, we can attune our thoughts to the magical defenses the paranoid and skittish nobles who abandoned these places set up. After fiddling with some basic controls in the back room, and, easy as falling from the nether plane, we can slice whoever comes at us with light darts or levitating axes. Ayamet crinkled her nose. We went through a lot of rats setting them up properly. Haven't had to use them on any people yet, thank the 8. Everyone's at least wanted a drink before whatever they might plan for us. Gefnar bristled minutely at something the woman said, and Tanner chuckled uneasily. Impressive. You think there's anything like this set up at your place, Allie? Betrayal and pain flared in the mental link, and were just as quickly gone. What did I say? Tanner briefly wondered at Allie's sharp, crackling look. Then he quickly pieced it together. First, while Ayamet was a friend of a sort, Allie clearly hadn't wanted to dive right into tossing around her newfound heritage. Second, there were probably numerous security measures set up around the McAllister estate. But none of them had accounted for General Fetheg's use of Hattie's tetherport machine, allowing her to manifest inside the home unchecked. And none had prevented Delagar's murder. Ayamet, meanwhile, was frowning. What's he mean by that? She asked, tugging on Allie's arm. Allie sighed, rolling her eyes pointedly over in Tanner's direction. That, she said, is a bit of a long story. Ayamet shook her head in disbelief, taking another long sip from the ornate goblet in her hand. Lady Edith Joan McAllister, she chuckled into her wine, rocking idly on the high-backed chair adjacent to Allie by a cooling hearth. The home in which they now found themselves was part of a larger complex, but well placed on the ground floor. Not too cold in the winter, thanks to the copper coils most every building built since the age's beginning sported in their basements, and far below the heat that accumulated in the higher levels during the summer months. Even the flames that had cooked their recent shared meal of venison and exotic tubers had seemed anxious to be on their way to boil the upstairs neighbors. Stifling the urge to scold Ayamet for playing with her seat like a child when a topple could mean more than just a few bruises and a communal laugh, Allie sipped away from her own goblet. At least Ayamet had assured her that she was only partaking of casks procured from abandoned noble cellars that hadn't had time to ferment. Also, she had to admit it was good to see her friend again, especially now that she wore the flowing tunic and breeches combo that Allie remembered her favoring. And out of that ridiculous makeup. There had still been a brief period of adjustment after Ayamet had washed her face. Her features were familiar, but changed. Because she's older, dummy, you look different too. A hearty, not quite mocking laugh sounded from the nearby kitchen, and Allie turned to glimpse Tanner, Gefnar, Norik, and Nelina through the doorway, busying themselves helping Yosed with meal cleanup. Well, 3 of them were anyway. Nelina held the dish towel between thumb and forefinger as though it were an especially slimy worm. No, Yosed's voice filtered to the dining area and hearth as he finished chuckling. We didn't steal this house, Thirdborn. Not that we're above that sort of thing, mind you, but it's just pretty difficult to pull off successfully, houses being stationary and all. We're not above squatting either, but only an idiot would plant himself in a place this high profile and expect to go unnoticed. Thirdborn, Allie thought. There was a term she hadn't heard in a while. Somehow, the elven term for gnomes from the age of birth had caught on with the upper-crust nobles who'd swept in on Lorsyn after the Dragon War. And it had trickled down as a derogatory term used by urchins and thugs, evolving into a harmless, even gnome-used title well before Allie's time. Humans beyond Lorsyn largely still frowned on its use, however, as Allie had found out after only a few days at Aranak's sanctuary. Allie hadn't seen what the fuss was about, but in the interest of keeping to herself, she'd dropped the term. Apparently an ancient, petty way for racist elves to belittle gnomes still had some bite. Take my advice, Allie, Ayamet was abruptly saying, noting Allie's distraction at Yosed's words. She gestured faintly toward the kitchen with her sloshing goblet. "Find yourself a man like mine. Not mine, obviously, but someone who not only offers to take your turn on kitchen duty when you've got a friend to catch up with, but who's unparalleled in strategic thinking." Allie nodded slowly.
Right. His idea to actually buy a house, then?
Ayamet bobbed her head. "Of course, I was the one with the idea to raid all the abandoned noble estates and houses for whatever we could sell back to Mevod's toadies. Then Yo said figures, once we make a few plumas, we put a down payment on a place we never planned to pay off, the better to have a central place to store our goods." She beamed proudly. "We came up with expanding our efforts by robbing rich mercs who've let their guard down inside the city together." Ayamet mockingly adopted a snooty posture, reassuming her Lady Falesque voice. "Best to diversify one's portfolio, yes?"
"Sure," Allie said with a tight smirk. "And in all this craziness, you two decide it's time to start a family?"
She couldn't help but wince at the accusation in her own tone. Yes, it may have been a naive declaration of youth, but Allie and dozens of other female street urchins had adopted a pact shared by their kind for centuries.
"Misfortune dies with me,"
Allie recited the pseudo-oath in her head. The meaning was simple. Either you escaped life on the streets before starting a family, or you died alone. Allie herself had barely reached childbearing years before that dark night that saw Shala dead and herself whisked away by Lethold to Aranek's sanctuary, and had never had to worry about seeing the pact through. Many of the older girls, however, had taken steps to ensure they wouldn't be bringing new life into the squalor that was their world. Ayamet sighed, but not with any sort of resentment. "I won't bother to pretend like this was entirely planned," she said, resting a hand on her slightly raised belly. "But no time is going to be perfect. Besides, we're not on the streets anymore, and we'll be leaving this all behind for good soon."
"But it's not behind you yet,"
Allie pointed out, wincing at the brief flash of fear in Ayamet's eyes. Of course the other woman would have considered that. Street urchins weren't superstitious as a rule, but they of all people knew better than to tempt fate. It hadn't exactly been kind to them so far.
"We've got it all planned,"
Ayamet assured her, setting her drink down on the small table between them.
"Once we sell enough of our food stores back to Mevod, we head west to the human and gnome settlements east of Farreach. All the soldiers we've talked to agree. The war won't get that far." "Yeah, well, I remember when everyone agreed that the tension between Lorsyn and Falconcrest would never actually grow into outright war, too,"
Allie muttered, feeling incredibly old and jaded. She honestly hadn't ever cared about the reports of the two cities rattling sabers at each other as a kid.
"But I've seen so much since then. I have a lot more to care about losing."
Not for the first time, she decided that growing up and maturing were exhausting pastimes.
"This is different,"
Ayamet waved her doom-filled words aside, a stubborn smile on her face.
"Lorsyn's going to be in our dust soon enough, and before that new farmer of a queen's armies ever get here."
She sobered.
"Of course, I feel bad for everyone who didn't see the chance we did to get out." "Bad enough to take them with you?"
Allie asked, almost as surprised as Ayamet seemed to be that she'd voiced the question.
"Careful,"
Ayamet chuckled after an uneasy pause.
"You're starting to sound an awful lot like Carfaweth, and you wouldn't want that."
Allie's grip tightened on her goblet.
"Ayamet?"
"Yes?"
"Is she really Shala's sister?"
Ayamet nodded somberly. Memories of Shala's winning smile and the way she'd used to fiddle with her dark, bouncy curls swept through Allie's thoughts. If Shala had decided not to join the Negalad out of loyalty to Allie, that added a whole new layer of guilt to Shala's eventual fate.
Why wouldn't she have told me?"
"Shala?"
"Yeah."
"You knew her better than I did," said Ayamet, shrugging. "By the way, with you two disappearing about the same time, some of us thought maybe you'd partnered up to take on the world." The implied question hung in the air for a moment as Allie wrangled her churning insides.
"No."
Ayamet cocked her head.
"Then
You don't know where she is now?" Allie simply met the other woman's gaze. She'd been so consumed with her own grief after inadvertently obliterating Sharla and their attackers that awful night, that she'd never even thought to entertain the possibility that anyone else in Sharla's life might still think she was alive, stirring up mayhem and turning infatuated heads somewhere. "Oh," Ayamet said softly, her face falling as she read the finality in Allie's expression. "I'm so sorry, Allie. I know how close you two were. How did it happen?" "Murder."
"In fairness, it was more like involuntary manslaughter."
Allie shut out the voice as best she could, but her heart still ached. She'd done her best to stop blaming herself for what had happened, with the help of her new friends, but the horrors of that night still haunted her. "Damn," Ayamet muttered, shaking her head as she stared into the dwindling coals of the fireplace. "Do you know who did it?" A shaky exhale spilled from behind Allie's clenched teeth.
"Some scared kid."
Empathy flashed in Ayamet's eyes, but it did little to salve the anger there. "Point taken. We've all been there, and we don't rat on each other. But I'd still like to know if I should be watching my back around someone. Especially, I mean. Do you at least know if they're still around?" Allie couldn't help a faint sneer.
"I'm actually not sure."
Ayamet snorted bitterly after a pause. "Guess Yosid and I are out of here soon anyway." Relaxing fractionally in her padded chair at the welcome shift in topic, Allie studied the other woman.
"Why? If the Negalod were so great, why leave?"
"There's no bad blood, if that's what you're asking," said Ayamet, giving a brief chuckle. "I simply fell for Yosid, and he was Elsford. Carfoeth and Langif respect each other's borders, but fraternization between the syndicates muddies the waters. So it's forbidden." She winked at Allie. "Which only made Yosid all the more desirable." Allie snickered.
"So you had to strike out on your own?"
Ayamet nodded. "Luckily, it couldn't have happened at a better time." She gestured broadly around the cozy interior of her and Yosed's home. "Any nobles who looked at Mevod sideways started getting arrested, the offending members of the ducal assembly even having their spires demolished. And we were there to raid the food stores after the violent looting of the finery by the Pergel and unaligned urchins." She smiled proudly over to the kitchen. "Yosed's idea. Gold and jewels are especially hot in wartime, but an army's always going to need food. Even luckier, the Mulred trading empires left sitting on their hands, with the Berkin raiding the Grisfold channels. Yosid and I have been selling our stores by the cartload."
"And what happens when that runs out?"
"We leave," Ayamet announced chipperly. "Why would we stay where a famine is starting, if we have the coin to set ourselves up elsewhere?" Allie scowled.
"That doesn't sound very Negalod of you. I thought they were supposed to be all about sisterhood."
Ayamet looked askance to Allie, curiosity more than offense in her gaze. "It's not like we could do anything about all those starving people. Yosid and I only have so much food stored up, and when that's gone, we'll be just as hungry as everyone else. Besides," she smirked as though relishing the loophole, "I was invited to leave the Negalod, remember?"
"Have I really changed that much?"
Allie thought, seeing in Ayamet her own former mindset. It was a necessity for survival, she supposed, growing up as they had. Others might watch your back if they felt they had something to gain, or if they knew the favor would be returned. But, ultimately, everyone on the streets had to look out for themselves. Except, now that Allie's powers and influence had increased, she'd grown accustomed to the strange obligation that accompanied her position. The drive to help those she'd been powerless to aid before. It could just as easily have gone the other way, she knew. She'd seen the handful of street urchins and thugs who'd made their big score turn their backs on former friends, simply because there was nothing to be gained from associating with them anymore. Worse, some who'd escaped the cutthroat existence of Lorsyn's underbelly occasionally even went out of their way to manipulate and subjugate those who'd once been their equals in status.
"Which means,"
Allie mused, her own eyes now drifting to the muffled conversation from the kitchen,
"that I probably have my new friends to thank, and curse for all my current responsibilities, too."
Despite herself, they'd managed to foster the ideals of altruism and compassion in her. Jack most of all. The Wilderling woman's absence washed over Allie all over again, as it seemed to at least a half-dozen times a day. Jack would have found a way to help the citizens of Lorsyn caught up in a war beyond their control, Allie knew. But it was hard for Allie not to feel a sense of hopelessness. Even if the war didn't come as far as Lorsyn itself, how many of its people were going to starve? Or be driven into the wilderness out of desperation for food, ill-equipped for the different strain of danger the forests and plains of Kavorim held. Allie may have had the funds and clout of the McAllister estate, but using that name here would only make her a target. She'd only even told Ayamet of her rediscovered bloodline because she had enough to incriminate the other woman, should Ayamet decide to see if the information was worth anything. It wasn't that Allie didn't trust Ayamet, but desperation drove people to justify almost anything. Besides, as far as supplying food to the people of Lorsyn went, Allie might be declared guilty of treason for providing aid and comfort to an enemy of the Samaneer. And Hirdeleg would flay me alive for throwing yet another cyclone of chaos into her bookkeeping. A faint smile came to Allie's lips as she thought of the Bearkin woman she'd left in charge as the new steward of the estate. She'd had only sporadic contact with Hirdeleg by way of enchanted scrolls, and anything Allie did hear spoke of the monumental task Hirdeleg had before her in re-establishing the estate's assets, following Delgar's well-meant but misguided attempts to bleed it dry in support of the war effort. Swidona's sad, smiling face drifted through Allie's mind at thoughts of the steward assassinated by the now brain-dead General Fatheg. The older woman had at least seemed to find some purpose in aiding Hirdeleg where she could, but managing such a far-reaching effort was as foreign a concept to her as it was to Allie. Hirdeleg's last report, though, had indicated that she'd taken the initiative to place Swidona in charge of realizing Allie's directives in establishing stations across Falconcrest to aid the poor and homeless. Allie smirked fondly as she finished off her drink. By Hirdeleg's reckoning, at least, Swidona had been far happier and more resilient in the weeks since the new assignment.
Really should have thought of that myself.
Thinking of a boy? Ayamet's teasing words drew Allie back to her surroundings. Her face contorting in disgust, Allie shook her head, setting down her own empty goblet.
No, a woman.
Then, before the smirking Ayamet could continue to push the issue,
an older woman. Stop it, she's more like a mother to me.
Allie blinked. Was that true? Ayamet finally took the hint, shrugging as she nestled into her chair. Fine. But no flings on your wild adventures? Gulping, Allie touched the pendant around her neck, now seeing Crexus's stern but earnest features in her mind's eye.
No.
She briefly also thought of Rithbane, the crass fighter she'd just managed to best in the ring on their first meeting on Nizame, but his interest had decidedly not been reciprocated. Where would he be now? Halfway across Kavorim from the Glenadok stronghold to Falconcrest, with Dunaxis in tow?
If he bothers to keep his word at all.
What about one of your companions, then? Ayamet pressed, her voice dropping to a whisper as she glanced to the muffled talk from the kitchen. She waggled her eyebrows mischievously. I hear goblins are excellent kissers. Allie barely had to exaggerate her visceral revulsion.
You're disgusting.
The dogkin, then. Rumour now is that all half-breeds are actually elves underneath, so it's not as weird as... She trailed off, eyes narrowing as she studied Allie's features and her face splitting in a wide grin. It's the gnome. Blood pulsed hot in Allie's cheeks and ears, and she cursed the dark cackle from the back of her mind for robbing her of a simple pestering moment between friends.
He's... maybe... I don't know.
Hey, I'm surprised too, Ayamet giggled. I was just having a bit of fun. Always thought your type was big strapping men. Human men. Allie slouched forward, letting her synthetically darkened hair, grown out past chin length even after the trim Swidona had insisted on back in Falconcrest, hang down to curtain her eyes.
It is. They are. I think. But Gefnar, I don't really want to talk about it.
Fine.
He's kind, all right. Brave, loyal, handsome?
Allie wrung her hands, afraid to look anywhere but straight ahead.
let's talk about something else.
All right.
I mean, yes, he's attractive, I guess, and it's not like he's a weakling.
He's got very nice arms. Face flushing anew, Allie cleared her throat.
How long?
What?
Before you and Yosed leave Lorsyn,
Allie asked firmly, intent on shifting the topic. Ayamet paused pointedly before finally shrugging. A few weeks, maybe less, if we can find enough buyers to clear out our stores quickly.
Where have you been peddling?
Mostly at the old Gresdith estate, she snickered. A lot of folks have taken to calling it the Pond. Allie frowned, but before she could ask about the title, the sound of footsteps filtered from the kitchen, and she turned to see Yosed leading her companions back into the dining and sitting area.
We've not entertained much here, the broad-shouldered man admitted without remorse. But you're all welcome to grab a chair.
As he took his own advice, grabbing one of the mismatched seats arranged about the sleek, dented table, he looked to Norik.
Your friends claim you're a fine storyteller. Care to regale us with a grand tale, Master Goblin?
Ooh, yes, Ayamet chimed in. I heard one as a child about the taming of the Hellishith Isles. Do you know it? Norik paled, clasping his hands behind his back like a man awaiting execution.
I'm not really that good at repeating any story I've read or heard.
Yosed cocked a thick brow as he set his seat alongside Ayamet's.
What do you mean? Your stories are merely ramblings?
The goblin looked momentarily hurt.
I'd submit that they are not, sir, but my memory functions in a peculiar way, I'm told. Once I've read or heard something, I can call it up flawlessly, but in my recounting of it, the words grow jumbled. Meaning can be shifted or lost if I lose my place.
So why don't you just tell us a real story? Said Tanner, leveling a hard stare at Norik as he swung backward across a low-backed chair he'd dragged over to the sitting area from the table.
If it's the one I'm thinking of,
Nelina purred, smiling tautly to Yosed and Ayamet.
Is this a tale perhaps our hosts would prefer not to hear?
Ayamet settled stubbornly in her chair, matching Nelina's smile. Who are we going to tell?
It's fine,
Allie sighed.
Lorsyn street kids don't rat on each other, mostly because it doesn't do any good. The Lorsyn Guard didn't honor deals with scum like us, even with the Ducal Assembly in charge.
Yosed nodded.
And Mevald reportedly is thrown into a rage at any sign of treachery, even from one criminal to another.
So, said Tanner, motioning with his snout toward Norik. Just spit it out. Who's the old gnome? Norik took a few long, deep breaths, granting Gefnar enough time to lean over from the stool he'd set down beside Allie and whisper, Are you all right? You felt scared a minute ago. Not really like you were in danger, but are you? Allie cursed silently at momentarily forgetting the mental link distilled by imagery. How clearly would the others have felt her embarrassment at being pressed to examine her feelings toward the gnome?
Fine,
she growled curtly, shrinking away from Gefnar.
Just emotional catching up with old friends.
Gefnar merely inclined his head, settling in to await Norik's explanation.
I may have exaggerated my connection with our mutual friend,
the goblin began. Allie stifled a sigh at the continued secrecy, but Norik was probably right not to blab about everything. Exaggerated by how much? Tanner asked tiredly. Norik gulped.
I have met her, but she deemed me unsuitable to serve her properly. I'm only supposed to keep an eye on things and report to her trusted agents.
The old gnome was meant to be their contact,
Nelina declared, almost managing not to scoff as Norik gave a subdued nod.
Yes, Wirgisal is his name. I was eager to play a larger role than merely keeping him appraised of the goings-on in and around the city. I politely requested to aid you all directly when you arrived, but Wirgisal refused. And, well, I'm afraid I have a bit of a temper. I did try not to hurt him, though, only leave him tied up in his cellar where he couldn't be heard. I thought if I showed our mistress how capable I was...
Allie held up a hand to cut him off.
Would Wirgasal have been able to tell us anything more about our mission than you have?
Tanner's ears twitched, his snout wrinkling. Isn't that beside the point? Our friend here just confessed to abducting someone to get his job.
No one was meant to get hurt,
Norik insisted. Yosid offered a grunt from over folded arms. Well, he will be, if Mevod has any reason to suspect him of treason. Which is a low hurdle these days, Iamet agreed soberly. We can't just leave Wirgasal to be tortured, said Gefnar, looking about to the others. Nelina shrugged indifferently, but Tanner nodded. These people might have their minds altered, but they're still people. Allie sighed. Her friends were right. She couldn't help but remember the battered state in which they'd found Ibishil, Veladrock's Owlblood agent in Falconcrest, who'd been thrown in a dungeon simply for his half-breed status. And leaving Wirgasal to someone with Mevod's brutal reputation was something even the old Allie would have squirmed at. But they had a mission to complete, first and foremost. Answer the question, she ordered Norik coldly. The goblin visibly assessed what Allie's last question had been before muttering,
No, I don't think Wirgasal would have been able to tell you more than I have about your mission.
Then at least we're on track for once,
Allie grunted. Maybe, Gefnar added warily. Norik, how much could Mevod's people learn about your mistress with the communication device you were able to show us? Norik's skin turned a paler shade of green.
Only whose mind was bonded to it.
Allie groaned.
Which is yours now, isn't it?
The goblin only offered a terrified nod. Tanner raked a hand through his tufted cheek fur. Blazes. We've got to reach out to Antothica. Allie watched their hosts peripherally to see if Iamet or Yosid recognized the name, but neither seemed to react.
Or,
Nelina offered, baring her teeth in a smile down to Norik.
We could simply give the Lorsyn guard what their mages will eventually sniff out, having forced it to memorize suitable lies about us, to be related if we should come up in interrogation.
At least she didn't jump right to killing him, Allie thought dryly, finding the pettiness in her mind to smirk at the wide-eyed horror on Norik's face.
It would be the most prudent course of action.
Allie supposed that Sharad was right, but even with the fate of Dragon's Nest in the balance, she couldn't bring herself to entertain an idea that heartless.
Besides, he was only trying to prove himself by helping us.
Do it, Allie said, nodding to Tanner.
Hopefully Antothica will either have some guidance to offer, or maybe she can even get our friend's attention for us.
So, said Iamet, regarding Allie with an intrigued smile, you're all bigwig spies or something? For Mevod's rivals?
Not for his rivals,
Allie said carefully.
Parties unattached to the war.
So far, Tanner mumbled. Iamet clapped her hands. How exciting! Can we help? Before Allie could even throw a questioning glance to her companions, Iamet added, We do already have a way for you to get close to where they're likely holding your gnome friend. Allie cocked an eyebrow.
Your food supplies?
The other woman nodded. We're due to bring another cartload to the Gresdith estate in a few days. If you wanted to take a look around, we could say we brought you in as extra help.
And what do you gain from this?
Nelina purred. Some final excitement before leaving Lorsyn behind, Iamet said, her eyes gleaming with mischief, like the child Allie had known years ago. Looking to Yosid, Iamet chuckled. And the thought of depriving Mevod of something is delightful. So, you don't consider him a liberator? Asked Gefnar. For taking power from the noble houses? Some fools might, Yosid scoffed. But any we've spoken to know better than to think Mevod's on our side. No love lost for the ducal assembly, but at least they kept order and promoted competition. The old toad's just a tyrant who's probably made sure Lorsyn will die, even if the summoner never make it here. And he's demanded we start accepting less for our supplies, Iamet added with a sneer. Sensing no objection from Tanner or Gefnar, Allie nodded.
All right. We help feed some mercs and see if we can find out where they're keeping our contact.
Her eyes narrowed at Norik.
Our real contact.
Tanner snorted, sympathy trying to show through his annoyance toward the goblin. Just be glad you thought to have the money for Thrilliga on hand up front. I've seen Allie get significantly annoyed when we can't pay someone for their work. Norik gulped.
That was, unfortunately, the last of my mistress's money.
What about those treasure caches you were muttering about earlier? Tanner pressed, eyes narrowing.
Those don't have money in them.
Gemstones? Gefnar asked hopefully. Norik's smile was as toothy as it was self-conscious.
Old nails, copper shavings, and such. I'm told I'm a bit of a pack rat.
So we're broke,
Allie sighed.
Come now, Lady McAllister,
Ayamet scolded playfully as she patted the other woman's hand.
It'll be good for you to reconnect with your hopelessly destitute past, and to earn your keep around here by helping us sell our food stores.
Allie could tell that Ayamet was only slightly joking. Not that she minded. Smirking, she turned to her companions.
Maybe it will be good for us to do some more mundane work for once.
Chapter 14 Matters of Home. Jack rubbed at her eyebrows, somehow gratified that even Ember gave an exhausted humph, where he'd flopped to the shoreline behind her. In the weeks since Jack had escorted the orcs, goblins, and half-breeds who followed her back to the summer grounds of Clan Danwal Jainaf, her days had quickly become saturated with mediating disputes between her fellow humans and the non-human newcomers relegated to the far side of Cardwig Lake.
At least I have cause to be bored with this one,
she reminded herself. Some of the arguments to arise between the clan and the Gorlith, as Jack's followers had taken to calling themselves, had nearly been much more volatile. Most notably, when a new father of the clan, Deyrnas, had accused a band of nearby Gorlith on the hunt of eating his daughter, when the child in question had simply made use of her newfound crawling ability to explore a rabbit den. Weapons and teeth had been bared that time, as they had been when an orc woman had been accused of leering at a betrothed man, and when a lizardkin had accused a human hunter of stealing his kill. All 3 times Jack had managed to swoop in atop Ember and calm everyone before violence broke out, but not before insults and angry threats were hurled.
And that's without the clan even knowing of the internal disputes and brawls within the Gorlith camp.
Yes, the band of birdkin, scalies, and more had united under Jack's leadership, but they were still often drastically different cultures attempting to fuse as one. There were bound to be misunderstandings and deliberate jabs. Jack shuddered as she recalled the worst instance. A drunken goblin jokingly setting fire to a phoenix blood's tail feathers. The goblin had simply wanted to witness the fabled phoenix blood fire resistance, not understanding that setting oneself alight for a phoenix blood was a deeply personal and even sacred experience. Treating it so cavalierly was an insult near to blasphemous. In contrast, the dispute before Jack now was refreshingly mundane.
"It's revolting,"
the human woman, Nadolia, blurted, cringing away from the angry and embarrassed faces of the 5 snakebloods draped in rags to Jack's other side. Nadolia motioned frantically down to where the waters of the lake lapped over the crumpled, sandy mounds of what looked to be discarded veils at first glance, until one noticed the scaly pattern. While Jack had to admit that she was unsettled by the sight, she'd also been doing her best to grow more familiar with the varied customs that made up the Gorlith. Tiraki had been immeasurably helpful on that front. As if waiting for the thought from Jack to spur her into action, the young crockblood woman at Jack's side cleared her throat.
"If I may speak, Huntress."
Jack nodded, raising a hand to preempt any further outbursts from Nadolia. She'd made her stance clear.
"I think that would be best."
Though Jack now had some knowledge of the aspects of snakeblood culture at play here, she didn't want to misinterpret them and offend either side further.
"Miss Nadolia,"
Tiraki began, inclining her head to the human woman.
"The act of communal molting is an important rite of passage for snakebloods entering adulthood, as is the ceremonial washing by submersion afterward.
Though Tyraki's usual tactic of addressing each member of the human clan by name, something Jack had gladly helped her with in return for all her aid, seemed to mollify Nadolia somewhat, there was still tension in the human's eyes and posture.
"You would defend them, a fellow reptile?"
Jack bit her tongue, trusting in Tyraki's unerring ability of coolly deflecting such barbs. She was rewarded.
"Crockbloods do not molt in such a fashion,"
Tyraki informed Nadolia without a hint of reprimand.
"I've merely made the effort to learn the ways of other cultures."
A few of the snakebloods sent Tyraki a grateful nod, but Nadolia's lips still curled as she looked down to the discarded skins.
"At least tell me they're not going to eat them."
"That is not part of the ritual,"
Tyraki said carefully, and Jack knew why. Though snakebloods buried or burned their molted skin ceremoniously, Jack had spotted a few lizardkin idly nibbling at the dead skin that peeled from their bodies.
"For this rite of passage,"
one of the snakebloods volunteered,
"our old skins will be stacked and placed beneath a large rock after we bathe, a sort of burial for our childhoods."
"I see," Nadolia said, still sounding unnerved by the process.
"Well, so long as it doesn't get into our water supply." "It's only skin," Jack couldn't help from interjecting. "If anything, more of ours comes off in this lake than anyone's." Nadolia's puckered face told Jack that the other woman preferred not to think about that, and she merely nodded to the snakebloods. "Yes, well, my apologies for interrupting your whatever this is."
Some of the snakebloods swayed, their expressions still sour, but the one Jack took to be the eldest inclined his head back toward Nadolia.
"You spoke in error, but not with venom."
It seemed to take a moment for Nadolia to assess that this was his way of accepting her apology, and she hurried off from the alcove where the snakebloods had gathered for their ritual. Though Jack was glad to see the situation defused, she gave an involuntary sigh of frustration. The snakebloods were tucked away here, only visible from a small stretch of shore on the far side of the lake, which was never in use and was too distant to make anything out, meaning that Nadolia may well have been looking for trouble.
"Your clan is only being protective of its resources,"
Tyraki comforted from Jack's side, as though assessing her thoughts.
"They're not unkind, but they're unaccustomed to sharing."
Jack scoffed, smiling to the snakebloods in farewell as she left them to their ritual.
"You could say much the same thing about a small child,"
she muttered, resting a hand atop Ember's back as he silently came up along her other side. Tyraki kept pace with her, seeming glad of the chance to extract herself from the clearly personal time for the snakebloods.
"Are we not all still children in many facets of learning?"
"I suppose we are,"
Jack allowed, attempting a gracious smile as she guided the wolf and Crockblood back toward the Gorlith camp.
"Which means it's probably hypocritical of me to grow frustrated with others' reluctance to see the world as I do, when I still have much to learn."
"Sometimes I feel as though I've been forced to learn more quickly since I've been deprived of Aglek's instruction,"
Tyraki said, her eyes downcast. Smiling sadly as she recalled the old Crockblood who'd first identified her as the promised huntress, Jack rested a hand on Tyraki's shoulder.
"You've honored his teachings with courage, my friend. You carry on his conviction and his vision."
She gave a self-effacing chuckle.
"It wasn't the supposedly great huntress who united the Gorlith."
Tyraki looked suddenly abashed.
"It is your exploits that have rallied them, Jack."
Even now it looked like it pained her to address her huntress so informally.
"I've only helped them find each other, and you."
"And helped me to maintain order as we tried to merge our peoples," Jack added.
The mingled scents of smoke, cured hides, and disparate body odors reached Jack moments before she, Ember, and Tyraki emerged into the fresh clearing on the western shore of Cardwig Lake, greeted by the bustle of half-breeds, orcs, and goblins seeing to their subsistence living. Jack had encouraged everyone to intermingle as they pitched their tents, dug their hovels, or weaved their nest-style huts. But the various shelters were still largely clustered in like groups. There was ample interaction between the miniature districts, however, at least giving Jack the hope that she might one day see natural gravitation towards all types of potential neighbors equally. As her talk with Alanist after her returning ceremony had proven, however, these things couldn't be forced.
You worry that the arrival of Amelog and his followers may upset the tenuous balance we've struck? Tiraki asked.
I do now,
Jack joked weakly. Envoys from an outspoken Owlblood unaffiliated with King Tilidwin expressed his desire to join the Gorlith, and Jack had agreed, in a trial capacity. Amelog had yet to lead his people into outright attacks on anyone, but he hardly had a reputation for overthinking his actions. Some of the Gorlith already present had shared with Jack that it hadn't been Amelog's objection with Tilidwin's refusal to join the One-Blood Alliance that had caused this schism of once staunch allies, but the Owlblood King's general stance of non-violence. Jack shook her head. She had enough to worry about.
If this Amelog can't abide by our rules, she informed Tiraki, he's welcome to find another cause to support.
Tiraki simply nodded. She'd expressed her concerns already that Jack be more selective about whom she attached to her name and title, but the thought of turning away those she might offer hope hardly seemed to Jack like a stance worthy of a huntress supposedly destined to unite others.
I've prepared some pickerel for you both,
a conspicuous lionkin in a long brown tunic declared jovially as he trotted up to Jack and Tiraki, momentarily abandoning the sizzling frying pan over his cook fire.
I put it over by your tent, Tiraki, along with some deer flank for the wolf.
Frowning, Jack looked up to see that the sun was, in fact, well overhead. Her stomach growled to emphasize the point.
We can lose track of time with confidence,
she laughed, nodding her gratitude to the lionkin.
Knowing that you'll save us from our poor grasp of time's passing, Bafan.
Seems many are having pickerel,
Tiraki said pointedly, her reptilian eyes scanning the picked and half-picked bones adorning the simple wooden plates about the camp. Bafan sobered, his posture stooping.
We've not exceeded our allotment, Tiraki.
He motioned to the rafts, tethered on the shoreline.
We had a good catch, but much of it was thrown back.
Jack gripped the fur of Ember's neck, recalling the vitriol with which the proud elder, Gwybiad, had advocated for an immediate limiting of how much the Gorlith could hunt and fish the immediate area, following the celebration that had broken out across the lake after a day of especially full nets. The old woman had at least been convinced to allow the Gorlith to keep their catch by telling her of the young among them whose ribs were decidedly showing after lean months in unfamiliar territory. But Gwybiad had insisted that a single feast should be sufficient to restore everyone.
We rely on this lake and its offerings.
Jack could still hear the woman's words and see her glower.
We can't have these new friends of yours, who don't value the land and its offerings, upsetting the natural balance of things.
Gratitude filled Jack as she recalled her mother stepping in to offer a compromise, one that was then brought before Jainaf. The end result was a limit on how much fish, game, and fruit the Gorlith could claim, which Tiraki had volunteered to enforce. Though Jack had appreciated the gesture, she suspected that the Crockblood had done so to keep Jack from being cast in a negative light for her followers. But that was only half the problem.
Come the colder months,
Jack reminded herself,
the Gorlith may not have enough food preserved to ration out through the winter.
The land around the lake had proven suitable for the gardens dotted about the Gorlith camp, but the carnivores would either have to break off to hunt in the winter or set aside enough of their current kills to preserve.
A tenth of the catch has also been laid out in the salt barrels by the storehouse,
Bafan said, leaning in closer to Tiraki. He motioned past her with his chin to where the broad, domed structure had been erected by Tiraki's tent.
Should I start with holding more?
No,
the Crockblood sighed.
You've done well, Bafan.
We'll only see more unapproved hunts if our people start going hungry.
Frustration again swelled within Jack. She suspected the younger wolf and bearkin of leaving the meager evidence of kills she and Ember had discovered in the forest, but whoever was behind it was leaving no trace, other than a few blood droplets.
No footprints for me to build an image in my mind of them.
Her followers really did know all about her, it seemed. But Jack knew when a kill was done by creatures, and when it was done by something with a human-like frame. Eager to distract herself and her companions, Jack smiled to Bafan.
How does a lionkin become so skilled at fishing? I thought your people were warriors of the Fubeni Plains at the heart of Muntukum.
Bafan smiled good-naturedly, but Jack noted a haunted tug at his eyes as he self-consciously smoothed down his meager mane.
That is the image we like to convey of our peoples. But even the Gakulong and Wesokun live on great peninsulas with lakes, when not cutting each other down.
Jack nodded.
And the smaller prides?
Bafan's whiskers twitched.
We have been scattered or enslaved by the Wesokun in the generations since the Uzwuk, the only other pride large enough to challenge them, fell.
I'm sorry,
Jack said softly.
I don't mean to draw up any painful memories for you.
You speak only in kindness,
Bafan assured her, and Jack had conversed with him enough to know that this meant he'd accepted her apology.
I knew only the life of a slave as a child, and an injury of instruction prevented me from carving my warrior's spear. My talent for fishing, it is what kept my disgrace from bringing instruction upon my family.
Jack smiled sadly, envisioning a young Bafan casting nets with diligent fear.
But if you feared action against your family...
Why flee northward?
Bafan finished. The centuries since the waking, the elven seer Sinarmiat's forging of the half-breeds with elven blood after the Dragon War, had granted the dispersed peoples enough time to develop their own dialects of the common trade tongue most everyone had spoken at the end of last age. But Bafan both spoke and picked up the nuances of the civilized Kavorim strain well.
The last of my siblings took up their spears. My father had fallen in battle, and my mother, she commanded me to make a new life for myself. She was a venerated warrior who had laid down her spear with honor, earning her freedom. I couldn't disobey.
Tiraki's long snout bobbed in sympathy.
What became of her?
Bafan's eyes fell.
I can only hope King Ngokwes showed her mercy.
The tone of his voice told Jack how little he believed in that possibility.
It's a long voyage from Muntukum, she said after a moment. And Matriarch Velekani and her people must have been driven out when you were still a child. How did you find a ship?
My mother provided,
Bafan declared proudly.
The Wesokun build no sailing ships, intent as they are on slaughtering the heathen Gakulong before turning to other lands. But my mother had claimed a small elephant-kin vessel as her prize upon the Wesokun victory at Andisa Castle. She'd helped me to learn how to operate it little by little.
I don't understand, said Jack, frowning. You both knew how to sail? Why wouldn't she come with you then?
Bafan swallowed, blinking rapidly.
She wished a new life for me and believed that caring for her in her twilight years would rob me of this. So I set out on my own.
The thought of leaving one's own blood to die alone was so abhorrent to Jack that she found Ember giving a faint humph, realizing that she'd been pulling sharply at his neck fur. As she gave the wolf an apologetic pat, she saw that Bafan was already tormented enough by his duty-bound decision to leave his mother, so she simply said,
Across the Mabayos Ocean in a boat operable by one? You must have been tossed about mercilessly.
Yes, Bafan muttered, seeming to sway on his feet as his lip curled in remembrance.
Though I set out east by northeast to Indorta,
with the aid of an elephant-kin chart. From there I worked to pay my passage to Lasmak.
Tyraki's whole snout furled in a snarl.
The lawless jungles?
Wherever Pethencool failed to hold sway at least,
Bafan nodded.
And none but Apekin could enter his lands. The Wesokun were merciless, but the unrelenting murderousness I saw there. Those of Western Lasmak are the worst of all peoples distilled into blood-drenched port towns, governed by no laws of human half-breed or even orc. I thought next to set out for the immense possibilities of the Asaliran mainland, but could only pay my way as far as the Helishith Isles. Only in the city of Grastad did I find stable employment.
Jack's eyes widened.
So you would have been there when Mevod declared himself king?
Disgust flashed in Bafan's gaze.
I was. Chaos descended over the Isles as many locals, desperate for mercenary work, pledged themselves to his cause, while the industry lords forged alliances to force Mevod out by denying him resources.
Not out of altruism, I take it, said Jack. A grunt bordering on a low roar rumbled in Bafan's throat.
No. Lasmak may be lawless, but the Helishith Isles nearly meet its shore on the border between the Mabayos and Thalassin. Trade barges are cheaper to build, if you can count on avoiding choppier waters, so Lasmak's northern shores sees a growing number of vessels ferrying goods between Greater Asaliran and the Helishith Isles every year. The Isles getting caught up in a war would have been bad for business.
Whatever the industry lord's reasoning, Tyraki muttered, their efforts to rid themselves of ties to the coming war worked. Mevod braved the Thalassin Sea and the Griswold channels to claim Lorsyn as his new seat of power.
And not a moment too soon,
Bafan growled.
Lasmak's cast-offs were funneling in to join Mevod and his promise of coin. I'd feared the lawlessness was following me.
But then the Lasmaki and Mevod left, said Jack. Why then didn't you stay? Bafan's usual smile finally returned.
Word reached the Helishith Isles of a young human wilderling who ruled the sky atop her great winged wolf. She'd already done much to carve a place in this world for those like me, and elven prophecies seemed to declare that she'd do much more.
He chuckled, obviously noting Jack's stifled squirming.
I'd served as a slave and as a voiceless minion in the aspirations of others. How could I not wish to serve instead a cause I believed to be just? A leader who'd proven her devotion to the common good.
Jack took a steadying breath, bowing faintly to the lionkin. I hope to prove worthy of the faith you've placed in me, Bafan.
You do so daily,
Bafan assured her, smiling between Jack and Tyraki.
I owe you both much. You, Huntress, for giving me hope, and you, Head Mage, for ensuring that this hope would find me.
A playful glint entered his feline eyes.
So now the least both of you could do is allow me to express my gratitude in the way that I'm able.
Pointing sharply to Tyraki's tent, he added,
I've wrapped your pickerel, but they will grow cold eventually.
Thank you again, Jack said, laughing as she dutifully pressed on through the Gorlith camp for the tent. Bafan's wasn't the first story she'd heard from her followers, and it was hardly the only one filled with struggle and hardship. The resilience of those who'd found their way to her, here and now, never ceased to humble Jack. She looked about the camp, noting each familiar face, and those for whom she'd yet to spare a moment in all the chaos of her duties. There was Bidenthar, the elephant-kin who'd been cast out to avoid conflict with a human settlement, one great tusk torn from its socket after he'd taken blame for his wife's desperate theft of a human farmer's crops to feed their child. Valida, the elder tigerkin woman who'd spent decades in a Sagkum prison after slaying the group of hunters who'd shot her cubs for sport. Margach, the orc woman whose roving band had been deemed a public threat, hunted down and slaughtered after plundering the homestead of someone powerful enough to call for retaliation. Though Jack didn't condone theft, murder of reprisal, or preying on defenseless settlements, she couldn't help but feel for these people, who'd acted out of desperation, righteous fury, or outdated traditions. Could she claim she'd have done any differently in their position? Now they were all here, trusting her to build a new life for them. Jack didn't pretend to know if instructing them in the lifestyle of her own people was the final form of this, but it would at least help all parties learn how to function alongside those of different backgrounds. She hoped. Stooping to enter Tyraki's tent, Jack chuckled softly as Ember stubbornly pushed in behind her, slumping to coil about the cushion Jack often assumed in the confined space. The wolf sniffed hungrily at the smells of roasted pickerel from the covered wooden plate Tyraki handed Jack from the doorstep, but he fell in on his own food when Jack resignedly dipped back outside to retrieve the promised deer meat.
"You've grown soft,"
she muttered into Ember's ear as he nibbled lazily at the contents of his dish. A faint, distracted ripple of indignation was the wolf's only response. Truthfully, Jack preferred to have Ember where she could see him, so close to the encampment's storehouse. He may have been an ancient entity and her greatest friend, but he was still a wild creature whose nose might get him into trouble, so close to a growing trove of cured meats.
"His needs are met here steadily,"
said Tyraki, eagerly gnawing on the fish she'd set by her cushion. Ungutted, just as she liked them.
"Isn't that what you wish for all who follow you?"
"Within reason,"
Jack sighed, blowing on a flaky, steaming morsel of her own cleaned, gutted, perfectly cooked and seasoned meal. Buffon knew both their preferences to the letter.
"If Ember's grown soft, what am I? I've been so busy adjudicating disputes and managing the Gorlith that I haven't had to hunt or forage for my own food in weeks."
"One could hardly accuse you of slacking, Jack. Your work now simply focuses on bettering the lot of many, rather than working to stave off your own hunger."
Jack nodded, feeling suddenly morose.
"I only wish it felt like we were making any progress."
Tyraki paused in her munching, then took a few precise chews and swallowed.
"Progress is slow and often painful, Jack. I learned this most in the weeks after Katason, when King Shanadir made clear to us all whose blood and magics had sired the half-breeds."
Shame flickered in her eyes as they fell.
"Perhaps I am partly to blame for the ill-fated hope that this revelation of our heritage would swiftly bring about a new era for our kind. I certainly believed it as I helped to spread Senarmiat's words. But as the message of our maker reached past half-breed ears, even many who believed it were unmoved. If true, one noblewoman declared in a village square I addressed, it changes nothing. The elves were not infallible, and humans have earned their place here as strangers to our world. Your blood should grant you no privilege."
Jack found that she was clenching her teeth, consciously relaxing her jaw.
"Nor should it relegate you to ostracism and fear of reprisal if you draw too much notice."
The words were almost physically painful. Part of her own people's way of life was clearing out vermin nests whenever they grew too large. Or it had been.
"One of many changes necessary for a better future."
"Those of the major races would and do argue that their stance toward half-breeds isn't based on blood,"
Tyraki pointed out,
"but on history and proven incompatibility in values."
"They're not guiltless,"
Jack growled, tossing her plate to the blanketed floor. She'd lost her appetite.
"We're not guiltless. But Ihirnat and the forest's light teach us that keeping score is futile and petty. All we can do is strive to better ourselves and protect those unable to fight for themselves."
Tyraki cocked her head, her hairless brow arced to a teasing furrow.
"We are your defenseless hatchlings, then? A cause to give you purpose?"
"No,"
Jack sighed.
"Of course, you're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be trying to make this about me. We all must work together and strive to be better. I have as far to go as anyone. Eirnat advocates introspection, but not at the expense of community.
Hungiel and Zautep also encourage such balance,
Tiraki said, nodding.
The unbridled urges us to find strength in our animal nature, while the protector promotes the fair governance of that which must be tamed. The brother championing the fierce safeguarding of life and that which you hold dear. The sister order, even as nature is bound by the laws of magic and science.
Jack ruminated on the words for a moment.
Those sound like difficult extremes to reconcile.
And yet we must,
Tiraki insisted.
We see what happens when a being favors one over the other.
Garich easily sprang to Jack's mind as the embodiment of unleashed animal ferocity. Perhaps Merima served as his counterpart, she supposed, seeking control and order and dismissing all opposing viewpoints as corrupt.
Do your people still feel Hungiel and Zautep's guidance so deep within the forest?
Jack wondered aloud.
Half-breeds, I mean.
No less than you might feel Eirnats outside of it,
said Tiraki. Then, frowning,
though...
What?
Aglek used to have visions of the Netherplane, glimpses of a war beyond our comprehension. He felt that they'd grown slowly more volatile, and that the Theikour had begun to feel more divided by extension. Their will and power still manifest in our world, but I sometimes wonder just how right my master was.
One scaly hand drifted down to rest on Tiraki's remade staff, the memory stone atop it pulsing a soft blue in response.
We who walk the balance between Hungiel and Zautep focus and amplify our connection to them with memory stone, but the source is still of the Netherplane, and it's felt increasingly muddied.
Tiraki looked up to Jack, shrugging sheepishly.
It's difficult to explain.
I think I understand,
Jack assured her.
It's sometimes hard to tell where my connection to Eirnat's light, my own power, or my bond with Ember ends and where another begins, and what I draw from each. They're all so equally a part of me.
Tiraki nodded slowly.
Yes, but do you ever wonder, is Eirnat's power even wholly his own?
Jack wasn't quite sure how to answer that. Eirnat's presence, the light of the forest, had always felt the same. Hadn't it?
"Huntress!"
A voice called from outside the tent, and Jack's startled jolt from her thoughts caused Ember to perk up and swivel his massive head about for danger.
"You've a visitor!"
Sighing, Jack shared a tired smile with Tiraki, shoveling another chunk of pickerel into her mouth before climbing to her feet. Bracing herself for yet another overblown dispute, she pushed out of the tent flaps, only to have her eyes widen in surprised recognition. Standing a few paces from the tent, next to the orc woman, Margach, was the Wolfkin Summoneer Captain, Theikour, already halfway into a gracious bow.
"Greetings, Huntress, if I'm permitted to call you that,"
said Theikour, beaming through the heavy fatigue about his sharp lupine eyes.
"Ah, and your great wolf, I see. And it was Tiraki, yes? Glad to see you as well. I'd feared something might have become of you when you vanished from the summit grounds."
Jack could swear the captain almost winked.
I was about,
Tiraki assured him, inclining her head. An amused snort sounded from Theikour's twitching nose.
"So I'd guessed. Apropos of nothing, I didn't have the chance to congratulate you on your victory over Garich, Huntress."
It's Jack,
Jack replied, more sharply than she'd intended. Turning to any onlookers, she added,
To anyone who cares, it's simply Jack.
There were a few scattered nods of deference, but this was hardly the first time Jack had made the appeal.
"My apologies,"
said Theikour, pressing an open hand to his chest.
"And I doubly hope you'll forgive me, as I've been dispatched to summon you to a meeting with your eldest brother."
Jack inclined her head in understanding.
You've come with General Thradlos.
"I have,"
Theikour affirmed, his good humor fading.
We've received definitive orders from Falconcrest, and we fear your friends may be in danger.
Chapter 15. The World Calls. A misplaced yet fierce sort of protectiveness swelled inside of Jack as she passed through the magical perimeter of Clan Dunwald Jainaf and into the gathering area about the central fire pit. 4 armored summoneers sat conversing with Jack's extended family, most notably the animated young Deyrnas, and Jack couldn't help but feel indignant at the sight. Beneath her, Ember craned his neck about to nuzzle her legs soothingly, and she did her best to let the feeling go with a deep exhale, slipping from the wolf's back to alight beside the adjacent Theikour. It was more the symbol of what these summoneer brought with them than their actual presence that upset Jack's sense of security and home, she knew. A war built on past transgressions and selfish motives.
As if I needed any reminding of the divisions we craft between ourselves,
Jack mused darkly, making for Jainaf's shelter. A friendly face then interposed itself between Jack and her destination, further helping to defuse her anxieties.
It seems the tall tales of your exploits during your pilgrimage are starting to be corroborated, Jack,
said Heffind, smiling warmly as he gestured with a gnarled hand to the wolfkin captain at her side. Jack paused, bowing slightly to the clan elder.
If you've truly doubted my accounts so severely, I'll be happy to invite the entirety of Falconcrest to dinner.
Heffind laughed heartily.
Imagine the conniption to overtake dear Gwybiad if she were informed that we must now feed even more visitors.
Then, sobering as he took her gently by the arm,
I don't know if your warrior friends intend to take you from us yet, Jack, but know that Deyrnas' light and the goodwill of your clan go with you, should you depart.
Thank you, Heffind, Jack said, smiling her gratitude.
But I'm not going anywhere.
The last part was directed as much to Theikour as to the elder. Patting Jack's hand, Heffind nodded.
Perhaps. But none of us know when forces beyond our control might scoff at our intentions.
Jack stiffened.
Are we meant to be carried along wherever the wind might choose, then?
Heffind chuckled.
Not without a fight, Jack. Our convictions are no less vital for how little they might steer our course.
He then walked on, swaying with each placement of his cane.
I see now where your wisdom beyond your years comes from, said Theikour. If all in your clan speak as he does.
Catching Gwybiad's wrinkled, scowling face from across the camp, Jack chuckled bitterly.
They don't.
Thradlos already sat with Jainaf, Yetroith, Alonest, and Janissa, Jack saw as she entered her brother's shelter, the opening drawn back to allow the day's light in. The general assumed his feet, however, as he saw Jack. His confident smile was diminished, Jack noted, having only heard of Thradlos's meek remorse at nearly obliterating the half-breeds at the recent peace talks. His Thalassan drawl, coupled with the crispness of the Lorsyn upper crust from his youth, however, was as thick as Jack recalled.
Now, if it isn't the great huntress, fully realized in her destiny.
Jack drew up a few paces distant, not taking his offered hand.
Is that why you've come to disturb my people? To spectate?
Jacqueline! Yetroith snapped, her features contorted, aghast. Jack rankled at the usage of her full name, something her mother only ever used these days when she seemed to feel that her daughter was being especially petty or ungracious. Still, she was Jack's mother, so Jack prepared to swallow her pride and apologize for her words. But Thradlos raised a forestalling hand.
Now, Lady Yetroith, your daughter is justified in her distrust of me.
He smiled sadly to Jack.
Truth is, I've offered Queen Gwytherin my resignation, which she summarily rejected. She feels further shuffling of leadership at such a crucial point would damage morale. And, in her words, she'd rather a penitent man remain in power than see someone with fresh arrogance in my place.
He chuckled dryly.
At which point I offered Theikour as my recommendation.
Which I summarily rejected, the wolfkin added with a friendly smirk toward his superior.
And what was your reasoning?
Jack asked warily. Theikour turned his keen eyes on her.
I've seen leaders forge blindly ahead, refusing to acknowledge their mistakes. It would have been easy for Thradlos to do the same, to cover up his deceit that nearly cost the lives of so many half-breeds. But he reported in full to the king and queen, and gathered the troops to detail everything that happened in and around the peace talks. Even those among the Samanir who feel his initial joy to preemptively eliminate potential threats was justified have respected his ownership of his actions. Our forces are more unified than ever, all for the respect of one man.
Jack couldn't help a derisive snort.
A man who'd likely have continued on his path had you not corrected him.
A fact he's also shared,
Theikour said without a trace of egotism.
As well as your companion's instrumental role in swaying his convictions toward hope.
Thradlos nodded severely.
And my debt to ya and your friends is why we've come.
He resumed his seat, a rough pillow on the floor, and motioned for Jack to join the circle. Deyrnas, who'd contented himself with scrutinizing the exchange thus far, nodded to Jack, indicating the space by their mother.
It seems we are among the first recipients of vital news.
As Jack dutifully moved to sit beside Yatroith, she felt as though the ground gave way beneath her at Deyrnas' next words.
The Samanir intend to assault Lorsyn with all speed.
Jack's legs buckled as she dropped the last few inches to the shelter floor.
How? So soon? I thought the front was far to the southeast of the city.
It is,
said Theikour, alighting beside her.
Which is precisely why we hope Lorsyn will be unprepared for the assault. We mean to strike quickly and remove Mevod from power, ending the war with as little bloodshed as possible.
So simple?
Janissa spoke up, studying the wolfkin.
Do you anticipate that Mevod's supporters will simply throw down their weapons if he's taken or killed? Enough of them to make continuing the war untenable for his loyalists,
said Thradlos, his face lining in something besides certainty. Jack winced, realizing that her fingers dug into her palms and consciously loosening her fists.
How are you even thinking to accomplish this? To move an army large enough to take this city without notice, and small enough so they'll not be missed by enemy scouts at the front?
Thradlos nodded.
You're correct. A full-on assault would leave us pincered between Lorsyn's defenses and its external armies. We'll be moving with only 500 of our best Samanir and outside recruits, split down into platoons to better mask our movements.
Alanist's mouth fell open.
You can't be serious. I've been to the elven city. 500 troops could barely hold it, let alone storm its gates.
If all goes to plan,
Theikour informed her,
we won't have to storm the gates.
You have people on the inside,
Jack said softly, her eyes narrowing.
Who?
Theikour showed his pointed teeth in a mischievous smile.
Rashuga was not the only mongrel present at the peace talks, and I've since spoken to others. They see that the Samanir and all of Kavorim are changing, if someone of my blood can achieve such a high station.
Jack nodded slowly. If the change had been implemented under the rule of someone she respected less than Gwytherin, she might have suspected that it had only come to be as a means of political maneuvering. She knew Falconcrest's new queen too well, however, to think so little of her. Gwytherin and Noller both believed in holding others to task for their actions, not their blood.
It seems you have it all arranged, then,
Jack said warily, glancing between Theikour and Thradlos.
Why inform us of your plans?
The captain and general exchanged a pointed look, with Theikour voicing the answer.
For the same reason you were so clearly troubled at our mention of them. Your friends have made their way into the city.
So they know. No point in denying it. Your new allies are in contact with them?
No, Thradlos admitted, rubbing at the back of his neck.
We've tracked what little trail they've left, and it seems they've entered Lorsyn, and we think have yet to leave it.
Jack couldn't help a soft snort of derision.
Your new allies can't mark a foxkin amid other unique factors?
They can, Theikour said patiently,
which causes us to suspect that your friends are in disguise.
They must be rather good disguises,
Jack mused. She and the others had talked about what to do on reaching Lorsyn before, but, short of Tanner's illusions, none of them were much gifted in that sort of thing.
Perhaps Veladrok's agents have finally proved useful. So they could be well on their way somewhere else for all you know?
She added aloud, trying not to sound too accusatory. Thradlos shrugged.
I suppose.
Jack folded her arms.
And what exactly are you hoping for me to do?
Your mind is linked to theirs, yes?
Theikour pointed out.
We were hoping you could.
It's too far,
said Jack, already shaking her head.
Then if ya perhaps journey with us as far as...
No.
Jack, Yetroith said softly, resting a hand on her daughter's arm. But Jack held firm.
Tanner, Ali, and Gefnar can take care of themselves. And if you're hoping that I'll persuade them to join in your coup, I believe in their judgment to do what is right when the time comes.
Again, Theikour and Thradlos shared a strained look.
They've another in their company now.
Jack frowned.
Someone else has joined their mission? You mean someone they would have met in Lorsyn? That was planned.
No,
Thradlos said slowly.
We've asked them to keep an eye on Nelina.
The shock that swept through Jack's veins was white-hot and borderline venomous. When she spoke, her words were chillingly calm.
And what possessed you to place that duplicitous, selfish woman in the care of my friends?
Our options were limited,
Theikour explained, clearing his throat.
And it seemed the best of the bad ones available.
Jack's lip curled in a tight sneer.
No stomach for an execution?
Jacqueline!
There was no mistaking the rebuke in Yetroith's tone now. Exhaling slowly, Jack bowed her head.
You're right, Mother. That was unkind. Nelina has always seemed to have that effect on me.
To the visitors she added,
What's your main fear, then? That Nelina will capitalize on the confusion of the attack to escape? To stab the others in the back? She's done it before,
Jack reminded herself, recalling the image of the Tigerkin woman skewering her one-time associate Lenmore on Nizame.
I believe she does respect ya and your friends in her own way,
said Thradlos, sounding like he was as much hopeful as convincing.
And would not escalate things so far. However, escape would be bad enough. We believe she's still set on assassinating Sonblade.
Theikour bristled at the mention of the Wolfkin Alpha, and Jack couldn't determine if it was out of concern or disdain for Sonblade.
And we likely don't have to tell ya, Thradlos continued, that Nelina is fully capable of being an agent of chaos otherwise.
Janissa cocked her head where she sat.
But that's not the only reason you've come.
Peace, sister, Jainaf said firmly.
It's not,
Theikour allowed with a sigh.
We'd hoped, Jack, that it would not only be you who accompanied us to Lorsyn.
Jack gave a bitter laugh.
So I'd guessed correctly. I suppose neither of you can help having a soldier's mind. No sooner have I unwittingly managed to do some good in drawing people together and trying to forge a more united society than you look on and see a potential army.
If you'd at least allow us to speak with these Gwarlith of yours,
Thradlos began.
You may speak with them,
Jack interjected sharply. At her mother's chastising look, she added,
"Though I appreciate the sentiment behind the request, I am no tyrant, dictating the words and actions of those who look to me for leadership. All I'm trying to do is help to keep the peace and to provide whatever inspiration the Gorleth managed to draw from my inexperienced guidance."
Theikour dipped his head.
"And when your followers inevitably ask for your leave to join us?"
Jack shrugged.
"I'll give it."
"But not your approval," Thradlos sighed.
"Not unless you can convince me that your primary motive in drawing more half-breeds, orcs, and goblins to your cause isn't the likely increase in standing you'd gain with your mongrel allies."
Thradlos's features soured.
"You debate exploitation when your followers may prove to be the weight to tip the balance between victory and defeat."
"These people have put their faith in me, General,"
Jack retorted, matching the man's scowl.
"I won't encourage them to die for a cause that's only become their own by way of convenience for another."
"Jack, please," said Theikour. "This would be a victory for us all. Do you think Mevod cares for the half-breeds in his employ? He's used them from the beginning."
Jack gave a rather alley-like grunt.
"And that justifies our doing the same? I want to believe in your cause, Captain, but not at the price of wielding the Gorleth as a recruitment banner."
"Then we'll not waste our breath on ya or them any longer,"
declared Thradlos, rising stiffly to his feet.
"Your followers are devout. They won't be leaving without your blessing."
Then, bowing to Jainaf,
"We thank ya for your hospitality, Jainaf et Ethelver. Alanest, Yetroith, Janessa, Jack."
"Polite even when insulted and dismissed,"
Jack thought, watching as Thradlos swept from the shelter with a flourish of his cloak. Theikour stood and trailed behind, sending Jack an apologetic nod.
"We do believe in your cause, Jack, and we wish you well in it. We'll make do with the forces we have and do all we can to watch out for your friends when the time comes."
Worry sat like churning thorny burrs in Jack's heart at the reminder of danger uncertainly close to those with whom she'd spent the year past.
"Are you all right, Jack?"
Alanest asked softly, reaching for Jack's hand. Jack nodded, abruptly realizing that she'd pressed herself instinctually against the comforting warmth of Ember's side, where the wolf had coiled up behind her. She smiled to her sister-in-law.
"I will be. It simply grows tiring having every day feel like a fresh instruction on how to cope with divided duties."
Yetroith draped a comforting arm about Jack's shoulders.
"What disputes today?" "Most notably Snakeblood's skin shedding and the proper disposal thereof."
Jack laughed softly at the predictably uncomfortable looks that settled on the faces of her family.
"Always a new adventure."
"No weapons drawn or teeth bared, at least," Jainaf groaned, his posture slumping. "For that we can be grateful."
His eyes drifted out of the shelter to where the Summoneer readied for departure.
"I suppose it's my duty to be seeing them off."
Janessa inclined her head toward Jack as Jainaf and Alanest rose and exited the shelter.
"You've stood strong against the instigators of petty squabbles, as you did just now against our visitors. It was no accident, I think, that both were known to you, and of such high rank. The expressed concern for your friends was the last offering to soften you up." "Perhaps," Jack sighed. "But it was also sincere. And I did mean what I said about wanting to believe in their cause. The Summoneer are, I believe, the lesser of the two evils, and may even prove to be a force for good. I've just seen too much of their willingness to subjugate or remove anything they feel is too different or too great a threat."
She recalled Captain Luridin of the Summoneer the night of the attack on the Glenadoc orcs, his single-minded focus in eliminating what he'd been taught was a form of evil. The only thing that had stayed his hand in the end had been overwhelming opposition and the evidence that he'd been dispatched on false pretenses by his superiors. Even with Blademaster Volkrit and Headmage Duach coming clean on their involvement in instigating the war with Mevod, Luridin had been comfortably removed from the city before he could hurl too many uncomfortable accusations.
Or assume command.
Jack had been the one to initiate the reassignment, however, if for no other reason than to spare Luridin his superior's wrath.
And we all deserve a chance to right our wrongs.
On the subject of young, charismatic Summoneer, Jack found her gaze settling on an unsurprising sight beyond the confines of the shelter. Young Deyrnas coyly twirling loose strands of hair about her finger as she stood far too close to a young knight who'd hastily readied for departure in order to catch a minute alone with Deyrnas, while his colleagues gratefully accepted gifts of food from the clan members they'd befriended. From the way Deyrnas batted her eyelashes, Jack wouldn't have been surprised to see the object of her affections walking away with a lock of the young woman's well-twirled hair.
"Don't be too harsh,"
Yatroith whispered in Jack's ear, just as Jack resolved to intervene. The older woman was smiling when Jack looked back at her.
"I think perhaps you're the least qualified among us to berate Deyrnas for succumbing to the pull of a man in uniform."
Jack flushed, though she laughed softly at the reminder, both of Tavik and of how much she regretted telling her family of him.
"A pleasant memory, even if we never see each other again."
Moments later, she was at Deyrnas' side, smiling to the object of her sister's attentions. The young Summoneer, who barely sported tufts of facial hair, blinked in surprise at Jack's sudden appearance.
"We're very accepting here,"
Jack told the man pleasantly.
"Though you'll likely have to resign from your post if you two intend to court."
Yes, I suppose I would," the man stammered, blushing furiously as both he and Deyrnas seemed to register what he might be implying. "That is, well, you seem a nice young woman, Deyrnas." For her part, Deyrnas recovered from the moment quickly, coyly biting her lower lip.
"But we hardly know each other, of course."
The Summoneer gave a relieved chuckle. "Yes, of course." Deyrnas sidled closer, tracing her fingers across the man's breastplate.
"We could remedy this if you're serious about leaving the service for me. I like long walks about the lake, properly chaperoned by the elders, of course."
Jack had never seen someone exhibit the symptoms of whiplash while standing so tensely still before.
Deyrnas,"
the man began. "Duty to the Summoneer first, soldier," one of his superiors called out, grinning at the man's clear predicament. "Move out." With muttered and obviously relieved apologies, the man retreated, with Jack and Deyrnas barely restraining their laughter until he was out of sight behind the retreating Thradlos and Theikour.
"You're diabolical,"
Deyrnas giggled, jabbing her sister in the ribs with an elbow.
"You're lucky I'd started to find him boring." "Boring, you say?" Jack feigned remorse. "Perhaps I was wrong to scare him away. You could use a steadying influence." Deyrnas' sigh was exaggeratedly dreamy. "Well, Mother always says that if he's the right man, he'll not be frightened off by the family." The sentiment briefly made Jack wonder how Tavik would fare by that measure. "Deyrnas," she said slowly, an idea she'd been reluctant to act on without unselfish cause, rearing its head, as she recalled Ithikour's final worried look back to her. "Speaking of Mother, I don't suppose you'd happen to know where she keeps her stone basin?" Deyrnas cocked her head and brow quizzically. "You'd have to ask her. Why?" Jack nodded, already turning to seek out Yatroith. "With recent developments, I'd like to see about reaching out to some friends of mine." Chapter 16. Third Encounter. Tanner heaved the latest sack of grain from the cart and onto the broad, stony steps leading up to the shoddily restored mansion atop a rise of terraced landscaping. His body had comfortably fallen into the groove of familiar aches that came from days of arduous manual labor, the sensation causing him to wax nostalgic for the handful of times Curtis had allowed him to work the forge back home.
Dragon's Nest had smelled a lot better, though. As Tanner set down his latest burden, he stood and arched his back every which way, scanning the scene around him. He'd grown well accustomed to the raucous laughter and bellowed shouts for drink, cards, and craigbit bones, but it was still jarring to witness all of it outside the confines of an especially inebriated evening at a tavern. Hundreds of stocky guards, recruits, and mercenaries, many with ample bellies beyond what they might have gained in recent months of excessive living, sprawled across the trampled weeds in the shade of patchwork gazebos. The party spilled all the way from the faded glory of the Gresdith estate's main house, down the crumbling terraces and across what had once been the lawn, shrubs, and gravel approach to the fallen house. Tanner didn't think he'd ever seen so much sweat, both from the merciless summer heat and from overeating of the foodstuffs meted out, or smelled so much body odor and rotted breath.
"What's wrong, Tanner?"
Nelina purred from his side, smirking when he looked her way.
"Don't you envy the lifestyle of the affluent?"
Yosed grunted, slinging a final sack of grain from the back of the cart and down to Gefnar's swollen arms.
"Money's wasted on the rich. No imagination."
From where she checked off items on the clipboard she held, Iamet chuckled, taking her lover by a calloused hand.
"We, on the other hand, have had more than enough time to think on what we might do with an influx of coin."
"An extensive garden for my lady," Yosed said, beaming as he slipped an arm about Iamet's waist. She chuckled again, dropping her clipboard to the empty cart bed as she kissed Yosed deeply.
"A racetrack and the finest horses for my lord," she said when she came up for air.
Tanner, who'd looked awkwardly away, found his gaze settling on Gefnar, who, in turn, was trying not to glance over at Allie as he shuffled on the final trip to their pile of unloaded goods. For her part, Allie was surveying the estate, arms folded and brow creased in focus.
Comparing Mevad's home to her own, Tanner wondered.
"What would you buy, Dabion?" he asked, barely remembering to use Gefnar's fake name in time, and hoping to distract the gnome from any other aspirations currently out of his reach. Gefnar blinked, teetering on his feet as he easily hoisted the last of the grain into the pile on the steps.
"Huh?"
"If you were rich."
"Oh. Well, it's a bit weird."
Tanner grinned. "Now you've got to tell us." Laughing uneasily, Gefnar glanced about, as though fearing that Mevad's quartermaster might have returned to tally up their goods on his end as promised.
"I've always thought that I'd like to open up my own magic school. Not a temple, really. More open to anyone, whichever Theikour they serve. Just focused on using magic to help people. Really help people. Like if someone's well has gone dry, conjuring or purifying water while they need it. Or restoring a farmer's crops if they've been hit by a blight or swarm of some kind. Just helping ordinary people out, where we can."
Norik, who'd managed to excuse himself from any of the heavy lifting, nodded pensively from where he sat atop the stone railing by the unloaded goods, grinning toothily beneath his floppy hat, the compromise he'd reached with Tanner and the others to allow his potentially known face outdoors.
"Intriguing. And how were you meaning to feed, clothe, and shelter your initiates?"
"Oh, well," Gefnar stammered, clearly not having prepared himself to give a full business pitch for something meant to be a lofty dream.
"We could maybe operate off donations, or students with different strengths could maybe take paid jobs to support the school."
Nelina offered a dismissive laugh.
"When it comes down to it, any long-term effort centered around helping those in need relies on those more fortunate consistently giving of themselves. The strong helping the weak. Hardly sustainable in my experience."
Tanner shot the tigerkin a scowl. "Don't listen to her, Gef. I think that sounds just like what a temple should be."
"Oh, the temples do good work," Gefnar protested quickly. "They help strengthen a community and provide for those in need who come to them. I just think it might be helpful to build something a little more proactive."
Again, Norik nodded his approval, though it was hard to say whether this was because of his overly agreeable attitude, which had only heightened after the group had learned of his supplanting of Veladrock's real agent, or genuine interest. On more than one occasion, Allie had muttered that she didn't know why they even let him stick around, but she knew as well as Tanner did that letting the goblin out of their sight would probably mean more trouble than keeping him close. And she hasn't offered to do anything more drastic. I guess that's a good sign, Tanner thought, unsettled at how normal it felt to be watching a friend for any hint of succumbing to the lure of an evil Theikour.
"I'd build a great shrine for the one I serve,"
Norik announced proudly.
"Of course, any money I have is already hers to declare how I use."
So devout,
Nelina commended dryly. Oh, and let me guess, Tanner sighed. You'd buy a bigger ship. The Tigerkin shrugged.
Among other things, but that's still thinking rather small. Why not buy all the right people rather than what they offer to sell you?
Tanner cocked an eyebrow. Pretty sure that's called slavery, and that's been outlawed on Kavorum since the First Age.
There are other places, said Nelina, unperturbed. But you misunderstand. You needn't own people in order to control them.
Right, Tanner replied slowly. What about you, Ashal? Allie, still sporting her mercenary attire and darkened hair, seemed to stir from a daze, turning Tanner's way. What would you buy if you had the coin? Anything? He leaned forward, adding in a whisper, Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. If Hirdeleg manages to stabilize the McAllister estate, you should have a fair amount of what I'm pretty sure rich people call spending money. Allie nodded slowly, as though she actually were considering this for the first time.
I already have way more than I could ever need, so I guess I'd put any extra coin back into the people in and around Falconcrest. All of Kavorum if I have the reach. And the shelters for urchins. I'd want to help them educate themselves, build a better life.
Her eyes dimmed.
Not everyone has a family fortune dropped in their lap.
Preceded out of the cart bed by Yosed, Ayamet hopped down with the man's aid, smirking to Allie.
Why, I think that's rather close to what our friend Debion wished to accomplish.
Gefnar's pointed ears went immediately red as he cleared his throat, turning to do an unnecessary inventory of their goods. But Tanner had caught the gnome's admiring smile to Allie. Hoping to defuse the situation and to keep Allie from lashing out at someone undeserving of it, Tanner gestured at the gluttony around them. You seem distracted. Were you wanting to join in? Her rigid posture softening at the diversion, Allie rolled her eyes.
And let my guard down like these dupes? No. I was just thinking, this place is so different.
We used to play here when we were children, Ayamet explained. Some urchins even tried to make a home in the husk of the mansion.
The stupid ones,
Allie muttered.
The Lorsyn guard would come through often and irregularly to clear it out. Anyone who resisted was thrown in the dungeons or slapped in chains and forced to work in the copper mines.
Tanner grunted in commiseration. I'm seeing the roots of your struggle against authority a lot more clearly since coming here.
And I so greatly appreciate the analysis,
Allie replied without too much bite. Norik, meanwhile, craned his neck about to take in the mansion.
What now, then? Isn't the quartermaster supposed to clear us for departure?
The goblin was right. In the handful of trips Tanner and the others had made to and from the Gresdith estate, there had needed to be a final tally of the sale before they'd be compensated and allowed to leave. Sometimes he gets distracted by another task, Yosed said with a shrug, or by licking Mevod's boots.
Speaking of whom,
Ayamet added, pointing up to the mansion with her chin.
It seems all of you finally get a look at the tyrant heir.
Tanner followed her gaze, seeing that an entourage decked in garish colors emerged from the double doorway, flanking an even more loudly dressed figure at the center. Even at this distance, barely able to make out Mevod's features, Tanner instantly assessed why Thrilliga and others had referred to the man as the Toad King. A full, rounded underchin, one that made Tenor wonder if it was some sort of growth, swayed beneath Mevod's broad mouth, much of his clean-shaven face slick with spittle or grease. Large, wild eyes regarded his overfed sycophants in a slow, unblinking sweep, and the distinct hunch to his stance, seemingly caused by poor posture rather than deformity, easily reminded Tenor of a more amphibious build. Topping the image was an oversized, askew crown that sat precariously high on Mevod's thinning hair. Tenor was almost surprised to see that Trelegon's heir didn't sport a greenish pallor to his skin. So easily did he slip into the sketches of storybooks in the part of a man of royal blood cursed to a life of unheeded croaking. Then Mevod was bellowing in a suitably gravelly voice, and Tenor had to choke back an amused guffaw.
"My dear friends and loyal subjects," the Toad King began, "I value, as always, your continued presence and support."
Whoops and affirming shouts rang out on all sides as frothy drinks were hefted in salute. Mevod beamed toothily.
"As my greatest backers and allies, I wished to inform all of you that our efforts have been reaping unprecedented rewards. With the help of your generous donations, we've been able to employ hundreds of unworking citizens in the copper mines, and our correctional endeavors for criminals have only expanded the workforce. Thanks to all of you, we've surpassed in this year any previous gross production of the city since the beginning of the age, and I'm happy to report that, as of today, we're on course for the month of Ultra to be our most successful yet."
Cries of, "For the glory of King Mevod!" and similar exultations roared back up the steps in response. But Tenor's lip curled in disgust. "Thanks to working your people to death in life-threatening conditions," he muttered. "Enticing desperate people with coin," Ali added bitterly. "Likely not even accounting for inflation," Nelina scoffed. Gefnar scowled. "And hoarding whatever profits while the city falls into disrepair." "If there are even any profits to speak of," Ayamet snorted. "Word is that Lorsyn's stockpile of copper has grown to comical proportions, as Mevod has no way to sell it." Tenor's hands coiled into fists, and he had to take a calming breath to keep flames from dancing over his knuckles. Then how does he plan to sustain all of this? Yosid shrugged. "He doesn't. Look at him, drinking up the hollow adulations of those who bribed their way into his temporary land of plenty. He's savoring it all while he can." That was poetically spoken, Tenor thought, bemusedly glancing to the big man. Maybe his erudite facade of a nobleman hadn't been entirely an act. That'll teach me to assume street urchins can't educate themselves. His gaze then shifted over to Ali, who still studied Mevod from beneath a cold frown. I really should have already known better. He paused in his musings as he monitored Ali's face. Something had shifted. She wasn't just disgusted. She was furious, her eyes twitching as her clenched jaw trembled with rage. Tenor only wondered what could have ignited such anger in the split second it took his focus to return to Mevod. Or, more accurately, the figures who'd swept up to stand directly to the Toad King's right and left. The man to the king's right was unoffensive enough. A tad shorter than the king, but with shoulders that formed a broad plateau, despite what Tenor suspected to be a deliberate slouch. He looked immediately like someone well accustomed to making himself unassuming beneath his loose, draping robes. He leaned in to whisper something urgently into Mevod's ear, even as his dark eyes flitted about the crowd below, before retreating into the wavy auburn locks that hung into his angular features. But it was the figure to Mevod's left who drew Ali's furious gaze. Though not much taller physically than the other two, his presence practically towered above them. He stood upright and regal, his blond hair untouched by the salty breeze from the north, and he gripped a sleek, dark staff nearly as familiar to Tanner as the man's severe eyes. The staff used to hurl Crexus from the temple of Nomenkal. Solak was how the man had introduced himself on their second meeting in Varbius Keep, months after Tanner had immolated him in revenge for Crexus's death, and for his part in the attack on Dragon's Nest by the servants of Kravog. After being flung back into the keep's past and finding a way back, Tanner and his friends had destroyed the absent Solak's way of returning home. Or so they'd thought. But if killing him didn't take, why would we think locking him in the past would get rid of him any better? Blazes, Tanner breathed. How? It doesn't matter. Allie growled, making for the steps as her dagger sprang into existence in her hand. We kill him again. Gefnar darted in front of her as fast as Tanner had ever seen him move. Not here, he hissed, looking pointedly about at the questioning, guarded looks they were receiving. Maybe not at all. Allie glared down at the gnome, her mouth falling open in disbelief. You know what he's done, Gefnar. What he plans to do. Tanner gulped, recalling their face-to-face meeting with the entity Kravog through some kind of dimensional veil beneath Dragon's Nest, and that Kravog had claimed to be a dethroned Theikour of the Netherplane. Solak and his people had declared their mission to restore Kravog to that position. Admittedly, neither Tanner nor his companions really understood what that would mean for the world. But when a great scorpion creature who could seemingly read your thoughts and the future announced its intention to bring the most powerful beings known to Deyrnas to heal, it tended to make one nervous. I do know what he plans to do, Gefnar was whispering back to Allie, which is why we need to figure out what he's doing here. Some new ritual for Kravog, Allie spat, and with no thought for anyone who might stand in his way. Probably, Gefnar admitted, backing up onto a higher step to hold his calming hands up closer to Allie's face. But think about it. Why here? Why now? Tanner frowned. What do you mean? You kill him in Dragon's Nest, Gefnar began, glancing about to make sure they weren't overheard. Only for him to pop up again at the random location of Varbius Keep? Running into the same person twice across a continent? Enormous coincidence. A third time? He shook his head. This is destiny. Allie's lip quivered with fury. You don't know a blazing thing about our destiny, Gefnar, and neither does Kravog. Tanner winced, hoping no one had overheard the gnome's real name. But with none moving toward Mevod, everyone about them had seemingly lost interest in whatever quarrel they were having, looking on drunkenly as Mevod continued his speech about their great successes. But Allie wasn't done. She jabbed a finger down for Gefnar's face, and Tanner supposed they should all just be grateful it wasn't her dagger swaying before the gnome's nose. I am not a destroyer of all things. Tanner's got his fire under control now that he's split from Okizi. Jack's gone, and... She swallowed, her voice wavering. And it sure as hell wasn't Crexus's destiny to die protecting Intothica. I know, Gefnar said softly, reaching out to rest a hand on Allie's arm until she snatched it away. All I'm saying is that it can't be chance that we're crossing paths with Solak again. Killing him hasn't worked. Trapping him hasn't worked. We need to learn more about him and how to deal with him. For good this time. Tanner deflated, his eyes shifting from Allie up to the unnoticing Solak, then back again. Allie, he's right. His knees nearly buckled at the woman's withering stare. Look, I want justice too, but this has to be tied to us somehow. And if we're connected to Solak, we need to do things right. More people are going to be in danger if he keeps coming back. Darkness flashed in Allie's eyes, but she finally gave a reluctant nod. Fine, she said through her teeth, releasing her hold on Biriak. The weapon vanished before it could hit the ground, the dark gemstone in its hilt pulsing as it returned to its unwillingly bonded wielder.
"Oh, I sense a good infiltration scheme coming along," Norik whispered gleefully,
dropping from the nearby banister to alight beside Gefnar.
"What's the plan?"
Tenor cocked a wary eyebrow. "Not saying there is one, but if we tell you, won't that just make it harder for you to execute?" Norik planted his hands on his hips, his expression turning indignant.
"I struggle with recreating words, sir. Following instructions is entirely different."
Like you followed a certain employer's instructions to know your place and stay away,
Nelina muttered. Then, to Tanner and the others,
"This I find more interesting than helping an old man to escape. I will aid."
Iamet cleared her throat, sidling up to Ali.
"So you've some history with one of those men, then?"
Ali nodded, shooting a final hate-filled look up at Solak as Mevod's entourage trailed him back into the mansion.
"Yeah, but I don't care what Destiny says. He doesn't have a future."
Tanner's nerves wouldn't quiet down from the nameless panic he felt at Ali's words as the woman stalked back to the cart and hoisted herself into it to sit on the edge, seething. "It's fine. She's fine. You've at least gotten to kill the man once. She hasn't had any such catharsis." He shared an uneasy look with Gefnar as Iamet and Yosed began finalizing things with the descended quartermaster. The silver lining, Tanner supposed, was that they'd likely be getting closer to recovering Veladrok's true agent faster than expected. The catch was that he doubted Ali even remembered their original mission. Which means it's on Gef and I to find the poor old gnome and to make sure Sharad doesn't make Ali obliterate an entire city with her anger. He grunted as he climbed into the cart after Ali. Not the hardest job I've ever had. Chapter 17. Books and Other Forms of Learning. Across the central desk of the Tower of Memory's ground floor, Orthwy's brow knitted in confusion.
"Plans? For the Gresdith estate?"
Ali's impatience simmered along her spine as she leaned over the desk.
"Yes. Is there some problem? Am I not explaining myself properly?"
"Oh, simply obliterate the girl and sift through the resources here at your leisure."
Hurt flashed in Orthwy's eyes at Ali's barbed response, but she shook her head.
"No, I understand. Only, you are aware of the extensive restorations performed at the estate since the Gresdith family was dissolved and unseated from the ducal assembly, yes?"
"I grew up here," said Ali, barely swallowing a more aggressive answer.
"She's only doing her job. I knew the old estate inside and out. That's not the issue. I need to know how it is now. What's changed?"
Orthwy's head bobbed, her metal legs scraping lightly across the floor as she shifted her weight.
"Yes, well, there we run into a bit of a problem, I'm afraid."
She motioned over to the shelves of scrolls where Tanner, Gefnar, Nelina, and Norik still sifted through the labels that bound the architectural drawings of the various great houses of Lorsyn. Iamet sat in a chair nearby, with Yosed ferrying scrolls to her ever since she'd quietly complained of sore feet.
"As you've discovered," Orthwy continued, "the latest entries into city planning precede Mevod's reign. He's declared it a security risk as, well..."
She studied Ali warily.
"He doesn't wish to grant any potential assailants of this city or his person additional means of fulfilling their task."
Ali smiled slowly, and not quite pleasantly, at the other woman.
"How terribly paranoid. Would you say that the king makes a point of staying informed of who inquires about that sort of thing?"
Orthwy swallowed.
"I wouldn't. And it wouldn't fall under anyone's duties to inform him?" "No."
"Good to know," said Ali, inclining her head toward Orthwy.
"And thank you."
The attendant did a poor job of feigning ignorance.
"For what?"
Ali pushed back from the desk, shrugging lightly.
It's always good to learn more about how things work.
Then Orthwy was leaning over the desk.
Ashal?
She hissed.
Yes? You and your friends are thinking of requesting an audience?
Ali scrutinized Orthwy's face for a moment.
Overwhelmingly earnest.
And why not? Orthwy's family, along with who knew how many others, were being worked to death in the submerged copper mines.
Honestly, we're more interested in speaking with a friend of his. Blonde man, mage, carries a staff.
Recognition tugged at Orthwy's eyes.
Solak. Of course he doesn't bother to change his name.
That's him. Indecision briefly contorted Orthwy's features before she set her jaw.
If I could, perhaps, introduce you to friends of mine with similar interests, would that be helpful?
Ali's smile was genuine this time, and impressed.
Very. When?
Orthwy's eyes darted about pointlessly. As usual, at least from the handful of times Ali and her companions had returned to the tower to check in on Thriliga's progress, there was no one else about.
I'm not technically supposed to do this, but if you all could keep an eye on things here, I can reach out right away.
Done. Ayamet and Yosed might end up wanting to take off and pull a scam, but the rest of them had nowhere else to be fast. Grinning excitedly, Orthwy bustled out from behind the desk, making for the main doors with her slightly swaying walk. She paused as she passed Ali, again looking over to the others.
Are they... That is, can you vouch for everyone else with you?
Ali considered briefly.
Yes, for 2. Passive interest to misplaced duty from the rest. No friends of Mevod anyway, and each with something of their own to hide.
Orthwy nodded, soon disappearing out the door, an unmistakable gleam of hope in her eyes.
A revolution?
Gefnar was saying moments later, after Ali had quickly filled in the others.
I don't think Mevod deserves to be in command either, but don't we have a more pressing mission?
We're not pledging ourselves to a cause,
Ali retorted.
Just seeing how their goals and ours might align.
From where she leaned against the shelves of scrolls nearby, arms folded, Nelina smirked triumphantly.
How very self-interested of you.
Tanner squared his shoulders after a long moment of turning pensive. Why not throw in with people trying to remove Mevod? Think of all our friends back in Falconcrest. Jack's people in the Aethelveer Forest could even be a new target if the war goes badly, and Dragon's Nest has already been caught up in the struggle. Ali silently conceded the point. As a holy site for the followers of Nomen Kal, the temple in Dragon's Nest had been the main prize in the power struggle Mayor Dunaxis had instigated on behalf of the Sommelier. Who was to say Mevod wouldn't see the merit in that? Yosed, meanwhile, draped a protective arm about the seated Ayamet. We're not helping you launch a coup. That's one reason we left the Negalod and Elsford behind. They were needling at Mevod's efforts like it was some game, not learning from Mevod's retaliation against the Purgle. The Toad King has his eyes everywhere, and not even the great crime syndicates can match him. We have our future to think of. Ayamet unconsciously rested a hand over her belly, looking up to Ali in apology.
Sorry, Ali. I'll gladly help a friend with personal revenge, but moving on Mevod, it's too much. Solak you might be able to catch alone and leave no trace, but Mevod will always have powerful allies around him.
Like Gefnar said,
Ali sighed,
Mevod's not our mission. We'll just see what Orthwy's friends have to say and if we might be able to help each other.
Her eyes met Tanner's.
Agreed?
Tanner's snout twitched. For now. You know keeping Dragon's Nest safe is my main goal, but I think we've learned by now that sometimes you have to look at the broader perspective. In this case, what's best for Dragon's Nest might also be what's best for Kavorim. I can't promise not to move on Mevod if there's a chance. Nelina chuckled, beginning a circuiting stroll of the chamber.
And you all thought me opportunistic for removing Captain Lenmore from power on Nizame.
Allie didn't feel like bothering to argue how this situation was different. She might end up accidentally talking herself into Tanner's side of things. After a few minutes of Yosed and Ayamet speaking quietly to each other, Allie drew closer.
Will you two be heading home then? No need for us all to watch things for Orthwy here. And I doubt Mevod would much care about determining who was actually guilty if he catches wind of this.
Ayamet nodded reluctantly, letting Yosed help ease her upright.
We'd better. You're still welcome to stay with us, as our magical defenses should handle any nosy visitors. But perhaps it's best if we're no longer seen together otherwise. Just be careful, Allie. I suspect the Negalod are involved.
That's a change, Allie grunted. You were the one trying to recruit me before.
Yes, before, when things were stable. I still respect Karfwith's ideals, but if she reaches too far, she's putting everyone under her at risk. Are you even prepared to meet with her?
Truthfully, the thought of meeting with Shala's sister had nestled discomfortingly in Allie's gut, and she couldn't decide if she was more eager or nervous. At least she was fairly certain that the prospect of speaking with Karfwith wasn't swaying her interest one way or the other. She was still determining how to respond when the tower doors opened again. Allie spun, a mere thought away from drawing Biriak to her grasp. It was too soon for Orthwy to have returned, and it wasn't the young attendant who strode into the vast ground-floor chamber. It was Lord Vilsane Ed Deyrnas. As it had at the gate days earlier, that odd sensation of familiarity struck Allie as she took in the man's immaculate dark hair, lean and tall build, and striking pale golden eyes. She had seen him before. She must have. Why else would she feel the inexplicable urge to smile?
Another suitor,
Ayamet teased softly in Allie's ear, waggling her eyebrows when Allie shot her a defensive glower.
No, I think we've met before.
Ayamet shrugged lightly, squeezing Yosed's hand.
Recognition isn't what made you catch your breath when he came in, I think.
She glanced behind Allie then.
Careful not to break any hearts.
Allie followed her gaze, only meeting Gefnar's for an instant before the gnome was intently studying another scroll. She stifled a groan. Of course Gefnar had sensed her emotional response at seeing Lord Deyrnas through their link, and he'd misconstrued it the same as Ayamet had.
Didn't he?
Bah, can you not set aside your mortal hormones for some men long enough to act upon your hatred for another?
Forcing a long in- and exhale, Allie turned to address Ayamet again, but the other street urchin and her lover were already at the door, waving warmly before slipping from sight. The truly infuriating thing was that Sherrod was right this time. Allie couldn't let herself be distracted by petty interests when they had to worry about Veladrok's captured agent blowing their cover, and, more importantly, finding a way to eliminate Solak for good. But then, wasn't her investment in safeguarding Dragon's Nest based on her concern for its people? Her drive to bring justice to Solak built on her connection with Crexus? What about it? Tanner's voice jarred her from her thoughts. He motioned across the chamber with his chin to where Lord Deyrnas had assumed a seat in a section labeled Historical Treatises. You both seem to have some kind of something with each other. Maybe if you got close to him, that could be another way to reach Solak. At Allie's narrowed eyes, he held up a defensive hand. Not like that. Just, I don't know, talk to him. See where he stands.
Use him, you mean?
Allie growled. Or recruit him. Maybe even the lords who haven't had their homes destroyed don't like the way Mevod is running things. Despite her annoyance, Allie had to admit that it was a good idea. A potential opportunity had been dropped in their lap, and she was probably their best chance of acting on it.
Fine, just give me a minute.
Her requested minute stretched on into nearly 2 hours as she and her companions made attempts to appear busy with varying degrees of authenticity. Tanner, Gefnar, Nelina, or Norik would glance Ali's way every few minutes from over the scrolls and tomes they looked through, and she did her best to ignore their silent prompts. She'd speak to the man when she was ready, and not before.
But why am I so blazing nervous?
At last, the moment was decided for her as a handful of reedy chimes sounded from the grand chronograph outside, indicating the late hour. Lord Deyrnas stirred from his readings, quickly returning his book of choice to its shelf and spinning for the door, his cape flourishing effortlessly.
"Now or never," Tanner muttered.
Nelina grunted.
"Would it help if I went first to stoke the flames of envy?"
Ali told herself that it was irritation more than fear at the Tigerkin's threat that finally saw her striding on an intercept course with Lord Deyrnas, planting herself awkwardly in his path. For a few seconds, she thought the man would simply collide with her, so lost in his own thoughts was he as he studied a stack of notes in his grasp. Then, barely 2 feet away, he drew up short with a sharp intake of breath, nearly losing his grip on his papers as his eyes snapped up to meet Ali's. Neither moved for a long moment.
"Hello,"
Ali said at last, swallowing and adjusting her stance to stand as straight as possible. Lord Deyrnas' posture wasn't guarded or threatening. She simply didn't like having someone so tall so close. It made her muscles tense.
"He's even taller than Crexus."
Ali grunted the thought away, attempting a pleasant smile up at the man.
"I thought I'd introduce... well..."
She thrust out a hand.
"I'm Shal. Who are you?"
Lord Deyrnas didn't introduce himself at first, instead scanning Ali's features, brow furrowed as if at some memory just beyond reach.
"I remember you."
Just as Ali thought she might get some answers on why she felt much the same, Lord Deyrnas nodded.
"Yes, you were at the gate when I went out. A week ago, was it?"
10 days,
Ali said before she could prevent herself. Then, forcing a facsimile of a ladylike laugh,
"Or so."
The man's smile was broad and dimpled.
"Yes, I think you're right."
He bowed low, taking Ali's limp, clammy hand and kissing it gently. His own hand was shockingly warm by contrast, as were his lips.
"Charmed to finally have the name for such a stunning face. I am Vilsain Ed Deyrnas. Did you have some request or grievance to file, Miss Ashal?"
Ali's brain was sparking 3 different directions.
"He's too trusting. I could be setting him up for a mugging or an ambush. Me stunning? Focus. He can get you closer to Solak."
Through all of it, she finally realized that she hadn't yet withdrawn her hand, and she did so sharply, causing Lord Deyrnas' brow to quirk warily.
"Have I offended you? Failed to address you properly?"
No, I do."
Lord Deyrnas blinked.
"What?"
"Have a request."
"Oh, then name it. I'll do whatever's within my power."
"How much is that?" "Why would you say that?"
"How much is—"
"Your power."
Ali's public shame was practically personified now, burying its face in its hands and fighting to claw its way out of her body and escape.
"Oh, well, admittedly lessened under King Mevod's more thorough rule. The Ducal Assembly exists in name only now. My duties largely consist of keeping the allies we've accumulated who fall beneath Mevod's notice from assailing the city."
His lips tugged upward.
"You strike me as someone who values forthright honesty. Was that sufficient?"
"I appreciate the attempt, at least,"
said Ali, her own lips puckering as she failed to hold back her own smile. Lord Deyrnas laughed warmly, taking in Ali's gruff look, attire, and implements.
"You wouldn't happen to be a potential assailant, would you?"
Ali snickered.
"I'm insulted."
"Truly?"
"Professionally. You think if I were planning to stick a knife between your ribs, I'd have come at you from the front?"
"A distraction, then,"
he said, glancing about conspiratorially, his eyes twitching as he took in Ali's companions, who'd made the attempt to seem busy with other tasks.
"Do you find me distracting?"
Ali's personified shame seemed to gawk at her from within, eyes wide with horror. Lord Deyrnas cleared his throat as he looked back to her, his dimpled cheeks reddening.
I believe I do, Miss Ashal. But, and forgive me for asking this, has that always been your name?
That's a strange question, said Ali, her stomach tightening.
It is, Lord Deyrnas agreed sheepishly. But I can't shake the feeling that I knew you some time ago, or that I felt as though I did.
Was I distracting then, too? She'd meant it as banter, but something flickered in Lord Deyrnas' gaze.
Not as now. I was young, I think, uninterested in girls. Well, not like I find you. That is...
His blush deepened, but he pressed on.
You'd have been near the same age as me. Your hair, it was... lighter?
And you gave me a flower. Ali couldn't determine at first why she'd even said it, but the image descended forcefully on her mind. Standing across from a boy, no words spoken. He smiles. Hands me a daisy he's holding. The surroundings were blurred, but she recalled the distant stench of fish. The shouts, groans, and pounding of industry muffled from behind thick stone.
In the meadows along the coast to the northwest, Lord Deyrnas said slowly, relief relaxing his features as the memory fell into place.
Ali gave an involuntary, laughing exhale, at last able to reconcile the man's sharpened features with the round-faced boy he'd once been. She'd held onto that memory for over a decade as the only time anyone in noble clothing was ever kind to me. Lord Deyrnas swayed, and Ali thought for a ridiculous moment that he wanted to wrap her in his arms.
The only time I felt that someone my own age truly saw me, he said, smiling warmly. You may scoff or find it pitiable, but that one moment, I think it makes you my oldest friend.
That other part of Ali outside of the wave of emotions assailing her groaned in defeat as she said, Ali.
I'm sorry,
said Lord Deyrnas, though his smile turned hopeful. My name. It's Ali.
Chapter 18 Unexpected Aid.
Well then, Ali,
said Lord Deyrnas, taking her hand again, though he only clasped it firmly this time.
I'm delighted to finally and formally be making your acquaintance.
Then, laughing boyishly,
Isn't it astounding how the things you search for only come around when you stop thinking to look for them?
Ali's brow furrowed, but she didn't withdraw her hand. What do you mean?
If we're being honest,
replied the Lord, shuffling his feet.
I looked for you for weeks after our meeting, and I kept a hopeful eye out for years. Finally, I suppose I just stopped daring to hope.
It took considerable effort for Ali to stamp down on her swelling ego. Calm down, you never forgot him either. I was a street urchin. We typically survived by not showing our faces too much. Lord Deyrnas shifted uneasily, but he pressed on.
You did grow up in Lorsyn, then?
Yes, until a few years ago.
I see.
Lord Deyrnas seemed wary of pressing, then added,
What's brought you back?
Ali managed a weak laugh. That's a bit of a long story. There was a pregnant pause between them, during which Lord Deyrnas met Ali's gaze patiently.
Well, he finally prompted, you seem to have found employment in a mercenary band.
For a heartbeat, Ali was actually baffled by the assumption, before recalling her altered appearance. Oh, yeah. We're the, corroded tears.
Foreboding,
Lord Deyrnas chuckled. I take it those others try not to seem interested are your compatriots?
Yes.
Lord Deyrnas nodded, a fake serious frown on his face. They clearly underestimate my memory for faces. I'll try not to be too insulted. Ali offered another grunt of laughter.
Maybe they're just shy.
Well, I'll not be a stranger if you introduce us.
What?
Said Ali, bristling. I don't mean to overstep, of course, Lord Deyrnas assured her quickly. Is there some reason I shouldn't speak with them? Ali couldn't think of one, or really place why she found the prospect so unsettling.
No.
Moments later, she was back among her companions with Lord Deyrnas at her side, offering up the false names from one side and the nobles from the other. Pleased to make all of your acquaintances, Lord Deyrnas declared, offering a sweeping bow to the others. Though I confess I've not come across the name of your band in Mevod's ledgers. Are you a subsidiary of another group?
Damn you and your apparent competence in bookkeeping,
Ali thought half-heartedly toward the side of the man's head. Fortunately, Norik managed to prove himself in his one area of usefulness, bald-faced lying.
We prefer to think of ourselves as an equal companion organization,
the goblin asserted, puffing out his chest.
We've operated largely in and south of the Hellishith Isles, but we've maintained a relationship of mutual respect with the burgeoning mongrels and their bold leader, Rashuga.
Of course, Lord Deyrnas replied noncommittally, inclining his head to Norik. I only meant to draw your attention to the necessary paperwork required for compensation in return for services rendered on behalf of Mevod's forces. But if you're affiliated with a pre-established unit, such efforts would be redundant. He clapped his hands together as though concluding the matter as simply as catching a firefly. Well, perhaps we should return to our initial order of business. Smiling sidelong at Ali, he added, Your lovely envoy has informed me that you have a request to make of my office. Ali had nearly forgotten about the matter entirely, between being blindsided by an old memory and its current ramifications. For reasons she preferred not to explore, having Gefnar step forward and engage Lord Deyrnas on the topic was the most uncomfortable of possibilities.
It's a matter of high-born introductions, I'm afraid, my lord, said the gnome, bowing slightly as he stepped forward.
I'd guessed as much. It wasn't a lie by Ali's reckoning, but there was resignation in Lord Deyrnas' eyes. And please address me as Lorsyn. Well, to whom may I pass on your names? I can't guarantee a meeting, but my word does carry some weight in Mevod's court, as his advisors value my efforts to safeguard the city, even if I've evaded the king's personal notice.
What an eloquent way of dismissing another man's foolishness. Hungyel would be proud.
Ali shuddered. It was always unnerving to hear the voice of dark power in her mind speak so casually of its fellow Theikour, the mighty rulers of the Netherplane. It was actually one of Mevod's advisors we were hoping to, connect with, Tanner was saying, coughing softly near the end. Lord Deyrnas,
Lorsyn,
nodded in understanding. I see you're all smart enough to have discerned the true mind behind Mevod's rule. Unfortunately, Commander Zrohigion is highly selective about whom he favors with an audience. Ali and her companions shared questioning glances. Who's that now? Tanner offered bluntly. Lorsyn frowned. You're hoping to meet with Shebwir Ed Zrohigion, aren't you? His knowledge of the players in this war is unmatched, having originated in the service of the Summoneer. You'll not find anyone more suited to inform your movements. A months-old memory surfaced in Ali's mind. Blade Master Volkrit had mentioned an inside man going silent.
And apparently he's done a lot more than that.
Tanner, however, still pressed for clarification. Tall man, blonde, no fashion sense, and a wicked-looking staff? Recognition flashed in Vilsane's features. "Oh, you're meaning the mage who's wormed his way into Mevod's inner circle." He paused, scowling. "Or not. I suppose he's been there for some time, hasn't he?" Ali suppressed a groan. They'd seen this kind of magic before, a technique used to instill feelings of familiarity, if not camaraderie, in those around you. "Long enough," Gefnar assured the man. "We, know him from before his time here." Vilsane cocked a brow at the gnome. "Favorably?" The image of Crexus caught up in a blast of magic, suspended in the air for a moment before plummeting to his death, seemed to pulse across Ali's waking eyes. "No," she growled. "I see," Vilsane said slowly, studying Ali's face. "I've no allegiance to the man myself, but I feel I must warn you that the king has come to rely on this Solak of yours, meaning that any retribution for revisiting past ties will be swift and characteristically merciless. That's why, whatever their gripes with him, those who found a place in Mevod's court defer to Solak's judgment and accede to his varied and peculiar requests." Ali's eyes narrowed. "What requests?" "He's an odd sort, this Solak. I've no wish to learn too many compromising details of your history together, but perhaps you're aware of his unusual fascination with mathematics and history. Atypical for a student of magics, I gather." Thoughts of the strange rituals set up in the ancient dwarven chamber beneath Dragon's Nest by Solak and his minions surfaced in Ali's mind. She hadn't given the layout of it much thought beyond her and her companions dismantling a sconce or two and scuffing any marks they found. Intothica had taken over that problem after the Crockbloods and servants of Kravog were defeated, as far as Ali was concerned. But the chamber had been unique, she recalled. A rectangular recess surrounded by tiered levels of flooring, all laid out before the shimmering stone wall of purest black. Ali had no idea what the original dwarven occupants might have used the peculiar wall for, but through it, as though through a starry veil, she, Tanner, Jack, and Crexus had communicated with the immense scorpion entity who fancied itself not just a Theikour, but the most powerful of them all. And it had called Ali a destroyer of all things. A potent panic seized Ali's heart, and she nearly collapsed into wheezing gasps, barely controlling her breathing in time with recalled instruction from Intothica. Even as she in and exhaled shakily, however, she frowned. The panic had felt foreign somehow, outside of herself yet imposed upon her. She snarled. If Solak was near, it stood to reason that he'd be continuing his efforts to help Kravog break free of its cosmic prison. If he'd been even partly successful. Kravog's presence could be hanging over the whole city. Its influence could even be spreading. A gentle hand rested at the side of her knee. "A shawl?" Ali looked down into Gefnar's worried face. Did you sense? Only through you. Was it Kravog? Nodding tightly, Ali folded her arms. And I think it knows we're here. Vilsane was looking worriedly between the others' faces, seemingly most disturbed by Nelina's muted smile of excitement. What or who is this Kravog? Ali almost laughed bitterly. The truth was that she and her friends had no idea what the scorpion entity really was. Intothica had assured them, however, that only 8 Theikour ruled the Netherplane, regardless of the claims in the cultist texts they'd recovered from their lair beneath Dragon's Nest. Which meant that Kravog was something else. Something powerful, but deluded to think that it could reign over the Theikour. Something incredibly dangerous.
Ah, then you have that in common.
An ally of Solak's, Ali answered Vilsane, her jaw beginning to ache from clenching it. A powerful one. Vilsane looked about the chamber, leaning in closer despite their lack of audience. Solak and this ally of his, do they have designs on taking the city for the Summoneer? For themselves?
Pretty sure that level of thinking is small potatoes to someone like Kravog, Tanner said, gulping. He seems to think he can control the Netherplane, and our reality by extension.
Blazes,
Vilsane breathed, his eyes going wide as he scanned their faces once more.
You're not joking.
Allie shook her head.
No. Vilsane, I know we don't know each other, not really, but you have to trust me that Solak is devoted to bringing power to his master. Infuriatingly so. And he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process.
Vilsane held her gaze for a long moment.
I do believe you. My conscience demands that I corroborate your story as best I can, but I believe you.
He sank back to lean against the astrolabe-like memory-viewing apparatus behind him.
An alternative less favorable than Mevad or total anarchy. It seems I can still be surprised.
Tanner cleared his throat. My dad always told me that the lesser of two evils was still evil. Well, he muttered it under his breath when I was around, sometimes anyway. He grinned. The man doesn't care for politics. The other man held up a hand before Tanner could continue.
I'd advise you not to venture any further into casual treason, friend. Mevad knows my views on his rulership, but we coexist because he values my efforts to maintain stability in the city. I do it to safeguard the people, but the natural extension is a lack of challenge to the throne.
I don't suppose you've noticed that the people you're safeguarding are being worked to death in the copper mines, Gefnar said flatly.
Vilsane regarded the gnome from taut features. Mevad's rule will come to its natural end when his life of excess bleeds him dry of coin and supporters. When that day comes, the ducal assembly can supplant him quietly and peacefully, and will help the people of the city to recover.
I admire patience, Nelina purred. But what leaves you so certain the world will grant you that much time? Solak is but one danger that looms.
The Lorsyn Guard and our mercenary allies hold the front far from here,
Vilsane retorted, now standing tall.
If anything, Mevad's reign will have done us the favor of cleansing the ducal assembly of its petty dissenting voices, the very leaders who eagerly welcomed Mevad in with hopes of bringing their failing houses back to prominence.
He soured.
Unfortunately, it's not only our greed-blinded leaders who've suffered for trying to control and manipulate a king they thought to be a puppet. But Lorsyn stood through far worse.
Norik cocked his head. Sounds as though you care more for the city than its people.
Vilsane grunted. They're inseparable from each other, Master Goblin. If only my fellow lords and ladies had been taught as much, we might not have fallen so far as we have. I promise you, however, that Lorsyn and its people will prosper again.
Under Summoneer rule?
Nelina pressed.
If we must,
Vilsane allowed, though he bridled at the suggestion.
What few unbiased reports I've heard from Falconcrest speak to the new queen and king, acting with discernment and compassion. I'd have Lorsyn be free, but we could do far worse than to submit to fair leadership, should the Summoneer press their advantage when our will to fight fades.
A faintly wicked smile tugged at his lips.
And I'll admit to enjoying the prospect of the foolishly proud among us taking orders from a dwarf.
Allie shared that sentiment at least, smiling as she thought of Gwytherin and Noller, governing far beyond the confines of Falconcrest. If Lorsyn answered to them, their will would be unchallenged among the major races practically across Kovorum. If those are acceptable terms, Gefnar persisted, why not be gathering support to surrender right now? Think of all the lives that could be saved.
Vilsane shook his head. Whether through fear or greed, Mevad still has too much support, and I won't have the fight come to Lorsyn. As distasteful as it is, soldiers know their duty, but civilian casualties are inexcusable.
Your civilians are already fighting in this war. Gefnar was almost shouting now, striding right up before the human man. Mevon and his lackeys get fat on their blood as much as they do your fallen troops.
The copper stockpiles haven't even sold for...
They don't have to. The promise of wealth keeps Mevod's loyalists in line. Meanwhile, your city, your people are suffering.
Ali stared at Gefnar's stern, twitching face. She'd never seen him this upset before. Then, abruptly, he shrank away, eyes wide and mortified.
I'm sorry, my lord. I didn't mean to... You're just doing what you think is right.
It's all right, Vilsain assured him, laughing uneasily. I value spirited debate. But perhaps we'd best stick to common ground. He turned back to Ali. I'm with you so far as it comes to removing the threat Solak poses. Beyond that, well, we can see how our respective goals stand when we come to it. He smirked conspiratorially. I'm guessing you're no ordinary mercenary band.
Tenor managed a grin. I prefer to think of us as bold adventurers.
Then I'm glad to count myself among your company, said Vilsain, his diplomatic smile returned. We can at least all agree that rooting out corruption in high places, whatever the plane, is a worthy goal.
Nelina offered an indifferent shrug.
Or at the very least, entertaining.
Vilsain's smile wavered. You consider preventing a powerful entity from rising to power in the nether plane an amusement?
She's a reluctant addition,
Ali sighed, forcing herself to refocus after Gefnar's outburst.
Now, how can you help us with Solak?
I've spoken with agents of his regarding requests for lodging at Tyrant Spire, said Vilsain, stroking his goatee. It shouldn't be too outlandish for me to request a personal meeting. I could couch it as concern for the mercenaries beyond the walls catching wind of others securing rooms within the city, without paying the requisite fees or proof of liquid assets. It should be believable and draw Mevod's support, should it come to it. As Solak only operates in this city at the king's grace, that should be proper incentive.
After you check up on our story, of course,
Nelina practically hummed. It was to Ali that Vilsain bowed his head in apology.
You understand.
She did.
Fine. And thank you.
Vilsain paused awkwardly, making no move to leave as he searched Ali's face.
Was there something else? Tanner asked. No, I suppose not, said Vilsain. I'll just be off to investigate a band of assassin mercenaries and their target, who's allegedly a man intent on raising a new Theikour into the nether plane.
He blinked, shaking his head as though he still couldn't quite wrap his mind around the concept.
Just another day safeguarding Lorsyn.
Laughing weakly, he made for the door, his cape snapping behind him at his swiftness. Before Ali could decide whether to act on her impulse to follow, the tower doors were already opening before Vilsain, startled enthusiasm filling the face on the other side.
Ah, good day, Lady Attendant, Vilsain greeted the dumbfounded Orthwy with a slight bow. I was just on my way out, but it's good to see you.
Oh, the young woman said flatly, her head bobbing minutely as her eyes locked on Vilsain's.
Yes, it is.
Vilsain cleared his throat in a good-natured chuckle, stepping aside.
Very well, I'll happily give way.
Orthwy's confused frown was almost fearful.
Well, I imagine you should be about your business, yes?
I don't...
Orthwy, Ali cut in firmly, pointing to the other woman's feet when Orthwy looked her way.
You're still in the doorway.
Mortification bloomed on Orthwy's features as she practically darted out of Vilsain's path.
Forgive me, my lord. I know that your business is far more important, and...
Nonsense, Vilsain cut her off with a raised hand. You work as hard to preserve this city as anyone, Orthwy, and you're the finest attendant I've had the pleasure of interacting with at the tower.
He took a halting step toward the young woman, drawing up as he checked himself from reaching for Orthwy's arm.
You should never doubt your value. Smiling back to Ali and the others, he swept out the door. And Ali barely kept from bursting out laughing. He may have been decidedly better at disguising his feelings than Orthwy, but Vilsane was clearly as taken with the young woman as she was with him. The realization was an unexpected relief, though Ali couldn't fully articulate why. Vilsane's apparently frequent visits to the tower made sense now at least. Orthwy, meanwhile, stared after Vilsane, leaning against the doorframe to watch the lord disappear from sight. Ali smirked, coming up alongside her.
"He knows your name." "What?"
Orthwy stirred, trying to hide behind her hair as she glanced over to Ali.
"No, well, yes, obviously, but I'm sure it doesn't mean anything." "You're right," Ali shrugged. "I'm sure he's made a point to learn the names of every citizen he tries to be around on a regular basis." There was a predictable rumbling groan from the back of Ali's mind.
"Oh, have you nothing better to do than to be playing matchmaker? Your species hardly needs the aid in self-perpetuating."
To Ali's surprise, the fact that her efforts annoyed her passenger Theikour drove her to add, "You should invite him to share a memory with you next time he comes in." Orthwy's mouth fell open, and she hurriedly shuffled for her desk. "No, that is, I couldn't." "Why not?" Ali pestered, easily keeping pace as she gestured about the chamber's many shelves. "Scrolls and books are fine, but you have access to the most advanced memory extraction equipment on the continent. You must have looked through loads of them, and you must have some favorites. Impassioned speeches, elven chronicles, grandiose weddings." Ali knew immediately she'd overstepped at the sharpness of Orthwy's scowl. "Stop it, Ashal, please." "Fine," Ali said amiably, leaning back from the desk that now stood between them. "Just business, then. You spoke to your friends?" Orthwy nodded, reverting back to skittish as she motioned the others over to the desk. "I did. They want to meet all of you tonight. Midnight, at the docks." "How charmingly cliché," Nelina purred. "And unspecific," Tanner added, frowning. "Are we supposed to signal them somehow?" "No," said Orthwy. "They said they'd find you." Norik rubbed his hands.
How very exciting. 2 potential allies in as many minutes.
Orthwy cocked her head, then gawked as she took the goblin's meaning. "Lord Deyrnas, I'm gone scarcely a few hours, and you align yourself with Lord Deyrnas?" "We haven't committed to anything yet," Ali informed her, folding her arms. "And what happened to thinking so highly of Vilsane?" The other woman visibly flinched at Ali's use of the man's first name. He does what he believes to be right, but some people won't understand that working to restore the way things were is as flawed as keeping things the way they are." "He's living in the past, you're looking to the future? Is that it?" Tanner asked pointedly. At Orthwy's averted gaze, he sighed. "It's not your parents who won't let you court him, is it? It's you." "They'd despise him if they knew him," Orthwy asserted sullenly. "People like him, who operate on strategic ignorance, are just as guilty of the city's hardships as those who enforce them." "I know that's a comforting way to look at it." Gefnar's voice was so soft that, aided by their mental link, even Ali had to strain to hear it. "But sometimes people just don't know another way of looking at things." He smiled up at Orthwy. "If you really believe Lord Deyrnas is a good man, despite your differences, maybe you owe it to him to let him prove it by showing him another point of view. Sometimes people can surprise you." Orthwy's lips worked about, but no words emerged. Finally, she nodded. "Maybe." Ali let the ensuing silence hang for a moment before clearing her throat. "Well, if we have a few hours to spare," she said, making for the magical lift by the spiral stairs, "we should probably check on our other iron in the fire."
"Yes, you've grown positively distractible. Best now to see about your more sensible endeavor of restoring a dragon's wings."
Sometimes Ali truly despised how stupid Sharad could make things sound. Chapter 19. Echoes, Past and Future. Tanner felt like he'd intruded on the reading of a private letter as he and his companions entered Thrilliga's laboratory, finding that the tools and materials suspended in whirls of magic were even more chaotic than their previous visits. The gnome mage herself was nowhere to be seen, but Ud stood against the singular memory stone apparatus in the chamber, eyes glazed over as he relived a moment of the past. That alone wouldn't have left Tanner with the sense of having overstepped, but the personal anguish that contorted the dwarf's features left little doubt that, whatever Ud was viewing, it was affecting him deeply. Just as Tanner was about to suggest that they step back outside, however, Allie pushed forward to come alongside Ud, placing her hands against the greenish copper ring that hemmed the perimeter of the swimming orb of bluish light within. Thrilliga's automatons, which meandered about the lab adjusting heat intensity beneath bubbling beakers and shifting herbs and metal fragments about the runes on which they sat, didn't object, however, and Tanner's own curiosity soon got the better of him, especially when he saw Gefnar follow Allie to the apparatus.
Some memories are so potent they can overwhelm a mind, the gnome justified over his shoulder, frowning in concern. We should at least make sure they're all right, and help bear the weight of the memory if they're not.
Makes sense, I guess, Tanner muttered, joining Nalina and Norik around the now crowded memory. As his fingers brushed the metal casing, his head seemed to loll forward into another time and place. An immense red dragon, one nearly double the size of even Veladrok's elder form, loomed high above, blotting out the sun with its great horned head. Winged beasts of other shades, each at least the size of a small building, prowled beneath its coiled wings, looking absurdly like the ancient creature's scampering young. And, at Tanner's eye level, or just below, were other figures, a formation that stood across a narrow rivulet, each member decked in stone and metal finery. The foremost figure, who stood around 5 feet tall only by virtue of his spiked crown, was most resplendent of all, sporting a plumed leathery cape that trailed by his booted feet in the grass. His beard wasn't thick so much as it was dense, to the point of providing a redundant layer of armor over his gleaming chestplate, the patterns of large interwoven metal and stone beads spilling down to where the beard ended at the figure's belt. Weathered eyes, full of malice and devoid of fear, peered up from beneath the crown into the swaying dragon head above it.
"Dare to summon the Lord of Dragons!"
A lesser green-scaled creature was snarling from the greater dragon's side. Across the stream, the foremost of the opposing band of dwarves raised and slammed the butt of the thick-handled maul in his grasp on the trampled grass.
"I dare because it is my right,"
he spat, froth flying from his bearded lips. His eyes never left the glowing gaze far above him.
"The blood of our slaughtered brothers and sisters cries out for vengeance, and you, Kelevost, will help us to secure it."
At first, Tanner thought an earthquake had gripped the lush countryside around them, but the rumbling resolved into an impossibly deep growl that pummeled from above like buffeting winds.
"You speak boldly,"
Kelevost boomed, and Tanner had the absurd realization that even this was only but a whisper. It must have been a stutter or imperfection in the memory, but the great dragon's head abruptly hung near to the ground, eyes the size of a grown horse boring into the unflinching dwarf.
"But what cause have we to fight your war, Gamondel, son of Aringol? What drives you to brave the sky gates of your father and seek revenge on the surface dwellers?"
An unexpectedly cold rush of air battered the landscape, and the cowering dwarves behind Gamondel shuddered as Kelevost's nostrils flared, inhaling barrels of air.
"You've the stench of desperation about you."
Gamondel still hadn't so much as blinked.
Our waters run dry, and our crops grow steadily meagrer, our hunts ever more paltry. But even were my people not left destitute by my father's cowardice and conciliations, the atrocity and insult committed against Tilrig held at the Infinity Grove would demand retribution. I thirst for the blood of elves, arrogant and above reproach, and for the tears of their faithless champion, Lamothil. I long to drench the earth in deepest of lifeblood from the throats of their pets, the farcical societies of humans and gnomes, to quench stone and steel in their bellies.
The bluish light of magic pulsed in Gamondel's eyes.
To crush them all, as mercilessly as they would us, had they the courage to venture into our realm.
Kelivost's head shrank a few feet back from the unshaken Gamondel, who barely matched the stature of one of the dragon's bared teeth.
Your vendetta is clear, dwarf. What eludes me is what makes you believe we'll grant your request to aid you.
Gamondel's maul shifted.
It is not a request.
A green dragon, nearly the size of Veladrok's younger form from the war, spewed a plasma-like gout of viscous sludge skyward, the substance coiling to weave vibrant viridian patterns about the company of dwarves. A magical barrier sprang to life to intercept the assault at a quick incantation from Gamondel, unheard beneath the green dragon's roar.
You seek to command our lord?
The younger dragon snarled when its geometric torrent had ended.
You will suffer for your presumption.
Reptilian jaws struck for Gamondel, but the dwarf calmly swept to the side, gripping a passing horn. Where Tanner had expected the dwarf to be yanked from his feet, the dragon's neck instead rippled to the audible crack of bone as Gamondel planted himself in place like a deep-rooted tree, bringing his maul almost lazily to the base of his captive's large skull.
I am the mighty one in this exchange, you pitiful lizard,
the dwarf king hissed, as the half-dozen other dragons arrayed about Kelivost roared indignantly, and made as if to swoop in on Gamondel in turn. Their lord, however, stood them down with a single, almost curious word.
Hold.
Gamondel, meanwhile, hardly seemed to have noticed, pressing his maul ever more firmly against the gasping dragon he clutched. The creature's limbs flailed weakly, tearing up earth and grass, its tail flopping limply in the nearby stream. Wings twitched as the dragon's damaged nerves tried to remember how to fly, its large eyes wide with terror as Gamondel continued his cold words.
Let your brethren learn from your foolish error. The time has come for dragonkind to submit to a new master, or to be broken.
With a primal yell, Gamondel wrenched his captive's neck about by the horn as the creature gave a gurgled cry that quickly faded. Then, tossing the dragon's head aside as one might discard a spent rind or soiled rag, the dwarf king turned his gaze back up to Kelivost. Had Tanner not known his history, he would have believed that Gamondel was seconds from sliding down a dragon gullet, but Kelivost merely studied him for a moment before rumbling,
Leave us.
The lesser dragons immediately obeyed amid a flurry of bat-like wings, but the Lord of Dragons had shifted his fiery eyes onto Gamondel's dwarven company and added,
All of you.
The king's entourage stumbled over themselves, granting the two leaders their requested privacy. By extension, the memory began to blur, as though attached to a memory stone in dwarven possession, a historian of some kind, Tanner guessed, whose enchantment was severed. The robed woman in the back, perhaps. But as the image of the grassy countryside and perhaps the most pivotal moment in Deyrnas' history faded amid the glow of mild sunlight, Kelivost's next words filtered through Tanner's mind.
We will speak of this world you envision, Your Majesty.
Tenor's features were contorted in confusion and disbelief as he found himself stepping backward into his physical surroundings of Thrilliga's lab. That blazon worked? Why would Kelavost listen to anything Gamindel had to say after he just snapped the neck of another dragon? His heart was beating quickly, and he knew that his bafflement wasn't the reason. Even as an echo of a long-past moment, witnessing the immensity of the Lord of Dragons had left him with wobbly knees. Then, to his astonishment, Tenor realized that this was only half of the truth. Perhaps just as much as the monstrosity that had been Kelavost, witnessing Gamindel's chilling display of power had left his body trying to break into a cold sweat. But I can't exactly do that anymore, he thought, looking down at his furry forearms and the rune-like marks that peeked out from under his sleeves. Ud, meanwhile, looked rather abashed at finding visitors not only present, but having presumed to share in his viewing, rubbing self-consciously at the shoulder of his severed arm. The story goes that Gamindel knew the language of the dragons. Seeing the question form in Tenor's eyes, he amended, "Nothing so literal. Strength is what they respected, so that's what he gave them." Ali frowned. So Kelavost just submitted to him then and there? "The records are incomplete," said Ud. "But this was mere months before the Dragon War began. Archaeological digs seem to indicate that this lines up with new dwarven skygates opening in what are now long-vacant dragon lairs. The openings large enough to allow the dragon's entry below."
"That's always struck me as peculiar,"
Norik declared, stroking his chin with nails long overdue for a clipping.
"If the dwarves had passages to the surface, why not gather and launch from any of those places? Why amass their combined forces underground and strike out from Dragon's Nest?"
Ud shrugged sadly.
"Surprise? Marshalling their ranks on the surface may have drawn attention before they were ready. Intimidation? They deliberately failed to slaughter the entire town, inviting word to spread."
Tenor was beginning to realize just how much he and his companions had intruded as the dwarf's eyes fell to his feet.
"It's ancient history, whatever their reasoning,"
Gefnar offered, smiling to Ud when the dwarf raised his head.
"We're sorry for barging in like we did."
Nelina snorted.
"It's hardly barging when one has knocked repeatedly."
"I must apologize as well, then,"
Ud replied.
"As you saw, my senses were otherwise engaged. Thrilliga's visiting the mages of the lower levels to barter for supplies, and Verily and Ersatz aren't programmed for answering the door."
He motioned to the automatons, who went obliviously on with their business of maintaining the equilibrium of Thrilliga's work. It had become a sort of background phenomenon to have the metal figures' mingled magic and electric power cores flare behind their chest plates. Well, Verily's anyway. The lab's visitors had quickly learned to phrase nebulously what they'd rather keep hidden and otherwise speak plainly and truthfully. Probably a good lesson to learn regardless. Rather eagerly, Tenor thought, Ud added,
"Well, was there something you all needed?"
"Just checking in on the enchantments for the wings," said Ali.
A grin tried to pluck at the corner of Ud's mouth.
"Ah, of course. Well, I don't wish to give any false hope."
"You won't be,"
Thrilliga interjected from the chamber door as she entered the room, a small pouch clutched victoriously in her hand.
"I've secured the rest of the sensory copper required from Drofus."
"The mage 2 floors down,"
Ud explained offhandedly to their guests. Then, to Thrilliga warily,
"What did you have to trade for it?"
The gnome woman waved off Ud's concern as she clambered up the stepladder beside her main workspace.
"Some coin and raw materials."
Ud winced.
"The last of our Loudon pollen?"
Thrilliga fixed the dwarf with an admonishing scowl.
"We'll hardly be needing sedatives without patience, will we? We'll secure more on the next supply ship."
"Which could be months,"
Ud persisted.
"More if the Summoneer push close enough for a siege."
"Then we'll have any patience drink some good old-fashioned liquor,"
Thrilliga snapped. Regret instantly flashed in her eyes.
Drovus's Loudon was used up, Ud. I thought you'd appreciate allowing him to continue his work.
Uneasy silence hung in the air, which Tenor felt compelled to curtail. What work is that?
He's examining the science and magic of dreams,
Ud sighed, his frown troubled and subdued.
Are you having nightmares?
Said Gefnar.
I have some healing magics that can soothe anxiety and...
Ud was shaking his head.
Not nightmares exactly. Glimpses of... Well, I'm not entirely sure what to make of them. Giants waking to roam the mountains and valleys of Deyrnas. Spectres with one foot in their realm, the other in this. Dwarf and dragon riding unnatural winds, and fire that doesn't burn.
A chill sliced along Tenor's spine at the last words, and he'd seen the effect the mention of spectres had had on Allie.
Fascinating,
Norik said chipperly.
Any idea what they mean?
None,
Ud groaned, rubbing tiredly at his temple.
If they do in fact mean anything. The images are so vivid and yet so shrouded in purpose, like they're not meant for me.
He laughed weakly, trying to shrug off an invisible weight.
Drovus is human, but with a few drops of elven blood in him that grant him a unique insight into the world of dreams and visions. He's been helping me to try to untangle what I've seen.
With any luck? Asked Allie. A sound like a helpless moan so soft that Tenor couldn't even be sure he'd heard it preceded Ud's next sigh.
Very little.
He turned a smile on Thrilliga.
I am grateful that you thought of me, Thrill.
The gnome woman's pleased pucker and the way she held Ud's gaze told Tenor how much those words meant.
Of course.
Then, as if stirring from other thoughts,
You'll have to mark the change in our inventory.
Ud chuckled, moving to do as instructed.
It wouldn't happen otherwise.
Almost without conscious thought, Tenor found his feet carrying him after the dwarf as Ud went to scrape some notes out in a ledger.
Ud?
Yes? The dwarf responded over his shoulder.
Do you think you could tell us more about your dreams sometime?
Ud paused, turning to regard the foxkin.
I could. May I ask why?
I'd like to make sure they only sound familiar by coincidence. The dwarf cocked an eyebrow.
You've seen similar things? In your dreams?
Tenor laughed bitterly. No, any important ones I have seemed to be a lot darker. Ud studied him a bit longer, but ultimately let the matter drop, his eyes drifting affectionately over to Thrilliga as the gnome woman broke down some trade secret or another for her audience of Allie, Gefnar, Norik, and Nelina. You love her? Tenor asked, reflecting that he recalled having more tact before traveling with Allie.
Yes,
Ud said without shame or pause.
She love you? I'd be doing her a disservice to believe otherwise.
But you're not together? Ud's eyes finally shifted to meet Tenor's as he gave an indulgent smile.
We're as together as fate allows, and that's enough. In all ways that matter, we belong to each other. Two souls bound.
Tenor fought a shudder at the phrasing. Sorry if it's presumptuous to say so, but I know that look. You want more. A flicker of shame did knit the dwarf's brow now.
I won't deny it to you, and I haven't to her. But she's given me all she can. Thrilliga is devoted to her craft. More intimate pursuits are simply not in her nature, and I'd never ask her to deny that. To change herself to suit my needs.
His hand went to the stump where its twin had long since been severed.
She's never asked it of me.
Would you do it, though? Tenor pressed, not quite sure why he needed to know. You don't have to explain to me why you've never replaced your arm, but if Thrilliga asked you to accept a new one, would you? Ud ruminated on the question for a moment, finally laughing softly.
Only for fear of losing her, I think. And she'd never knowingly bring me to that.
The trust that filled the dwarf's words was staggering, not because it felt lofty or naive, but because of the clarity it dropped onto Tenor's mind. Despite Atrisar's assurances that their differences didn't change how she felt about Tenor, he'd continued to grapple with the possibility that she'd only seen him as something more than a friend because of his now lost ability to physically appear human. He still had some skill with illusory magics, but those only went so far. Atrisar had insisted, however, that it was Tenor's heart, his compassion and often short-sighted heroism that she loved.
And I have to trust her, Tenor realized. That if she loves me, she wouldn't ask me to change.
They could disagree or argue about beliefs or methods, even outright oppose each other if their consciences demanded it. But love meant acceptance. If Tenor felt that way about